Check, check, check. Around the world, welcome to New Caney, Texas, just outside of Houston for the season finale of the 2022 Texas Sprint Racing Series. My name is Xander Clemens, alongside me Riley Can, joining back for his second KC broadcast commentary booth. And Riley, we got night racing on tap, qualifying set to go green. Super excited to
that doesn't like it, and doing it at this track is always so much fun. I'm so excited to watch the action.
It's going to be awesome here. Again, we get the whole round of classes for qualifying. Heat racing will be fully under the lights as the first group heads onto the racetrack. The Houston Freightliner and Western Star Micro Swifts get the green flag and will begin their qualifying session. Championships up for grabs in a handful of classes. A couple have been clinched coming into the weekend thanks to drops. A 5-round championship series concluding here in Houston for the second stop at SpeedSportz Racing Park. One spinner there at the opening circuit, but Aston Wyatt and that Aiden Rudolph Racing Academy Bureau Art headed down the back straightaway. One new angle we got here this weekend, this low to the ground, high-speed shot going in to the end of the backstretch, turn number 6. And then what an angle we're going to have here in this corner, Riley, into turn number 7. As we were talking right before we went on the air, lots of passing comes down in that sector.
I know this track comes well with so many passing zones. You can pass almost anywhere here. So watching a lot of those dive bombs going out into turn 7 is going to be a lot of action.
Yeah, there will be quite a bit. Here's our overhead angle. This is going over into turns 10 and 11. One of the final passing zones coming onto the front straightaway. They have the long back stretch, really, or short shoot, you could call it. Either way, it's the infield stretch. Heads into that final hairpin and then down onto the front stretch towards the run to the start-finish line. All the starts and finishes headed into the series of S's here. And it's an interesting start procedure with the way that it works, because obviously that left-hand bend is where the pole sitter would be, but then it's a much tighter right-hander for turn number 2. So if you're on the inside lane, you really got to get clear of that guy in second, or he'll get clear of you going into turns 2 and 3.
Yeah, you do not want to start on the outside going in here. You might get a little bit of an advantage going into turn 2, but it's going to be crazy.
Here's a little passing action going on. Pasha Ali down the inside there, into the back straightaway into turn number 6. We'll pick up a few more groups as we cycle around for qualifying for the full session. A minute and a half elapsed so far. Aston Wyatt and the number 21, Beryl Art for the Allen Racing Rudolph Academy tops the boards. We'll bring the ticker up to the top left-hand hander of your screen. Don't mind the finish there as we'll switch over to laps momentarily. That'll give you a better idea of the laps remaining. But for now in qualifying, still about 3 to 4 minutes to go. Aston Wyatt, your quickest on the opening circuit at a 1:03.981. 0.6 off the pace back to Emerson Lane at the number 50. Here's a shot at your quickest driver, Aston Wyatt. And we'll see, I'm sure, a lot of those Allen Rudolph Racing Academy Beryl Arts here. The cool part of this racetrack, Riley, is since the Pro Track is completely separate, an entirely separate facility from the rental circuit, if you're a local to SpeedSportz Racing Park, you get a lot of proper practice time in between each major event.
Yeah, I really think that we're going to see a lot of these Allen Rudolph Racing Academy drivers fighting for those top spots on the podium. They get tons of time here, and I'm sure that they will be fast.
And there's not only the AR Academy drivers that have SpeedSportz Racing Park as their home circuit here. We're working our way on over to the back sector, turns 7 and 8. They'll head over into turns 9 and 10. Looking on to Pasha Ali there in the number 42 Parallel chassis. He's currently down in third, about a half second to find to this kid, Aston Wyatt, on the youngest group, or second youngest group on the Texas Sprint Racing Series structure. The micro slips one step up from the kid kart, 7 to 10 years old. Here comes Wyatt out of the final turn. He'll come across the line, and to start lap number 3, Emerson Lane in the number 50 Beryl Art out of North Texas. The driver that calls North Texas Carter's in Denton, his home turf. He's second quick right now. Still about 2.5 tenths to find, but he's closed the gap as Aston Wyatt breaks into that 59-second barrier.
It is no surprise, really, that Aston Wyatt's as fast as he is. Coming off a really strong weekend up in Amarillo. I think him and Kay Casper are going to have a real good battle get through the coming races.
So again, as the field works its way around here through the turns 2, 3, 4 S's there, you can see another pack kind of tightly packed together, headed over through 4 and 5 and down the long back straightaway. The Micro Swifts, one of the slower classes on the weekend, of course, as it should be with the lower age group, means the tow will make a massive difference in qualifying. Someone could get a decent tow. That 3/10 margin up to Aston Wyatt might be enough to catch him. Now, Emerson Lane's on his own. This group right here, that's the number 22 machine of Paxton Dyson. He's down in 9th. They've gotten by one driver. He's in the middle of it, so he's going to be for a decent spot to start what could be their final lap. The checkered flag not yet out. It will be coming soon. 4 laps completed. Again, Wyatt your quickest. Emerson Lane second. Alex Chandler's had a pretty solid season. The number 26 machine. He is third. Pasha Ali fourth as they go side by side. Dyson under a little bit of fire into the final corner. And this middle group heads out of the last turn down onto the front straightaway.
Yeah, I mean, Paxton Dyson's been really fast this year. Started off really well. Hit a little bit of a slump down in Amarillo, but I think he's ready for another great run this weekend.
So let's see what he can put together as the field will work its way towards turn number 10. Here's Emerson Lane once again aboard the Beryl Art number 50. Again, down in third as Cade Casper has been able to pass him in the number 55 by about 200ths. Coming to the stripe this time by. Again, checkered not yet out. Lane was second out of the gate. He's by his lonesome, so it's all on his own shoulders to try and go a little bit quicker. What does he do here on lap number 5? Aston Wyatt to a 59.3, Lane to a 59.8. Here comes the next group across the line. Pasha Ali goes to fourth. Liam Nachawati moving into higher to the top 5. He jumps to third at a 59.900.
Yeah, great lap by Nachawati. Wasn't looking too great in those last few sessions today, but it looks like he's putting it together right now.
Yeah, nice little run. Big run here down the backstretch. Look at the toe closing in on that right there for Pasha Ali. He picked up about 3 car lengths at it into turn number 6 at the end. You can see the sweeping S's. This will pick up a few drivers just up the road from him out of turn number 8. There goes Lane on by. Here comes this duo. So Ali could be on a good lap. Across the line, there's one of the Iron Rock Motorsports Tony karts. That's the number 99 of Kimo Ahmad. He's down in 11th. Moving up from the kid kart class here this weekend is out of turn number 10. Ali trailing Colton Schniegenberg. That's the driver that was giving him a little bit of a tow. We'll see what lap they can hit at the stripe. Through the final corner, Colton Schniegenberg aboard the GWR Red Speed. comes out of the final turn, across the stripe, leads this group of 3. He sits 6th. He will stay 6th. Pasha Ali to 4th. Liam Nachawati trails that group. He remains in 3rd. No improvement from any of them on lap number 6. No improvement either for the quickest driver, Aston Wyatt, of 59.303. Checkered flag will come this time by for some of the drivers. There's a group headed out of the final corner. As we watch the number 12 machine, that is going to be Pato Medina. He is currently 8th in that group with Alex Chandler, who sits in 7th. Checkered flag, not yet out. I think about to come here in qualifying. They'll try and match it, be one of the first drivers out on the circuit. Here's Schneegenberg through turns 7 and 8 by himself, as the checkered does in fact wave.
Yeah, I expected a little bit more from Schneegenberg. He was showing some super blistering speeds out in Amarillo. I was really hoping he would pick up for where he left off, but we'll see how the rest of the weekend plays out for him.
That's the big thing. It's a long progression through the weekend here for the Texas Sprint Racing Series. Qualifying tonight, Heat 1 coming up later on. For those of you tuning in from around the world, it'll come up in about an hour and 10 minutes once we get through all the classes, ending off with, of course, that Exertech KA100 senior class. Man, did we have some fireworks in Amarillo to close off the weekend over there.
Oh, it's always great racing with those seniors, especially here in Texas. I don't know about the rest of the country, but I feel like here we have the best racing and the best drama.
We definitely have a good bit of both. No doubt about it. Of course, for those of you viewers that were tuning in, we just wrapped up the U.S. Pro Kart Series last weekend, wrapped up the Texas Sprint Racing Series here tonight and tomorrow. Then Sunday afternoon, a cool charity event in coordination with a number of the NTT Data IndyCar Series stars, the likes of Alexander Rossi, James Hinchcliffe, Ed Carpenter, Connor Daly will all be a part of an 80-minute four-man team endurance race up at Whiteland Raceway Park, one of the most legendary circuits in the country, built in 1957. Only a couple of years after the inception of karting in Southern California. That'll be Sunday afternoon. But again, tonight, all about the Texas Sprint Racing Series season finale. One class knocked off the boards. The Houston Freightliner, Western Star Micro Swifts have been completed. Aston Wyatt, your quickest driver of 59.303, 4 3/4 tenths up on the field. Emerson Lane second. Liam Nachawati ends in 3rd. Pasha Ali 4th. Cade Casper ended up high into the top 3, drops down to 5th at the end of the session. Colton Schneegenberg, like we mentioned, super quick in Amarillo. A little bit of pace to be found for the superstar on the GWR Red Speed in 6th. Alex Chandler's been impressive on that Iron Rock Motorsports Tony Kart. He is 7th. Pato Medina 8th. Paxton Dyson 9th. Aloy Steinbrunner in 10th. Kimo Ahmad and Simon Klein make up the 12-driver field as the kart recovery vehicle makes its way onto the circuit. One driver, unfortunately, an early exit to qualifying, will have the recovery vehicle on the way. So we'll take a quick commercial break. When we come back, kid cards are next up, and we'll begin working through the rest of the class order here for the fall finale of the 2022 Texas Sprint Racing Series. USA, a top-level performance team with unmatched hospitality, offering a full-service driver development program with year-round testing available in Miami, Florida.
and the official North America racing team of Parolin Racing Chassis. Chassis and parts available at ParolinUSA.com.
Here now from New Caney, Texas for the SpeedSportz Racing Park second stop hosting the Texas Sprint Racing Series. Down the back straightaway, a good shot of the number 33, a Dutch Westbrook tucked behind the steering wheel. He currently sits third in the Helix Electric Honda Kid Kart qualifying after the opening lap. 5 drivers here in a great entry-level class into the sport of kart racing. You can start testing at 3 and 4 years old. You can start racing on the year that you turn 5, and it's a great ladder program that kind of moves the kids up slowly into the Micro Swift and 206 cadet classes. Running around here at SpeedSportz Racing Park with the long straightaways, though, it's going to feel very similar for the kids as it was over in Amarillo, much like a super speedway for them. They're going to be full throttle for nearly the entire racetrack, but at bare minimum, you can see here already from the likes of Dutch Westbrook, the practice of hitting the right racing lines, the carry momentum is a good bit of skill that you can take moving up the ladder. And then when you get to the Micro Swift, the Brakes Cadet class, then you kind of incorporate braking a little more. But such a cool way to see some of the young drivers here and how much they get into it in kid kart racing. And it's sometimes the most serious class here at the racetrack.
Yeah, man, these kid car parents go crazy, and the kids are always racing hard. I mean, I remember back when I was in kid karts, I had no idea what an Apex was. I was just going out there and driving as hard as I could.
Yeah, well, and again, a cool thing for them here. For many of these kids, it could be their very first time racing under the lights. Everything feels a little bit faster when it's coming at you. Makes super cool shots. We got some cool pictures we threw up on our Instagram and Facebook pages earlier this weekend of the underglow, sticking some neon glow sticks on the go-karts. That's some of the coolest parts of night racing. How creative everybody gets with the go-karts.
Oh, for sure. And I really wish that more people did it. I mean, I remember we did it last year, and it looked so good on the kart, and I feel like it looked good on everybody's kart, honestly.
It looks cool. You can see the sun's beginning to set, getting a little bit cooler here in Houston, and this was a very well-received change. Originally, we had a different date. Our location. We were set to close out the season for the Texas Sprint Racing Series over in Houston at the MSR Houston Kart Circuit. Ultimately decided to go back to a standard mainstay in the circuit with SpeedSportz. But under the lights, man, it is blistering hot here during the day. Highs of 95 degrees. The Texas sun bearing down on you. I'm sure it's a very welcomed format for many here, even with running practice Thursday night, racing Friday and Saturday night instead of the normal racing of Friday, Saturday, Sunday, to be able to race in a little bit of a cooler condition.
Oh, yeah. I keep forgetting that today's not Saturday. It's Friday, and we should be practicing right now. But no, I'm super duper excited for this night racing. It's so much fun.
Well, good lap that time by the number 9. We just followed him across the line. Brody Stoffel to the top of the boards here by about 0.3 of a second over Theodore Mitchell. Points later, Dutch Westbrook still third at a 1:18.62. Stoffel will get bumped back as Teddy Mitchell moves up the order. He gets to second in the gets to the top in the number 20. So he'll bump Brody Stoffel down to P2 as he exits turn number 5 and heads down that long back straightaway here for the kit karts. And they're hunched up as high as they can and as low as they can at the same time up to the wheel. Again, these kids are into it. Those kinds of habits they see from the big drivers. And while it's obviously not really going to throw them off too much in the kit karts, they got time to go back. Nothing's funnier, Riley, to me than seeing a guy get their head behind the wheel, tuck down the straightaway, and then complete blow the apex in the very next corner.
I'm surprised it doesn't happen more often, but it really just shows you that these drivers are competent and they can drive.
Yeah, just the level that some of the kids are at when they come out of kid karts already is so awesome. You're lucky enough that you were able to get into it. I didn't get in until I was into the junior ranks already at 12 years old, and you just start so much further behind the curve. But it's cool to see them getting the opportunity here. And then again, for many of them, pitted next door, or some of them starting to join alliances and run under some of the bigger teams here and shops in the Texas area. You get to kind of line up again, next year heroes. All these kids, I guarantee later tonight, we lined up on the fence to watch those superstars in KA Senior and 206 Senior. And then you go back to the pit area and they might be pitted right next to you. That's got to be something so cool for some of these young kids to be able to be at the same event, drive on the same racetrack, race in the same format as some of their heroes, some of the older drivers here in the paddock. And, again, just get to learn from them at that point. That's where a lot of this, extra competitive feel you see for all of them. They're mimicking everything they get to see in the older kids' classes.
Yeah, I mean, I remember back when I was a kid, I mean, I would watch these races, or the senior races and the shifter races. And I'm like, oh, I want to be exactly like them. I want to drive like them, and try to emulate their styles and certain things that they do on track.
It's such a cool thing here to see them, again, be able to line up. And it's a cool opportunity for the Texas Sprint Racing Series to pair everybody together for the season finale. They still have solid numbers here at SpeedSportz Racing Park under the lights for the kid karters, and they at least have the young kids classes on the early part of the schedule, because we'll be running late into the night here. It's already an hour later than where we are in Eastern time, so you're looking at 8:15 right now Eastern for those tuning in on the East Coast. The West Coast people just getting a little bit past or coming up to dinner time. We're going to run till about 10:50, 10:45, maybe 11 p.m. at night with that KA Senior opening heat race. So at least the big kids, they'll be running a little bit later. For the kid karters, they're still not necessarily too late into the night for them, but late enough. Again, you can already see we're at dusk. They're going to be under the lights for their very first heat race of the weekend. Such a cool, again, opportunity to get to race at night. I'm a big fan of night racing. Obviously, it's nice not to have to wake up at 6 a.m. to come to the racetrack for sure, but it just looks so much cooler, man.
Oh, the excitement is just so much higher. You really feel like you're at a prime time, like NASCAR race, like the old Coke 600s at Charlotte Motor Speedway. You really love to watch those kinds of races. Just the excitement and hype around it is just nothing like it.
Well, the checkered flag flying here in qualifying. Theodore Mitchell, his third lap at a 1:17.92. Currently holding in the Helix Electric Honda Kit Kart class, a 10th and a half up on Brody Stoffel, another quarter tenth back to Dutch Westbrook. And the unpredictability of kit karts, well, it never really goes away. Here's Raphael Lee coming across the line, fifth at the moment. Little bit of pace to be found, but Andrew Anastasio in fourth. Again, only a 2.5 difference for the top four. We'll be seeing these kids get their elbows up later on tonight for their first heat race on the weekend, and they're still having an opportunity to knock each other off the board as the final few drivers will come across the line. Checkered flag in the air across the stripe for the number 33 of Dutch Westbrook, the championship points leader. Lap number 6 will not improve his time. And final time across, I believe that's Brody Stoffel. He will stay second. It will lock in Theodore Mitchell. Teddy Mitchell will lead your field to the green in a Helix Electric Honda Kit Kart. Stoffel will join him on the outside of the front row. Dutch Westbrook third. Anastasio fourth. Raphael Lee will round out the top 5. And a good look here at the picturesque SpeedSportz Racing Park as we get set for more action to come from the class order. The Mini Swifts presented by the Aiden Rudolph Racing Academy are up next. And again, this is championship weekend. It's only fair if we talk about the point standings. You mentioned that Dutch Westbrook leads the Helix Electric Honda Kit Kart division. Only 43 points to Teddy Mitchell, who now again will start just a little bit ahead of him. Andrew Anastasio enters the weekend in third. Brody Stoffel about 100 points out of the lead prior to drops getting factored in, but he starts from the front row on the inside. A perfect place to try and make up some points, and 100 points on a weekend like the Texas Sprint Racing Series, that's not all too much. You can come out of these weekends, a perfect weekend is 300 points with the overall heat race result. Qualifying, 310 points up for grabs. You have 100 points through your 2 heat races. The overall result, of course, sets your grid for the main event. 10 points bonus going to the way of Brody Stoffel. He'll knock that 105-point deficit down to 95. And again, still well within striking distance, 100 points. That's only about a swing from first to 6th, or first to 9th or 10th, in the main event standings. So while there's not that many in the kit kart class, that'll be big for a class like this one. The Mini Swifts presented by the Aiden Rudolph Racing Academy. The difference from this group to the opening group, of course, the Micro Swifts run a small exhaust restrictor, a little bit of a lower minimum weight for the younger and smaller size drivers. This is the next group up. So third on the age order, 8 to 12 years old. You have a little overlap from that Micro Swift division at 7 to 10. Then you can add experience and at your own leisure, move up into the Mini Swift class. This one coming into the weekend, a little bit of an advantage. We got, one of the, is that one of the Iron Rock OTK machines? That is a 183 going for a ride in the spin cycle coming out of turn number 7. So a little spin on the opening lap. Temperature cooling down means the tires are a little bit colder on that opening lap than where they were for practice. There was about a 2-hour gap from when these kids were last on the racetrack, nearly 2.5 for 2 rounds of practice in the afternoon before the lights came on. Then we had the season-ending banquet. Lots of cool prizes given away and raffled off. Track's way different here at night, and they are coming in a little bit blind on the opening circuit.
Yeah, I mean, you want to come into this at nighttime, and you gotta expect a loss of grip on initially when you come on the track. I know personally, I've definitely tossed the cart around on the opening lap at night, but you just gotta figure it out. It's all about tire pressures and just making sure you warm your tires properly.
So it was Pato Cadena, I believe, in the 183 Iron Rock Motorsports entry, going for a spin there. 10 drivers in the Mini Swift class on the season finale. Here's a look at a couple of them headed over to turn number 8. Derek Wargo, the championship leader, sets the initial pace in the 178, a 103.35 for Wargo as they go on the run over into turn number 11 here. So cool shots from up above and from down low to give you a bit of the sensation of the speed that they'll have. Gage Bailey is currently second quick aboard the Bennick, number 169. Tyrone Kemper Jr. sits third. David Ibarra fourth. Here they come out of the final corner across the stripe. This pairing, where will they slot into line? Bailey will go quickest. Juan Jose Paramo will go initially to second. He'll get bested by Tyrone Kemper Jr. for that spot. There he goes, just behind the pairing. But Gage Bailey in that 169, Bennick headed down the backstretch here with a couple tenths over points leader Derek Wargo, who clocks in at a 59.642. He'll go up to second for the 178 of Derek Wargo as they go to turn number 7. But early on in the session, like we said, like you mentioned, Riley, a lack of grip when you go out there. The tires will heat up. It is still a pretty warm ambient air temperature, high about probably, it's supposed to only get down to about 75 degrees at the coolest here while we're racing at night. Lower 80s, I believe, right now with the sun starting to set, the lights coming on. You can see the color adjustment there already coming through our cameras as the field works its way out of turn number 9.
Yeah, the track is super green right now, but now it's gonna start getting fast. All these drivers are laying down nice, good rubber with their fresh new tires. Track's gonna be fast, especially for that KA senior qualifying later on.
Yeah, again, lots of Vinco rubber getting laid down with the KA seniors coming up last up. Like you said, new tires for everybody to start the weekend. They'll stay on that same set through both rounds of heats and into the main events on Saturday evening to close out the season. Across the line here this time for the grouping, that's Emil Hernandez Marin. He goes 5th. Pato Cadena to 4th, so rebounds from his early spin. David Ibarra 3rd. No laps put in by Tyler Roberts, Bobby Klein, or Emmett Eddles. Not sure if we have them in attendance here for the season finale, but Gage Bailey still quickest in the 169, a tenth and a half up over Derek Wargo, who leads the points coming in. When you look at the Alan Rudolph Racing Academy Mini Swift Championship points, this is a really big opportunity for Gage Bailey to make up some ground. He comes into the weekend 4th in the standings, 198 back from points leader Wargo. David Ibarra splits them. He's 3rd, 152 out of the lead. Tyler Roberts entered the weekend with an outside shot, but if he's absent, that opens the door for both Ibarra and Bailey to get up into 2nd comfortably. And it also, again, they're still within 200 points, means it's still possible for them to close that gap. If they have a really good run in qualifying, one of them scores the 10-point bonus for the pole. A good run through the heats and some bad heats and a bad main event result for Derek Wargo could tighten that championship up. And we're not factoring any drop rounds in to the season as well. So this is one of those classes semi-clinched here. A comfortable lead for Derek Wargo coming in. He's 2nd on the boards at the moment, but it's not fully put away like it will be later on when we get to talk about 206 senior Braxton Trigg. Such a dominant season he's had in that division. He comes into the weekend, didn't even put the cart out on track for practice today. So confident he's ready to have some fun in qualifying.
Oh, yeah. He said he doesn't need practice, so I really hope he puts his money where his mouth is and lays it down for us.
Well, we'll see if that's going to be the case here. We're coming to put 5 minutes on the board here. Gage Bailey out of the last turn comes across the line. Tucks his head down behind the wheel any bit faster on lap 5. He is not. Here's Juan Jose Paramo and Tyrone Kemper Jr. Kemper Jr., little toe on that straightaway. Going to go by him in turn 2. Turn 3, a little bit tight getting through there, but he gets by, and that'll hurt him on lap 6. But at least lap 5 for Tyrone Jr., that was a good one, a 58.80. So he moved up a little bit, just got bested, though, by David Ibarra and Derek Wargo. Sorry, Ibarra at a 58.80, Kemper Jr. a 58.88. So 2/10 for the field to catch Gage Bailey, but second, third, and fourth, less than a tenth of a second between them. Tyrone Kemper Jr. fourth at the moment aboard that energy chassis as he takes that run into turns 10 and 11 here with Juan Jose Paramo right behind him.
Oh, yeah, going through that turn 10 hairpin right there, it's so crucial to get your braking right so you can rotate the car correctly. It's a long straightaway. You don't really realize it, but that straightaway, that middle straightaway where they're at right now, that is super duper crucial.
And here they come out of the final turn. Tyrone Kemper Jr. across the line. Juan Jose Paramo behind him. I don't believe they'll see an improvement, but they will get another lap to try and go better. And indeed, they stay fourth and seventh. Emil Hernandez Marin, sixth. Pato Cadena in fifth. No changes there. Derek Wargo finds a little more pace aboard the 178. He's creeping up on the time set by Gage Bailey as he is now only 300ths off the pole. Bailey still the quickest aboard the Bennick, but not by much. He did not go any quicker. I think he's pulled into the scale line after peaking on lap number 4 while the field is working lap number 7. This will be the final circuit, I believe. The checkered flag will hit at that 7-minute marker, 20 seconds away from it. So these two will be, I believe, the first ones to get the checkered flag. Kemper Jr. and Juan Jose Paramo, they were second and third out of the grid to go out for qualifying. Under the lights here for qualifying with the Aiden Rudolph Racing Academy Mini Swifts. There's the checkered flag, set and ready to come. Here we go. Tyrone Kemper Jr. and Juan Jose Paramo. Any improvement? Final lap to try and get them a little higher on the grid. Neither one changes position. Paramo closes the gap to the leaders. He's still down in seventh at 59.66. There's a good lap from Derek Wargo. 58.410 for the points leader. He puts 2/10 on the field.
You were just waiting on it. He had such a strong showing back in Amarillo and really through this whole season. I was just waiting on him to throw that lap down.
He's been very, very consistent here this year. So Derek Wargo, 2 1/4 tenths back to Gage Bailey, who only has a couple less laps on the tires. Might make a little difference, but you won't imagine it'd be massive. Still at the full heat cycle of a session on him. He ends second. David Ibarra third. Tyrone Kemper Jr. fourth. Pato Cadena, Emil Hernandez Marin, Juan Jose Paramo, Tyler Roberts, Bobby Klein, Emma Nettles again on the entry list. We'll wait to see if they're going to be scratches for the weekend or if they will be out for the title. But that does it for your Aiden Rudolph Racing Academy Mini Swifts. We'll take another commercial break. When we come back, Cruise Racing Development 206 Senior. The championship's unlocked, which means it's all up for grabs when it comes to just the checkered flag here this weekend. We'll be right back.
Line has steadily made progress since its inception in October 2021. On top of servicing the Mississippi, Alabama, and Louisiana areas with products from Compcart Chassis, Tillotson Carts and Engines, Miami, Briggs, Honda, and more, they're now promoting race events as well throughout the Mid and Coastal South region at NOLA Motorsports Park and Finish Line Performance Karting in Biloxi, Mississippi. Races are already set for the fall of 2022. September 3rd, October 22nd, and November 12th at NOLA Motorsports Park, and 2 dates, September 10th and October 15th at Finish Line Performance Karting. Driver Line is set to finish this year strong.
The 2023 season is just around the corner, and if you're looking to buy, sell, connect, or learn, make plans to attend the 37th Annual OVK Go-Kart Swap Meet, February 4th, 2023. Register online at ovk.com.
Hannah Greenemeyer is going to score the final win of the U.S. Pro Kart Series. Hayden Jones is a national race winner. Nate Cicero wins
Four-time champion Ryan Norberg winning Super Nationals 24.
Winner! 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 Are you ready to join one of North America's winningest driver development programs? Rollison Performance Group offers fully customizable packages that are meant to take your game to the next level. For more information, head to rollisonperformancegroup.com. Looking for a top-level team environment that fits your budget? Look no further than AMAX Racing. We cater to customers around the country who want driver coaching, tuning assistance, hospitality, track support, and a family race environment. Our race schedule is support available at all levels, from club and regional series across the Midwest to top-tier events such as the TKNA Grand Nationals, the U.S. Pro Kart Series, and the Scooter Pro Tour. Whatever level you may be at or want to get to, AMAX Racing can get you there.
Welcome back here to SpeedSportz Racing Park, and the Cruise Racing Development 206 seniors have hit the racetrack, and already they are packed up all around the circuit trying to find the right kind of tow to get themselves a good lap time. 17 drivers make up the 206 senior division here for the season finale of the Texas Sprint Racing Series. Again, there you can see getting past their fourth in line. That's the championship leader, unofficial champion of Braxton Trey. No practice coming in, very green here to qualifying. We just got some wording in, intel coming. Tyler Roberts on his way from school will be making it out for heat number 1 of the Mini Swift division, starting from the rear of the field for the driver trailing second in the point standings. Gave up, unfortunately, 10 points to Derek Wargo there with the pole position. However, 300 points still up for grabs in the heat and in the feature. Out of the final turn, here's Tyler Stevens, I believe, in the 605 Bureau Art, who will lead this group of 5 onto the front straightaway to begin the third lap. Put a cap in lap number 2. Up in the booth, this is Xander Clemens alongside Riley Can for the call. And as they come out of turn number 4, turn number 5 down the backstretch, talk about some of the gamesmanship that goes on in classes where the whole field knows how big of a benefit the draft is. All the kinds of shuffling, not so much brake checking per se, but kind of unintentional as you'll see guys lead, then drop back, lead, drop back, and you'll have a lot of kind of impeding, not for the sake of ruining someone else, but to try and position yourself for a good lap.
Oh man, we saw back in Amarillo, these guys really are playing chess with each other. I mean, it was obviously impossible to pull away by yourself, and especially now in qualifying, the draft is going to make so much of a difference to move you up maybe 5-10 spots even.
And the good news is here for the field is they do have a 7-minute qualifying session. So that'll give them as much as 6 to 7 laps to get it right. So if you burn yourself one lap fighting through traffic or give up a lap to drop to the tail of a group to try and get the draft off the back of the leader, you can do that. You have plenty of time to put a perfect lap together. This time by the stripe, Drew Chappell in that GWR Red Speed will go quickest, a 1:03.054. Braxton Trey goes second. So those two, we were watching them through the circuit. They were working together. They're third and fourth in line, and here we see it. Tyler Stevens got a point making more on by. He'll drop in line. He's trying to, looks like, slot himself into second. He will, and by him backing up, it'll hurt Chappell, it'll hurt Trey, and it'll hurt the end of that group, which is one of the Wolf brothers. Not sure which one it is, aboard that comp cart out of the North Texas Kart Club in Denton, right behind. He's fifth in line, so third, fourth, and fifth. They'll get burned a little bit on this lap as Tyler Stevens drops back to push Macon Moore, who last time by, decent lap into seventh. This is not the only quick pack on the racetrack. A little further back, you'll find some more drivers working together. They're also putting some good times in. They're headed through turn 6 and 7, the likes of Kelvin Ching, Sally Mott, Bryce Frank. They're 4th, 5th, and 6th. Mikey Bolin, 3rd in the 626 machine, only 600ths off. Very close qualifying times. Here's that group. Kelvin Ching leads them out of turn number 11.
Yeah, this racing is going to be super duper close. I mean, these guys are all drafting with each other, and I think they're going to start working together and hopefully get faster.
And we'll see that. We saw a 3-wide finish coming to the line back here for the second stop of the season. Ching was the big-time winner. 3 wide across the line. Huge run for him. Here they go on this time by. What a good lap for that group. Ching, Mott, Frank, all into the top 5. Mikey Bolin's lap was quick in the 626. He goes third, but Sally Mott, one of the many SpeedSportz Racing Park local drivers here. She's traveled the entire Texas Sprint Racing Series season. She is third in the line. She just went purple, a 1:02.54 and a 10.5 up on Bryce Frank and Mikey Bolin.
I know that Sally Mott's been working super hard, testing a whole lot here, and I think that's going to play out really well for her. I think she's going to have a great weekend.
Yeah, in contention for the club championship, in contention for a top 5 result in the point standings if the weekend goes her way. So she's in that bright red and white Bureau art at the end of this group of 3. Ching leading them, doing a good job. It's at least going to put him in a good spot for qualifying while he tows them around, but they will get shuffled. So Caden Wolf now jumps into second as that other group we were following came across the stripe. Couple of good laps for them. Drew Chappell hopped into the top 5. He's pulling double duty, I believe, this week in 206 Senior, presented by Cruise Racing Development and the Exertech KA100 Senior class. Across the stripe this time for that group, Mikey Bolin aboard that red speed will go quickest. So Bolin goes a little faster, pushing Kelvin Ching. They go to the top at a 102.53. 100th of a second quicker than Mott the lap before, and only 200ths quicker for Mott over Caden Wolf in the 6:22. Man, are they close here at the top of the boards in 206 qualifying. 31 thousandths of a second for your top 4.
Yeah, I mean, it's a great lap for making more. It looks like, or Mikey Bolin, I'm sorry. And it looks like they bobbled up in that previous lap, and maybe it could have thrown them off just a little bit, but it's still a great lap.
Yeah, they're hooked up again, so they could be on for one more good shot at the pole against Kelvin Ching, also one of the many Houston locals here this weekend, has to travel the full season, so it's home turf for him, just like it is for Mott. Mikey Bolin pushing him around. Braxton Tregg that time got a good lap together. 684, the 684 to the top at a 102.51. Does this group do any bit better on their 6th lap across the stripe? They're just going to get it under the gun. 15 seconds to go in qualifying across the stripe. Ching, Mott, Bolin, all quicker. Mott to the top at a 102.43.
Yeah, I definitely expected that. She's getting the best out of this draft. I mean, following 2 carts down the straightaway is much better than following just one.
And they're catching this pairing just up the road from them. That'll give them some extra tow for Ching and for Bolin. So we'll see as the checkered flag flies how this group fares on their final circuit. With the group this close in qualifying and the draft making the difference, it is so crucial to get a good starting spot because the field is evenly matched. You could start 10th, run the same laps as the leaders. You won't go quicker than them, but if they start ahead of you, they work together, you won't catch them. This session could really set the pace for the entire weekend, but they caught those a little bit of slower traffic too early in the lap. They're all going to go wide. Ching, Bolin, and Mott, that'll burn their 7th lap. The good news, that other group, Tregg, Wolf, Chappell, they did not improve on their final lap either. So unless they somehow got a miracle and Ching's going to pass with help from Bolin on the final circuit to go quicker, I don't think it will be. Across the line, no change for any of them. Sally Mott in the 6:01 Bureau Art will hold the pole position. 500ths up on Kelvin Ching. Mikey Bolin 3rd. Championship points leader Braxton Tregg clocks in solidly with no practice to 4th, 800ths off the pole, just over a 10th off the top spot for Caden Wolf in 5th, Bryce Frank 6th, Drew Chappell 7th, Tyler Stevens 8th, Macon Moore 9th, Landon Milson rounds out the top 10, then Ibrahim Dean, Jahan Davis, Paul Braden, Kurt Goodson, Luke Waller, James Holmes, and Ethan Wolf, no times turned for them here in 206 Senior qualifying. So they will be starting from the tail if they start, if they're not scratches for the field in their first heat race and their second heat race on the weekend, because it's static grids for tonight and into tomorrow afternoon. That second heat race, that'll be a completely different racetrack for them. They're going to be going green with the first session at 3:30, running those heats up until 7 p.m. It will not look as beautiful as this skyline does right now here at 7:40. It'll be a very hot heat number 2. So what you're learning in qualifying and what the track's going to be like later for heat number 1, that really will only matter for the main event setup, because those guys that were practicing earlier today that Braxton Tregg was not, they might have learned some things for the heat of the day that'll matter in that second heat race tomorrow. It's a different racetrack.
It's like that Vegas effect, like when you're in the AM, PM session, you're in the AM all day, but then you're not preparing for maybe that PM session you're going to get for the final. Everything, all the work you're doing doesn't really apply to that one outlier race.
Yeah, so again, it goes back to like what you're saying, kind of assuming that the grip will be a little bit different, either higher or lower. Where do your tire pressures need to be? That's a big part. Obviously, you want to hit the right mark. You could be 1 pound of air too high, too low. It can make a major difference over the course of a sprint race here of the cart either never fully coming to the peak pressure you want it to be at peak heat, or coming in too early. And when the cart really hits its stride on lap 3, lap 4, it almost deflates you as a driver, because you're not going any faster. Everyone else will be. You're going to be fighting to hang on and probably fading a little bit backwards.
Yeah, it's a huge fine balance that you got to get. I know in those early sessions tomorrow, the track's going to be super greasy and it's going to be a whole completely different.
It'll be massively different. But the lights are on here at SpeedSportz Racing Park as we get set for group number 5, KA100 Junior, presented by 4T Concrete Pumping. So we've got 4 groups in the book so far, 5 still to come for qualifying, and they're all going to come out in a massive gaggle out of the pit lane. A couple of the Arcane Motorsports OTKs. Look at that. There's some underglow. We were hoping to see that. It's on, I believe, Justin Music's cart. And as they go through turns 4 and 5, they're all together. So this is kind of what you don't want to see in qualifying. You want a little bit of a pack. You want some fast guys to run with to get a draft. You don't want the whole field all together because you're going to be braking and in traffic the entire session.
Mm-hmm. You're going to keep fumbling over each other. Uh-oh.
Oh, we got a spinner. That is the 898 Red Speed. Try and identify who we've got there that's gone around in the 4T Concrete Pumping K100 Junior class. That's Matthew Duquette, who spins on the opening circuit in turn 6. And while that group out front was all kind of packed up in an awkward way, this second group might be a little bit better. Or actually, I flipped them here. Here's the first group coming into the final corner. There was a group heading late out of the grid to try and get away from the madness. Now it's all cycled out. Here we go across the line. Justin Music will be the first driver towards the line. He will set a gap or an initial pace at a 101.453. Then back to Graham Tremmel in that Viral Art for the Texas Red Army. Jake French and Mark French's operation. They are second in the line. He's in a great spot here for lap number 2, trailing off Justin Music. Look at that gap get cut down. 5 car lengths all the way down to a car length and a half at the end of the back straightaway.
Yeah, I mean, I think I like Justin Music for this weekend. He looks super fast through all the practice sessions. I think that if he just keeps it together and hits his marks consistently, I think he's going to have a good result this weekend.
Yeah, well, I will say Justin Music, as he heads over to turns 8, 9, and 10, here's that lead other group coming across the line. Here's a big pack of them. Landon Skinner, Diego Guillo working together. Their first laps put them 7th and 8th. Davis Cunningham a little bit quicker. Cooper Shipman and Elio Meza, the Iron Rock Motorsports Tony Karts. Elio Meza recently crowned national champion. His first career national title came last weekend in Newcastle, Indiana. That's going to be a big boost of confidence here coming to Houston.
Oh, for sure. Meza is definitely one of the best drivers in Texas, for sure, and he's completely deserving of that championship.
And he's going to be one to watch as he graduates up the ranks. I'm not sure where he will land next year, if he'll be looking to jump up into the senior class, if he'll run another year in junior. I think he's probably at the option, judging by where he's been and the number of years he's had in the junior class. I don't know for certain where he'll be in 2023 to crown off the 2022 season. Already a national title. You come in with a little extra swagger when you get a result like that to back down to a regional series event.
Yeah, it's nice because then you can take it just like a Cub race. You're just fighting for the win and not really worrying about anything else, not really trying to be too safe. You're really going to put all the cards on the table and really play for it.
Look at the sparks flying through the chicane. Such a cool aspect of night racing as well. You get the underglow from the glow sticks some of the kids will put on their go-karts, some of the adults as well, but you see the sparks fly when they ground out off the bottom of the pavement. They clip the curbs quite a bit here at SpeedSportz Racing Park as we see Music there headed into turns 1 and 2. Little shot there as some more sparks fly from the drivers. You just kind of get your right side of your inside tire up on the curbs there. You're not flying them per se, but that helps rotate the cart a little bit and also helps position you further to the outside apex to set up for the next corner in that S's section. So it's critical to really get through this, almost like a rhythm lane, really, to describe it in turns 1 through 5, Riley, because how you get through 2, sets up for 3, sets up for 4, into the double apex here. You don't want to get kind of caught out. If you make a mistake, it really throws off 4 corners, not just 1, and then vice versa. You hit the first one right, you got to hit the next few. It's a little easier because it's all in one go, really.
Yeah, I mean, it's all a chain reaction. The entry to 3 is one of the most crucial turns on the track because if you don't get a good exit there, then you're pretty much done down the straightaway.
Well, here's a good look at Cooper Shipman's Iron Rock Tony Kart leading the young lady in behind him aboard the ACI Mexico entry. That is going to be Ivana Richards as she exits turn number 11. So the two of them nose to tail. Now coming into the weekend, because Elio Meza and Cooper Shipman were absent in Amarillo, they dropped down the championship standings. It's given Landon Skinner in the Aiden Rudolph Racing Academy OTK a 158-point gap on them coming into the season finale. Diego Guillo trails another 100 points back. Oscar Iliff, I don't know if he's on the entry list here for this weekend. He was up at the Nationals last week. He's on the entry list of the 22-driver KA Junior field, but has not turned a lap. So he may be a scratch on the weekend, but he came in the top 5 in the standings. We go back to where everybody lands right now, lap time wise. Meza still your fastest. Santiago Duran. They're one of the, again, many members of the SpeedSportz Racing Park here in North Houston. Got a garage pitted out back. Such a comfortable pit area when you're able to pit out of the garages. It's, you just go back at the end of the day, close the door, go home. No packing, no ratchet straps, no trying to tow a trailer around. That's an extra bit of comfort. And again, going back to confidence into the weekend, a lot of laps around here. Santiago Duran's Aiden Rudolph Racing Academy OTK has him second. Skinner, his teammate, in third. Guillo in fourth. Justin Music aboard the Arcane Motorsports Tony Kart. He's down in fifth. 5 minutes complete, 2 to go. Christian Gardino moves up the order. He gets to fifth. Music bumped to sixth. Out of the final corner, here's the group with a couple of them. Landon Skinner. I believe that's Diego Guillo as well across the line. And indeed, Guillo, a little quicker. 55-54, jumps to third. Skinner to fourth. Duran holds on to second. Everybody's still 2/10 off of Elio Meza at the moment.
Yeah, Mesa is definitely tough to beat. I like to see Duran pulling in those good laps. He hasn't really had the best weekend back in Amarillo, but I think he's really down to bounce back this weekend.
Let's see what he can do here in Houston. So they're coming to the final minute and a half. They'll get 1 to 2 more laps, depending on how much of a gap they gave themselves coming off the grid, because that 7-minute timer waits for no one. As soon as it hits, checkered flag will fly. 1 minute to go. These guys will get 1, probably 2 more laps. For this group we're following, with Guillo leading Skinner and 1 more in tow. Another one of the AR Academy drivers, I believe. That might be Preston Pico, actually, in the 899. As they come out of the final turn, little bobble for Landon Skinner. He'll get the tow down the front stretch. This will be a good lap for Guillo if it holds. Guillo third, Skinner fourth. Santiago Duran, actually, the driver at the end of the grouping. My mistake. Duran still second, trailing off them. 2.5 tenths now to find as Meza's dropped down to a 55 flat. He might break the 54-second barrier, and now Guillo is going to let Duran by. Unfortunately, it might be a little bit too late because they've only got 20 seconds left. So this burner of a lap that he's throwing away to try and get a gap will go to waste. There's Justin Music across the line. Lap 7. He can do no better than fifth. 55-73 for the 852.
Yeah, Music put in a good lap, but you'd see that I'm not sure why they broke apart in that 3-car gap. It just ruined all of their laps pretty much.
Yeah, again, this goes back to managing the session. You got to kind of calculate in the pit area, be a little strategic, be like, all right, 7 minutes. At most, I'm getting 7 laps. Keep an eye on your micron or your mechanic on the stand or your parent to let you know when you're at lap 3 or 4. If you want to back off and get a new gap, do that midway through the session. They did that on lap 7. They will not get a lap number 8. So for Diego Guillo, Santiago Duran, and Landon Skinner, no improvement on the final lap for them. Laps 3 or second, third, and fourth. Meza did not go quicker on his final lap. He faded off a little bit, but that 55 flat still holding comfortably as the checkered flag flies. So for Elio Meza, a 55-0-6-1. Santiago Duran, Diego Guillo, Landon Skinner, Reagan Seville. Late lap there, lap number 7. He gets into the top 5. Music back to 6. Preston Pico 7th. Christian Gardino in 8th. Davis Cunningham 9th. Graham Tremmel, 8 laps for him. He was able to be one of the first ones out and take the most of it aboard the Burrell Art. And he ends up in 10th at a 56 flat with about 9.5 tenths to trail to Elio Meza. So a bit of a bigger spread through this grid than what we saw in the previous class for the 206 seniors. But KA juniors wrapped up. Should be a big class. Exciting to watch. And now I think it's about time we can officially say we are at night. The sun is down. The sky is dark. The lights are bright. Here's a good look at the High Five Motorsports pit. If we can switch over to them. Look at the lights in the pit area here. It is lit up. The fence line is lined. You got some spectators here in Houston. They're going to be treated to a really good show and a cool temperature night race for sure. I mean, what a great place to watch from. You've been on that side of the racetrack. You've raced here at SpeedSportz Racing Park. Great viewing points from all around the racetrack.
Oh yeah, for sure. It's just a nice looking track. I mean, the facilities here are super nice and clean, and the track is one of my favorites in the country.
Yeah, it's an awesome facility here. And again, what a great look into the pit area for the High Five Performance Tony Kart operation. They've got quite a few drivers here this weekend. Of course, some of their major contenders in KA100 Senior presented by Exertech. We saw that heroic drive from Peyton Phillips back up through the field after he got knocked off the racetrack early on in the main event in Amarillo. Drove back through, took the blame on himself. He said, man, we've got such a great operation here. The High Five guys gave him a perfect go-kart, and he just wasn't able to perform. It was hard on himself, but he was second. He still had a great run, and, man, it would be a big wave of momentum for him to get that final win of the season, go into the offseason, because you know this, Riley, as well as anybody. When you have a bad race and you have a big gap after it, that just plays back in your head over and over again. So the drivers who win, I mean, this is a huge boost of confidence before we get back with the season underway in March. For the guys that come up a little bit short, they're going to be kind of beating themselves up a little bit over it for months to come over the lengthy offseason.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, I know firsthand it's not fun having a bad race and going to the next one with that same mentality. It doesn't help you at all. I mean, you just got to stay positive and got to know that you're good. You got to know that you're fast and you're able to hit your marks and be consistent.
Yeah, they're going to be laying it all on the line here to try and hope that there's nothing left on the table to go into that lengthy offseason from the Texas Sprint Racing Series. Couple of the dates already locked in for next year. We're set to, of course, return to NOLA Motorsports Park prior to the SCUSA Pro Tour for the season. That was a massive event with all the major pro race teams from around the country joining us to warm up for the SuperKarts USA season opener. And it kicks off the season with a very competitive grouping. And then we go through the rest of the year with still really solid turnouts for the Texas, Louisiana, and Oklahoma area. So many clubs, so many racetracks around here. You get a strong amount of talent. Like you said, Riley, native Texan, don't get me wrong, you're a little biased, but we do have a lot of talent here in this region.
Oh, yeah. I mean, the racing's always good, and a lot of great drivers that come through here. It's always so much fun to watch them, especially at a night race like this. It's just great.
Yeah, it's awesome here. So here's some of the Cruise Racing Development drivers, or one of them, leading the way across the start-finish line to begin qualifying, put the first laps on down. That is going to be a couple. Tristan Young, Noah Gibson there in frame, headed over to turns 2, 3, 4, and 5, and down the back straightaway in the Ferris Mowers 206 Cadet class. 13 drivers on the grid for this one. A solid turnout for the season finale. We see Jackson Young coming across here to start his laps. Paxton Dyson, Aston Wyatt. A lot of crossover, especially the Microswift kids. The interesting part of the 206 Cadet class, because there is no 206 Cadet Micro or Rookie. So this is a blend of some of the top Mini Swift drivers, or really, you don't see as many of the Mini Swift drivers having crossover from the top of that class. You'll see the midfield or younger drivers just moving into the Aiden Rudolph Racing Academy Mini Swift division, jumping into 206 Cadet, and the top drivers from Micro getting double track time. So they're getting a little bit of a taste of what the next age group's like, because it's a mix of both.
Oh, yeah. I mean, it's great to have that extra track time, too, when you're doing double duty like that. I mean, it just does kind of suck that you have to buy 2 carts, but it's still a great opportunity for them to gain some experience, and it really does help on every other class that they do.
Yeah, I mean, again, you're getting a gauge of the racetrack every hour, whereas running one class, you're getting it every 2 hours. Track dynamics are going to massively change as the night slowly cools off more and more. Rubber's obviously getting laid down in qualifying. So when you're out there, granted, you're on a different package, so your setup's a little bit different. Obviously, your throttle, your braking, your steering inputs slightly change, really, especially the braking distance and markers. So you got to keep that in mind. But that being said, it is an advantage being able to run 2 classes for more seat time, because you come into that, you come back and forth into each one with a little bit of a bigger notebook of what to expect in the opening few laps, during the duration of the race, especially tire pressure. Again, that's such a key in this sport, tire pressure, hitting the right marker of where to be, and you get such a better, gauge of where you should be by being able to get on the racetrack once an hour versus once every 2 hours.
I mean, it's a great gauge for the mechanics to really hone in that tire pressure that they need for the races. It's also just a great opportunity for them to learn how to adjust to different setups and different carts, and how the track reacts differently between each session.
Well, let's take a look at where the championship standings are coming in here as we watch Aston Wyatt leading this grouping into the final couple corners. Again, Wyatt, we already saw him once in the Microswift class. Here he is in 206 Cadet, leading a trio across the line. Where will they lock in? Jackson Young, a 101.30. Wyatt, a 101.8. Tyrone Kemper Jr. and Paxton Dyson in that little pairing with him. So Paxton Dyson right behind. He slots into 5th. Kemper Jr. to 4th. Wyatt 3rd. Derek Wargo ties for the pole, working together with Jackson Young in the 270. So the number 2 and the number 270 machines are 1st and 2nd in a dead tie across the line. With that's only will happen in qualifying. Really, those tie lap times are at least more common than anywhere else on a racetrack like this, where the draft is key, because you can imagine they started the lap hooked up bumper to bumper, they ended it hooked up, so they're going to run the exact same time, and makes timing and scoring scratch their heads a little bit to try and decide how they line them up for the race if it stays like that. But one little mistake and it'll just kind of split them up either way.
Oh, yeah, man. They are tied right now, but I do expect one to pip the other by the end of the session. I mean, their tires are still getting better, and I think they're going to keep learning a little bit more and more as the session goes on.
Well, let's see with this group, if they can knock them off. That time by, again, they're going to go a little better. 101.1 for Wargo and Young. Just behind them on the racetrack, Aston Wyatt, Tyrone Kemper Jr., Paxton Dyson, They remain third, fourth, and fifth with about 4/10 to find. So let's pick them up. Here's one other grouping just up the road from them. That is going to be, again, one of those Cruise Race Development entries. I think that's Noah Gibson along with potentially Tristan Young in the 223. No, it's the 224, Chris Tracy. So Chris Tracy in the 224. And we'll see who is running with him. I believe maybe it's Sawyer Chambers in the 225. But Sawyer and Josie Chambers, they're 8th and 9th. Thomas Smith in the that's Thomas Smith, sorry, in the 209 Nitro car. So Thomas Smith and Chris Tracy running together. They'll come out of the final corner across the line to put 5 laps in the books. Where do they stack up? They are 6th and 7th right now. They will stay 6th and 7th. No improvement for them as Smith leads them into 3, 4, and 5.
Yeah, I think we're at that point in the session that we're going to start not seeing those green dots anymore on the lap times. I think that I think everybody started to hit their plateau, but it will be interesting to see.
Yeah, that time at least Derek Largo and Jackson Young went quicker. Paxton Dyson, Aston Wyatt, Tyrone Kemper Jr. going in on that commentator's curse. You said they won't get quicker? All the top 5 gets a little bit quicker.
I was wrong.
Yeah, well, that'll happen here. Across the line for another grouping. This is going to be the 225 Sawyer Chambers and Josie Chambers, I believe. Headed through 3, 4, and 5. They remain 8th and 9th. No major improvements for them. Josie improves a little bit. Still about a half-tenth off as they go down the backstretch for Thomas Smith and Chris Tracy down to turn number 6. A little shot there to the back, a little bit of bump drafting to try and go a bit faster. We're coming up on the final bit. 45 seconds to go in 206 Cadet qualifying presented by Ferris Mowers. Again, coming into the weekend, it was a healthy point lead for Jackson Young. 130 points, 129 to be exact, over Derek Wargo. 230 back to Paxton Dyson. Braden Westfall, exactly 1 race back, 300 points out of the lead. Aston Wyatt, 12 back from him, 312 back from the lead. So the top 2 in the championship working together in qualifying. That'll put them both in the front row for both heat races. We look to the schedule. K100 Master, presented by Kart Racing Solutions. Kind of a sleeper class, really. It's provided some really good racing for the older gentlemen as they've got quite a big turnout once again here to clear out the weekend. Miguel Mir, Robbie Mott, plenty of talent in that field and veterans in racing, and they've put on some pretty good races over the course of the season.
I expect nothing less this weekend either. These guys race hard, but they race smart, and it's super duper fun to watch them go at it with each other. I think it's going to be super tight this weekend. I talked to a couple of the drivers. They did say that it's looking quite tight.
It is a 10th and a quarter in final practice. James Lundberg was the quickest, so he'll lead them into qualifying. Checkered flag in the air for Ferris Mowers, presented by 206 Cadet, presented by Ferris Mowers. Jackson Young, a 1:69, 5 1,000s up on Derek Wargo, and so the points leader. No improvement for either one on the final lap. They'll stay where they are. Paxton Dyson, close. Ooh. He'll get bested by Aston Wyatt on the final lap by about 0.02 of a second. So a very small margin for both as they improve, keep the distance back to Tyrone Kemper Jr. He falls to 5th and looks like he will stay there. Thomas Smith and Chris Tracy got a little better on their final laps, 6th and 7th. Josie Chambers 8th. Sawyer Chambers in 9th. Tristan Young 10th. Noah Gibson, Benton Hale, Braden Westfall, no laps turned here in this one after entering this championship weekend in the top 5 in the standings. Don't know if, again, he'll be like the likes of Tyler Roberts, who will start from the tail in heat number 1, or if he'll be a scratch for the weekend. But that's 6 classes completed for qualifying. 3 more coming your way. KA Master, presented by Kart Racing Solution, is next up. Then it'll be 206 Junior, presented by Seville Electric. Exertech K1 Senior will go out for qualifying shortly after at 8:20 p.m. Eastern local time, and at 9:30 or 8:20 Central, 9:30 p.m. Eastern, 8:30 here local time. Heat racing gets underway. So stick with us, folks. More to come from the Texas Sprint Racing Series finale from the SpeedSportz Racing Park in North Houston. Xander Clements alongside Riley Can for the call. Qualifying almost wrapped. A few more sessions to come, and heat racing set to go right after that.
Kart Store USA is a kart parts supplier that racers and retailers can count on when they need reliable advice and service. We focus on servicing all racers with honesty and pride while maintaining customer satisfaction. We carry a full stock of Kart Republic and Tony Kart chassis, as well as IAMI and Vortex Rock engines. We've also got a host of other parts available and in stock, such as products from Rev Performance Materials, Jecco Racing Seats, and more. We have a 100% satisfaction guarantee, and on top of that, if your order exceeds $200, shipping is on us. Check out all we have to offer today by visiting us online at kartstore-usa.com. Parallel USA, a top-level performance team with unmatched hospitality, offering a full-service driver development program with year-round testing available in Miami, Florida, and the official North America racing team of Parallel Racing Chassis. Chassis and parts available at ParallelinUSA.com. If you're looking for top-grade equipment, look no further than Rev Performance Materials, engine mounts, sprockets, and arcade chains. Available online now at RevPerformanceMaterials.com and through a dealer near you. The highest quality material, built to the highest quality standards. Rev Performance Materials.
Welcome back here to SpeedSportz Racing Park. We are green with KA100 Master qualifying, presented by Kart Racing Solutions. 2 laps complete so far. Miguel Mir, your quickest driver aboard the #1 Cruise Racing Development OTK. He will get bested this time, just for a moment, by Robbie Mott, then goes better, then James Lundberg aboard the Burrell Art for the Aiden Rudolph Racing Academy team goes quickest, the first driver in the 56-second bracket. So the Lando Norris Kart CRD #1, Miguel Mir, the reigning champ, P2 with a little more ground to find. He's half a tenth off of Lundberg. Morgan LeBaron, a little bit off in final practice. He's found some speed. He is third. Mott fourth. Vincent Clement rounds out the current top 5s.
Yeah, I think these top 4 guys, they've been so close all year, and I really think that 3 of them, this is their home track, and I think they're going to bring the fight to Miguel for sure.
We'll see how it goes down. Miguel Mir leading that group. He's a little bit out of the drafting range, a little bit out from the driver in front of him, as well as he heads into the final couple of corners. And then behind him, like we've seen, both James Lundberg and I believe Morgan LeBaron aboard the Burrell Arts are nose to tail. So where do they stack up across the line? Mir, 56.72, 56.57. Morgan LeBaron goes a tenth and a half better, so he pulls off a heater here on lap number 4, just behind Miguel Mir. You can see Robbie Mott's up the road, and here's LeBaron and James Lundberg working together down the back straightaway to turn number 6.
That draft is so crucial, and they're just getting maybe just a little bit from Miguel in the front, and maybe Miguel might be getting some from Robbie Mott here in the front of him. So we'll see how that turns out.
Yeah, let's see. So it looked like he backed off a little bit that time. I believe LeBaron's the second in line. I think Lundberg leading that group. We'll pick up some more coming back behind them. This is going to be one of the CRD entries. Another Burrell Art and another Comp Card, and then the Red Speed option just behind him as well. So we'll see who we've got here. I believe one of them might be Doug Foxworth in that 233 Comp Cart heading into the final couple of corners. This is going to be the group kind of at the end of the top 10. Dex Nakeen there in the 225. He is 6th. Lundberg goes quickest at a 56.57. LeBaron gets bumped back a little ways. And that's going to be Kyle Walther in the 210 in that group as well. He is 9th. So Foxworth drops down to 8th. Nakeen, 7th. Vincent Clement improves on that lap. He goes to 6th. Shane Burkett remains inside the top 5 at a 57 flat. But Morgan LeBaron and James Lundberg, 0.02 of a second apart right now. They are top of the boards. 5 laps in, a minute and a half to go here in qualifying for KA Masters.
Yeah, I mean, you see LeBaron and Lundberg working together so well. They definitely are teammates. And I think Lundberg's been a little bit of a dark horse all year, and I think that this race could really be his wake-up call.
It's so impressive for James Lundberg. He's one of the taller drivers in the class to be able to put the laps together that he does and be competitive. As we watch DJ Ortiz there in the Kart Racing Solutions Tony Kart headed into the final couple corners. Got one more driver trailing him. DJ's down in 12th. Little speed to be found. Vincent Clement 4th. 56.84 goes a little better on lap 6. Robbie Mott improves as well. No change in position. He stays down in the 5th spot, though. Lundberg's good lap at a 56.5. Might not go any better. Here is Robbie Mott going into turn number 6. Was in contention through Amarillo. Was a contender, of course, in New Orleans early in the year. And you can see that whole pack of fours just kind of tightening up. Miguel Mears closing in. Mir could be on a really good final lap. Could be a really good final lap for James Lundberg if he gets it off. Mir coming to the line. So final time through, I believe. I don't think they'll get to the stripe in time to avoid getting beat by the bell of the checkered flag. Mir's going to let Lundberg go through. Oh, and he's frustrated. I'm sure he was hoping for a little better. He sees the checkered flag. Oh, that's going to do it. So I think this might put him at a frustrated point, or he was thinking the checkered's going to come. It will not. So Mir could be in a decent spot to start this final lap, but he's giving up the toe in giving up lap number 7 in the process. No changes in that group. Checkered coming out now. So here we go down the backstretch. Final time for James Lundberg and Morgan LeBaron aboard the Borels. Down at turn 6, single file, no pass. This will be the opportunity for LeBaron, and really just trying to hang on for James Lundberg right in there as well. Robbie Mott still looking for more through turn 7. Turn 8 now into turn number 9. Again, it's only 2000s, but they haven't got any better since laps 4 and 5.
Yeah, I know this is not going as well as Robbie Mott might have hoped, and I know that he has quite a few laps on here, but right now he's just punching his own air. It is not really doing him much of a service.
Yeah, let's see them come over towards the final few turns, working their way into the last hairpin and out of the final corners. Last time across the stripe, Mott currently 5th. Does he go any better? He does not. Neither does Lundberg or LeBaron. Mir pulled in, knew his 8th lap would not be an improvement. Saved the session. Vincent Clement does not improve. And that does it for KA Master, presented by Kart Racing Solutions. So nothing for James Lundberg. And on home turf, the 230 Bureau Art for the Aiden Rudolph Racing Academy team goes to the top, puts it both a Red Army lockout of the front row with Lundberg and LeBaron. Miguel Mir 3rd, Clement, Mott, Neil Faulkner ends in 6th, Shane Burkett 7th, Kyle Walther 8th, Dexton Akeen 9th, Doug Foxworth rounds out the top 10 just ahead of class sponsor Mr. Kart Racing Solutions himself, DJ Ortiz in 11th. So then 206 Junior, presented by Seville Electric, set to go onto the circuit next. And then your KA100 Seniors presented by Exertec. Let's take a look at the championship standings here. Coming into the weekend for KA100 Master, relatively close behind Miguel Mir as he enters the weekend with a 134-point gap over Robbie Mott. Morgan LeBaron, about 36 back from Mott, so that'll be an improvement. And 10-point bonus for James Lundberg getting the pole. Marks him away only 32 back entering the weekend from LeBaron. Add 10 points or take 10 points away from that deficit. He now is 22 points back going into the heats. And then it's about another 200 points back to DJ Ortiz. So you have an outside shot at the championship if anyone can best Miguel Mir over the course of the week. But really, it'll be a fight for second. Only about 50 points now going into heats 1 and 2 in the main event between Robbie Mott, Morgan LeBaron, and James Lundberg, 2nd, 3rd, and 4th for the season finale of the Texas Sprint Racing Series. If you're just now tuning in, again, my name's Xander Clements. Alongside me, Riley Can for the call of the weekend as the engines are fired for the Seville Electric 206 Junior class. One of the bigger turnouts we've seen for them this year at 9 drivers. A slow growth for the division over the course of the season. Normally you see classes kind of fall off by the end of the year. It's cool to see them pick up a couple extra entries on the final race of the season, and I do see some more underglow on a couple karts there in that pack, Riley.
Woo! Yeah, I mean, I know these guys, the numbers might not be the biggest, but I know they know how to put on a race. I mean, the races have been exciting all year, and I don't think it's going to stop here either.
Yeah, I don't think so at all. They've had some really, really good battling, and again, the drafting will be massive in this group. So Reagan Seville has been the class of the field this season. This weekend here, as he looks to close out that championship, the draft might, and really the home track advantage for a handful of drivers might kind of tighten the field up, because we all know as the more practice days get together, more drivers can slowly put a good lap on. Reagan Seville is a top-level talent in Texas here. He will be in contention, no doubt, in that KA100 Junior class. This one kind of be in the latter division. You could have kind of an argument. You've got kind of a two-tiered system between 206 as the entry-level classes and your K100 and your Mini and Micro Swift being the more pro version, a little more competitive, obviously a little more expensive, a little bit faster. So for Reagan Seville, a top guy in that class, he goes to 206 Junior to a track like Amarillo where no one has any laps besides that weekend. The gap's going to be pretty massive. But we go to SpeedSportz, hosts a very active club series, lots of open practice days. I'd imagine we'll see a little bit tighter of a timesheet.
And I think that's what makes racing here so tight and so exciting, just because a lot of the drivers here have a ton of laps. I mean, I know personally, like I've been here many times just to test and practice and get ready for these races. And I think for these guys, it's no different. You come in here, you always know it's going to be tight.
Yeah, you know it'll be really close. So, and we see that on the opening lap. Alfred Alvarez, Dale Castillo, and the Kart Racing Solutions Tony Kart. He's quickest initially. Sawyer Roussel is second. Shelby Ramirez third. Calvin Cooper fourth. Jensen Harrell, Weston Criddle, Seville, Joseph McCrate, and Philip Weingart yet to turn a lap so far in qualifying. We'll see if they do. But here's Alfred Alvarez, Del Castillo leading a pairing into the final couple corners here in qualifying, coming to put 2 laps complete. And it gives us time while they slowly get up to speed and hit the peak lap on lap 4 to 6 is what we've seen so far in these sessions. Lap 2 for Roussel and Del Castillo. Pretty solid, 104.62, 104.78, about a second up on the field. Let's take a look at where the standings come into the weekend in the Exertech K100 Senior class, set to come with 25 plus drivers on the grid to close out the championship. Of course, Alex Stanfield, what a year he's had. 2 main event wins on this, 3 main event wins on the season coming into this weekend. 1 in New Orleans, goes over to North Texas Carters, wins over there, wins as well. Of course, on the weekend, not a win at North Texas Carters. That one, yes, sorry. I'm almost mixed up there. Win at North Texas Carters, but then a win on the weekend at the opening weekend in New Orleans. A solid weekend at SpeedSportz for round 2. Aiden Rudolph got the win there, but 2 wins out of 4 events on the season. Consistent runs on the podium every single event. Winner in Amarillo. So he's got such a solid championship points lead coming on in over Aiden Rudolph and company. 312. He's out of range. He could miss the entire weekend. 310 points up for grabs. If Aiden Rudolph maxed points, he still would go 2 points short. So it's all really but just an unsportsmanlike DQ that would take him out of contention for the championship.
Yeah, I mean, you don't want to see that, obviously, but I know that they might not be thinking about the championship like that anymore, but I know that these guys, their big egos, I know they're going to put on an exciting race.
And then you go back from him, though, it is very tight. Aiden Rudolph only enters the weekend 7 points up on Peyton Phillips for that second spot in the championship. It's 64 back to Vinny Miskelis out of the DFW area for a number of those drivers here. Rudolph, the lone Houston-based driver, then Drew Chappell in the 972. 25 back from Miskelis in the standings in 5th. 408 out of the lead. About 100 points back from Aiden Rudolph. Braden Robertson enters the weekend, still relatively close. He's only 12 back from Chappell. Adrian Cruz about 37 back before drops are factored in. He had a great run at North Texas Carters, his home circuit. And, you talk about drama in that KA senior class. Unfortunately, he was involved in a little too much of it at the end of the weekend in Amarillo. But he enters this weekend here 7th in the standings with an outside shot to get up as high as P2. So 2nd back to 7th in KA senior. Really up for grabs, just like what we'll see in the juniors 206 class with Reagan Seville well out in front of the point standings, but behind him, a lot of shifting could happen depending on the way the heat races and main events go.
Yeah, I mean, it could be a little F1-ified. I mean, I think in this 206 junior class, it's a lot of bit like the Mercedes domination. I know that Reagan Seville has been super duper fast all year and it's been almost unbeatable. And I think that the whole rest of the field is quite tight and really exciting to watch.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see how this goes through qualifying. Sawyer Roussel aboard the Cosmic is the fastest with Alfred Alvarez Del Castillo. They've worked together nicely. This 4-car group right now is 3rd on back. Jensen Harrell, Weston Criddle, Calvin Cooper, Shelby Ramirez all in the pack. They're about 6.5 tenths off the pace of Roussel and Alfred Alvarez Del Castillo. So with a minute and a half to go in qualifying, they've got to hook up and find a little more speed to close the gap to the top 2 drivers that have been drafting together this entire session. Roussel and Alvarez Del Castillo across the line do not go quicker on lap 5. They plateau out at a 103.8 and a 103.9. Where does this group go? Well, they do get faster. Jensen Harrell, a 104.43, still 6 tenths off the lead, half a second away from P2. Weston Criddle, Shelby Ramirez, 4th and 5th. An improvement for Calvin Cooper. He remains down in 6th, though, as he's not able to gain a whole lot of pace on that lap. But what a cool kart here. That is the 413 of Shelby Ramirez. You got LED sticks all up that nose cone, all in the underglow of the side pods. Definitely one of the best in class, I would say. Although Justin Music, he's got a pretty good looking Lando Norris kart.
Yeah, but I love what they're doing with this one. You can see like the steering wheel goes on top of the fairing. I love that look. I love looking at the lights.
Yeah, well, Riley, you've got the attention span of like a 5-year-old with the lights. Anyone's got pretty lights on the go-karts, and that's a big win for you.
Hey, you can't help but watch them, man.
Hey, you know what? Fair point. It does look good. I must say, Shelby Ramirez, cool look. Kudos to her. And Shelby working her way out of the final corner. Let's see it. 30 seconds to go, so they'll get another lap if they want it. This 4-car group's kind of dropped down to 3 as they have left Calvin Cooper in the dust a little bit on this time by. Left Weston Criddle back. And they've all picked up pace. Big lap that time for the grouping. Ramirez jumps to 3rd. Only a half-tenth off Del Castillo and Roussel. So Sawyer Roussel improves to a 103.79, but for a minute, this group looked like they weren't going to be able to get the speed to close to the leaders. They've closed up tremendously. Leading the pack, I believe, is Jensen Harrell. In the middle of the grouping is Calvin Cooper, and Shelby Ramirez 3rd in that line. They're on a good lap. If they would stay pushing each other, they might even be able to contend for the pole.
I mean, I think the big factor with that big time jump that they made was that they weren't playing around with each other anymore. I know that I saw that earlier in the session, they were just bobbling around just a little bit, trying to juggle for space, and I think now they've put everything together, it's settled in a little bit, and now the time's starting to show.
Yeah, they are definitely looking good here. So checkered flag will come this time by, going into the air. Sawyer Roussel and Del Castillo across the line. They'll go side by side. Roussel just holds the top spot barely, 103.65. Where does this second group come? To the line, side by side back behind them. All of them lose some time. They will not improve. Sawyer Roussel had to back it up on that 7th and final lap to hold it. He does so comfortably by half a tenth at that over Alfred Alvarez Del Castillo. Shelby Ramirez and Calvin Cooper then end in 4th. Jensen Harrell, Weston Criddle, Reagan Seville, Joseph McCrate, and Philip Weingart. No laps turned as we take a look over to the High Five Performance Camp. There's a good look at this Cruise Racing Development Group as well we switched to for a moment. Good looks all around in the paddock area. It's lit up. It's night racing. The stadium lights are bright and hot here at SpeedSportz Racing Park. And we've got the Exertech KA100 Seniors set to go. Qualifying for the Texas Sprint Racing Series coming your way. Next up, the headline division.
Looking for a top-level team environment that fits your budget? Look no further than AMAX Racing. We cater to customers around the country who want driver coaching, tuning assistance, hospitality, track support, and a family race environment. Our race schedule is support available at all levels, from club and regional series across the Midwest, top-tier events such as the TKNA Grand Nationals, the U.S. Pro Kart Series, and the Scooter Pro Tour. Whatever level you may be at or want to get to, AMAX Racing can get you there.
I'm Billy Vincent, owner of MPG Motorsports. What we do at MPG is we try to keep it a nice, fun family atmosphere, try to combine sort of the bigger things and of the bigger teams and the professionalism down with sort of some of the fun sort of family-oriented atmosphere. We try to not only develop drivers, but also the parents and the families for just in knowledge in general in motorsports. It all starts in karting. What we try to do is try to help the drivers, the moms, the dads understand the sport of motorsports in general, not just karting, but what it takes to get all the way up through. Whether you end up wanting to be a driver or a mechanic or an engineer, we can help you with that, and that's what we're here for. If you're interested in joining us at MPG, our home base is at Whiteland Raceway Park in Indianapolis, and you can contact us at info@willpowerkart.com, and one of our great people will reach out to you, and we'll try to put the best program together.
Odenthal Racing Products, your #1 producer in engine mounts since 1992, along with our leading-edge designs and product development, such as the Odenthal Racing Products EasyGP camera mount, which comes in 4 different styles and can be used on any karting platform. To see our products online, go to odenthalracing.com.
Here we go. Qualifying for Exertech KA100 Senior. 31 drivers making up the grid this weekend at SpeedSportz Racing Park in North Houston. And you're watching the kid who's grown up here around here, Aiden Rudolph, second in the championship coming into the weekend. He won here earlier this year. He leads the pack out of the final turn to begin lap number 1. Let's see where he's going to drop in ahead of one of the McDonough brothers across the line out of Louisiana for them. First lap, Logan McDonough. Second, Peyton Phillips will bump him back at a 1:66. Rudolph still the quickest so far in the 979 Bureau Art. He'll take him down the back straightaway at 1:62. Talk about a year it's been for Aiden Rudolph on the national and the regional scene. Lots of kind of ups and downs overall. He's been pretty consistent in the Texas Sprint Racing Series. He's had some really good runs on the national circuit. Comes into this weekend here off what was probably a bit of a bummer weekend for him in Newcastle, Indiana. Looking for a pick-me-up, but there's nothing more comfortable than racing at home.
Yeah, I mean, I think he's ready to go. I mean, he's got something to prove now. He's had such a strong performance last year, and like you said, he's had an up and down year, but I think it's time that he's settling in. He's getting his feet set in the senior category, and I think he's ready to put it out.
Yeah, so concluding a rookie season for Aiden Rudolph. Adrian Cruz, second on the timesheets. Now, as Alex Stanfield has gone quickest overall. Stanfield has had a really standout rookie season back in 2021, contended for the championship there. Now he comes into this weekend with a major championship lead. However, he'll get bumped back by everybody as he's one of the last drivers that's left the grid. So across the line for him, down the backstretch for Rudolph. There is Logan McDonough. Behind him, they are currently 3rd and 4th as Braden Robertson on the Arcane Motorsports CRG, a little bit better. Here's Peyton Phillips. He's 3rd in that line, just made a pass back behind him. Quickest, 55.604 for the High Five Performance Tony Kart of Peyton Phillips as he worked his way by, I believe, Brooke Berry, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, no surprise there for Peyton Phillips to go P1. I know that he's super duper fast, and I think that he's really trying to prove something. He had a tough weekend back in Amarillo, but I think he's really ready and settled in.
And he's going to start this lap in a fantastic position. Won't be a good 3rd lap for Phillips, but he's going to start it trailing 4 to 5 car lengths away from Logan McDonough. So if Phillips can put a solid lap together, this could be a real big-time burner for him. 4 to 5 back. You can get a good run out of turns 4 and 5 onto McDonough. You could have a big-time lap this time as we see Braden Robertson working through Barry. So that'll be some traffic for him on this lap. He won't do too much damage on the Arcane CRG. Down at the moment, he's the pull sitter, 55.079 for Robertson. Alex Stanfield 2nd, Phillips 3rd, but I think Phillips could be on a really good lap this time by.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think we can forget about Robertson. I think that he's a bit of a dark horse here. I think he's been super fast all year, and I think he has something to prove this weekend.
Let's see it out of the turn 11 complex. Braden Robertson heads his way towards the final couple turns. I think Peyton Phillips, again, should be on a burner this time. We'll see when he comes across the line just up the road from that Arcane CRG. He's caught up to McDonough. I believe he had to work his way by him, so not the best lap for Peyton Phillips. 55.16 puts him 2nd, doesn't put him on the point. Rudolph still sits 3rd. Alex Stanfield in 4th. 10th and a half for the top 4. Vinny Maskelis rounds out the top 5 as Brooke Berry leads this grouping down the back straightaway behind Braden Robertson. Here comes a few more starting to pull out of line. That's Jake Faulkner dropping back aboard the comp cart machine. He'll let Dylan Town go on by in the TV cart. And he's down in the 8th spot for the 954 behind Adrian Cruz.
Yeah, now Cruz has shown some speed here too this weekend. I know he's been a little bit on the back foot. I'm interested to see how he's going to be able to stack up.
Yeah, let's see. I talked to his mom earlier tonight as they were getting ready for the season-ending banquet. They said, well, we've been on old tires pretty much all weekend. Haven't really got a good gauge of where we'll be. She said the last practice was a little bit better for him. He's hoping for a little more in qualifying. But you do run that risk, of course, not putting on a new set through the practice session, not knowing what it'll look like in when you do put on sticker of Inco tires in qualifying. Only get a few laps to hit a burner. Braden Robertson does 54.878 for the Arcane Motorsports CRG. 2 1/4 tenths up on Aiden Rudolph that time.
Yeah, like I said, he's got something to prove. He knows he has the speed. He's just got to put it all together.
So that'll be a great lap for Braden Robertson. He's going to catch traffic. Already has gone by Logan McDonough. McDonough is right now outside the top 10, looking in, down in 16th for the 923. So he's been passed by a few of the faster drivers. Robertson will not get a good lap this time, having to get by him. But, man, look at that. Peyton Phillips is only a couple cart lengths away. That'll be a great position for Robertson to be in to start what should be the final lap. 6 laps complete this time. Where does Phillips go? Where does Aiden Rudolph go? Rudolph across the stripe. That time by 55.25. No improvement. Miskellis moved up the previous lap into second. Phillips third there on lap 6. Robertson does go even a little quicker with the pass. What a great qualifying session for the senior rookie Braden Robertson down the back straightaway.
He is really laying it down, but I see that Aiden Rudolph is just punching his own air. I wonder why he didn't try to get a draft. It's so crucial here, and especially even in these faster classes.
That's kind of the trade-off. You get a little higher reward if you do get that draft, but a much higher risk as well if you get caught in traffic. So at least with Aiden Rudolph, knowing his pace is good enough to be in the top 5 by himself, that might be the strategy. Just get me a decent starting spot, not caring about that 10-point bonus for the pole award. Look at this, Robertson. He's closing up to Phillips. He is going to be on a heater to close the session. They'll get one more lap if they want it. I don't think he'll need it. At the line, Braden Robertson pulls up closer to Phillips. What time is it going to be? 54.81. Another couple hundredths there for Braden Robertson in the 977.
Yeah, what a great session by him. He is really, really, really putting it down.
Oh, there it is. See, Rudolph's going to pull over.
It's too late.
He'll wait. Yeah, there, Robertson. Oh, Robertson was frustrated that he was pulling out of the line there. Little hip check at him. You see that?
Yeah, you don't want that as a driver, especially later on in the session. Like, you really want to make sure that lap counts, and you don't want any mistakes or anything.
Robertson to the scale line. He's done. Phillips as well. No improvements for either one of them. They'll sit on their laps. 54.81. Robertson hit his good time. He was not going to be a good buddy to Rudolph and give him a tow once he dropped behind him. So he'll pull into the scale line. He's done. No changes there. Alex Stanfield, I believe, may also pull in this time as well. We haven't talked a lot about the championship points leader as the checkered flag flies. It's down at 7th. Yeah. The GWR Tony Kart driver with some work to do here in Houston.
They definitely got some work to do. Definitely not where he wants to be. A little bit of a quiet session from him. Hopefully we'll see something different in the race.
Good final laps here from Drew Chappell. He and Adrian Cruz, they jump into the top 5. 4th for Chappell, 5th for Cruz. Chappell, talk about that, right? Running 2 classes. He got that seat time in 2:06. You got to think that helped him get a good gauge of where they need to be setup-wise for qualifying in KA Senior.
Yeah, I mean, I was talking to his dad before one of the sessions earlier today, and he just got back. He just made this quick decision to come here, and he wasn't even supposed to race, and now he's doing double duty and puts it P4 on the grid. Great job for him.
Awesome stuff for him. So a good shot at the scale line area as the drivers begin to work their way on through. Aiden Rudolph, the first driver to pull on in. He was down the order a little bit at the end of the session. Falls way down, actually, by the time the last times are hit. He was only 0.3 off, down in 11th. That shows you how tight it is. Again, the top 5, Robertson, Vinny Miskellis 2nd, Peyton Phillips 3rd, Drew Chappell 4th, Adrian Cruz 5th. Great lap out of Ethan Arndt in the 949, one of his better qualifying runs on the year. He goes 6th. Stanfield again down in 7th. Logan McDonough 8th. Tyler Stevens 9th. Jake Faulkner 10th. Rudolph in 11th, and I'm sure he's going to be frustrated knowing that he was the one giving a bit of a tow and lead the way for both Braden Robertson and Peyton Phillips. Those two get to go 1st and 3rd. Rudolph down to P11 to start both heat races.
Yeah, he's definitely got to be kicking himself right now. As a tuner and a coach, you don't want to see your driver doing that. You want to get the best lap possible, and you know that best lap is possible behind the draft.
Well, with that here, again, they're all ready to go through the scale line to complete Exertech KA100 Senior. We get set to go racing shortly. Heat racing coming your way as Houston Freightliner and Western Star Micro Swifts are on deck. Aston Wyatt, Emerson Lane in the field are ready to go green.
How you doing? My name is Mike Doty from Mike Doty Racing from Orange County, New York. We're about an hour north of New York City. We're a full-service kart shop that we supply IAME, Rotax, and all rock engines. We sell OTK parts and all the tires for all the different series. We support USBKS, SCUSA, Rotax, which is the Stars and Stripes, and the Rock Winter Tour. What we do is we try to get the drivers better by data, driver coaching, and setup. We have a lot of good drivers that come through our program. We have a lot of experience. I've been doing it for almost 35 years, and we just try to translate that to all our customers.
For more info about Mike Doty Racing, you can contact us at MikeDotyRacing@gmail.com or call us at 845-551-0572.
Welcome back here to SpeedSportz Racing Park. The field is set for the first heat race of the evening. Night racing for the young guns, 7 to 10 years old in the Houston Freightliner Western Star Micro Swift class. Aston Wyatt, Emerson Lane will make up your front row. Liam Nachawati, Pasha Ali, Cade Casper, Colton Stegenberg, row number 3. Alex Chandler and Pato Medina will make up row 4. Paxton Dyson, Aloy Steinbrunner, row 5. The 16 driver grid rounds the final turn, comes down the front stretch into the tram lines. It looks good. It is good. We're racing down in turns 1 and 2, and they'll try to get single file for the lead. The top 2 drivers will, as they're nearly side by side for second, and everybody's going to make it over to 4 and 5 as they rocket down the back straightaway for the first time. Aston Wyatt is your leader down to turn number 6.
Yeah, no surprise there. Aston Wyatt going through turn 1 as the leader. Super clean through that first 3 corners. It usually gets a little hairy when you go through that little chicane.
Yeah, it gets a little bit tight there, especially through 4 and 5. Here's where it kind of opens back up. You see some drivers taking a look down the inside. No passes yet on the opening circuit. Emerson Lane giving a little bit of a gap there to the lead. Good start as well, I believe, from Liam Nachawati. He was able to get up into 3rd, so great start for the inside lane. I think he might be up a couple spots. Pasha Ali in 4th. Cade Casper in the 55, somewhere in the mix there. As across the line, Aston Wyatt will go towards the final corners, come out of the last 2 turns, single file all the way through the field. Here they come towards the front straightaway. 1 lap complete here with just a handful to go in the very short opening few heat races here for the field.
Yeah, these guys are keeping it nice and clean so far. I mean, it's good to see from them that they're racing well together and they're not really trying to make anything stupid crazy. You know, everybody's just trying to settle in and run their best laps.
Yeah, let's see them come down the back straightaway here this time. Single file into turn number 6. Little look down the inside for Cade Casper. He'll make this move stick and gets through for 3rd. Good move for the number 55.
Yeah, great move. Left it late and kept it nice and side by side going into the corner, just exactly how you want to pass somebody.
So there they go, out of 8 and 9. Again, all these heat races here tonight are exactly 12 minutes here, plus, I believe, 2 laps after the end here, the 12 plus 1 or 12 plus 2. So we'll give you an idea where they're at. Don't pay attention to the remaining marker there off the top of the screen. But 12 minutes plus 2 laps, headed into the final few corners this time. Look at this move down the inside. That's one of the Iron Rock Motorsports Tony Kart drivers. I believe that's Alex Chandler. He's going to be up 2 spots at the end of this lap. Great lap here for Alex Chandler. 3 spots gained from his starting spot into the top 5 in 4th at the moment as he hunts down Cade Casper in the 55 machine.
Now, I think we also got to mention Paxton Dyson moving up 3 spots here so far. Great drive from him. Good recovery from qualifying. We know he has the speed and he's got the experience to put in some good laps.
Big line of karts from 4th on back, headed to turn number 6, and that's what our cameras are on. Emerson Lane about a 1.5 seconds up the road, another 1.25 seconds to Aston Wyatt, who's starting to make some headway out front. It's this group back behind on the edge of the top 5 and inside the top 10. We've got our eyeballs on as we watch them go over to turns 10 and 11. Here's Chandler aboard that gray, or that silver, white, and black Tony Kart for the Iron Rock Motorsports camp, just ahead of Liam Nachawati at the Cruise Racing Development Bureau Art. Then we go back from him to Paxton Dyson. Again, like you said, 3 spots gained. Dyson looking. Nice move down the inside for Paxton Dyson. He gets into the top 5.
Caught him sleeping. Threw it in nice and late.
Nachawati trying to go back on him, but he'll be on the outside at the end of the front straightaway, even with drafting help. Oh, but he does get through. Look at this. Back and forth crossover move to turn 4, and it sticks. It looked like he didn't want to go, and the field said, nope, we're pushing you. You're going.
Yeah, sometimes you'll put your nose out, and people behind you will start pushing you and just train you right through.
Well, look at this here. Side-by-side look, and Pasha Ali trying the inside on Colton Stegenberg. he ultimately thinks better of it. Not a great start for Pasha. He's back about 4 spots so far. Talked to his father. He's a bit under the weather. Caught a cold back at the end of the Newcastle U.S. Pro Kart Series finale. See Schneegenberg trying to move that time was on Casper. Doesn't make it. Bumps back to the front bumper of Ali, and they go single file to turn 11. And all the shuffling has allowed Alex Chandler to get further away. In fact, Alex Chandler right now, second quickest on the circuit, only beaten by the leader, Aston Wyatt. So Alex Chandler, he'll be hunting down Cade Casper soon. He was already on the bumper last time by, and he is working him down the front straightaway. Alex Chandler right there on the rear of the 55 of Cade Casper for third, while this group here is fifth on back side by side. Dyson's going to lose his spot. Great move by Colton Schneegenberg through turn 2.
Oh, that's getting hairy through there. It's always so scary going full speed downhill over all the curves, left, right, left. Oh, it's tough.
So a good start for Paxton Dyson, now starting to slide a little bit backwards. Meanwhile, here is the battle for P3. Cade Casper, Alex Chandler, nose to tail. That is the number 55 blue and black machine of Cade Casper, the Iron Rock Tony Kart of Alex Chandler, and the gray, silver, and white machine right behind him. Into 11. No move yet here from Alex. He stays behind, but he's going to need to work by him quickly if he wants a shot at Emerson Lane. He's about a second and a quarter away from him, and he's had a great drive forward. Lots of speed for Alex Chandler. No move into the last turn. This time by it'll be 5 complete, 5 minutes complete as well of the 12 minutes so far in heat number 1.
Yeah, like you said, I mean, Alex Chandler's put in some good laps, and maybe he's just realizing he needs to work with Cade Casper a little bit more. I know that they know that they're both fast, and maybe they can catch Emerson Lane up ahead.
Maybe, but you can see just how close he is through the S's. He's all over him. I think he's got a little more pace in the tank. When does he go out of line? He's going to stay behind him, try and push him down the backstretch. So he won't pull out of line yet, but he might be a little quicker if he does. They gave up about a half-second advantage to Emerson Lane last time by working together. And again, you see those taps in the center of the corner, taps on the exit where he's all over him. That's a sign that it's not just the draft keeping Alex Chandler on the bumper to Cade Casper. He is a little bit faster. Don't know if he's figured that out yet, if he's waiting for some signals from mom or dad or the coach on the sidelines to go, or if he's deciding it's a little better to work together. But at the moment, they are losing some time to the top 2. They're pulling away from the group behind. At least they were. Last lap, they gave up a little bit, but they've got a 2-second barrier. So that gap probably won't be surmounted back from 5th onward, but he might be able to get by him here to go through for third and pull away. They're, again, 5 seconds back from the lead, 2 back from Emerson Lane, just kind of running their own little race at the moment. And at least the good part for Alex Chandler at this point, he's getting to see where his car is a little better or a little worse than Cade Casper, because he's right behind him, can tell when he's closer on him or when Casper pulls a little gap. I think Casper's a little better coming out of 4 and 5, but through a lot of the hairpins here in this switchback section, I think it goes more the way of Alex Chandler when it comes to speed.
Oh, yeah, for sure. I mean, he has to find his right spot. I mean, he can't be too let's say, safe in this. He's got to, think about his best race that he can do, and I think he needs to start moving around a little bit.
Yeah, trying a few different ways. They've tried a few laps working together. That time pulled back 4/10 away from the group behind, which has had a lot more shuffling. Paxton Dyson got through the pack, and something must have exploded back behind them, because he's got a 2 1/4 gap to Liam Nachawati. Colton Schneegenberg still in that group with Pasha Ali. Pato Medina in 9th is not terribly far back from them, but waiting to see if and when Alex Chandler goes by. Simultaneously, Dyson hits his best lap of the session so far. 2.5 seconds up from Liam Nachawati's group here.
Yeah, you see that Alex Chandler loses just a little bit through that last couple corners. Maybe it's just you're not getting out of the corner right, and that could be hurting him going down the straightaway trying to make a pass.
Colton Schneegenberg looking back to Pasha Ali for some help. Here he comes inside, looking for 6th. And he will not get clear. Nachawati staying on the inside into 7, clears himself back.
Oh, great racing. Wheel to wheel. We'd love to see that.
Schneegenberg back on him, runs it wide. This time clear for the 17 machine. Schneegenberg takes that 6th spot away. Does Nachawati answer in the CRD Burrell Art? Stays on the bumper, a little bit sideways going into 11. It'll hurt the momentum here. Pasha Ali gets alongside, and he's going to get help from Pato Medina into the final 2 corners. Ali's almost clear. Nachawati back on him. Here comes the crossover. Ali, nice move. Gets back clear on him. Medina stays behind, and Nachawati loses 2 spots in half a lap.
That's great for Schneegenberg. Now he can just pull away, and hopefully he can catch the guy ahead of him. He has a nice rabbit to chase now, going down the back straightaway, and we'll see.
So through 4 and 5 this time. We're in the second half of heat number 1. 8.5 minutes have elapsed so far. 12 minutes plus 2 laps for the heat races. Nachawani this time in the driver's seat with a big run on Ali, but Pato Medina going to send it down the inside on both of them.
Ooh.
Late move on the brakes from Pato Medina, and he gets a 2-for-1 special in turn number 6.
Just because they're young doesn't mean they can't race, man. That's always so exciting watching these guys.
Up on the wheel, Pato Medina, and it really hurt Pasha Ali. He lost 2 spots in the deal, having to give way to Medina into 11 here. Now Pato Medina takes over that 7th position, and Colton Schneekenberg, he is loving this. He's pulling away there in 6th, safely there, trying to hunt down Paxton Dyson once again. Last time by, gave up a little bit. Look at this in the final corner. Yeah, Medina defending a little. And they're running low on laps now. 9 minutes complete. 3 minutes plus 2 laps to go. It's about 4 to 5 laps remaining as they go side by side across the stripe.
Not a good idea. You don't want to hang it on the outside there. Oh.
It works.
Did a little slide job through turn 2.
Yeah, right across the bumper of Pato Medina for Liam Nachawati. So he's back to 7th. Here comes Medina, though. He's showing he's not afraid to go down the inside on the end of the backstretch.
Another one.
Here he comes again. Deep on the brakes. Turn 6, side by side.
Sent it.
Wheel to wheel, and he's through.
Wow, great move. This is some great racing. I cannot wait for the rest of the night.
Yeah, awesome stuff here. And look at this, Pasha Ali. Nice way to wind him up. He went wide in turn 7 to get the run, and he took full advantage. Got down the inside of 8, gets clear for the parallel number 42. Pasha back up to 8th after slipping way backwards off the start.
It looks like Ali caught him sleeping just a little bit. I think he was more worried about the guy ahead instead of what was also going on behind him.
So great run for them, and up the order, no major changes. Colton Schneeberg, couple seconds up the road in 6th. He's by his lonesome. Paxton Dyson, same story, different driver, by his lonesome in 5th. As we go side by side across the line, Medina went wide. Ali to the outside. Ali's going to give way, though. He backs out of it.
Smart move by him. You don't want to cause a wreck this late in the race, especially. You want to have a great starting spot for the final race and give yourself the best chance to do well.
Down the backstretch here this time, Pato Medina. Pasha Ali, look at Ali, looking on the inside into 6. Gets there, gets clear. Pasha Ali through. Pato Medina trying to stuff it back in 7. He does, and this goes the crossover. Back and forth we go. Medina tries to pin him on the outside, and he does, and Medina gets the spot again.
Man, this race, Medina's driving so well. He's defending. He's just throwing it in exactly when he can. He's really just playing that game. Super aggressive.
Really good racecraft out of Pato Medina. If he can find a little more raw speed, that's racecraft that can win your races right there. Mm-hmm. He's winning the battle right now for 7th. A little more pace, and he'll be a little higher up as they come across the line. This should be 3 to go because we're within the time limit where next time by, we won't have enough time to get another lap in. Across the line, 3 to go, side by side. 7th, Ali with the nose ahead. Through 2, little help. Nachawani gets into and they go side by side, and look at the gap it gives to Pasha.
Oh my God, look at these guys. I mean, they're giving each other nice, good room. You don't really expect that from these younger kids, but they're really racing respectfully with each other while still being aggressive.
Into 6th that time. There we're side by side again for Pato, and look up the road here. Alex Chandler's finally gotten through on Kate Casper a lap prior, so Alex Chandler in that Iron Rock Motorsports Tony kart has moved his way up to 3rd, pulled away a little from Casper. Unfortunately, he spent so much time behind him. Paxton Dyson is almost into the tow. It could be a 3-driver fight to the end for 3rd as Paxton Dyson closes in. Alex Chandler, P3, there he is at the end of the shot, and Kate Casper in the middle, while Emerson Lanes by himself there in 2nd, and Aston Wyatt leads the way as he has all night long so far in heat number 1.
It has been quite the quiet race for the top 2 guys. They've just been doing their own thing, just driving. I'm sure that Emerson Lane's been pushing super hard to catch Aston, but I don't think he's going to have enough time to do that.
Yeah, down the backstretch here this time for the Iron Rock Tony kart of Alex Chandler. You can see Casper closing in the braking zone. Gets down to about a car length and a half away over to turn number 7. They head for 8 here, and on through as the 2 to go signal is given through the field. We will take a look here. Alex Chandler headed over to turn number 11. The leaders headed out of 11 on the chute over to the final corner for Aston Wyatt as he continues to show the way. So this time by for Aston Wyatt across the line. They'll get the 2 to go now. So they wait till that 12-minute time limit will hit. So it won't go just with a couple seconds left. They've hit the limit, and Aston Wyatt continues to show the way. 2 to go, a 4-second lead for the number 21 Aiden Rudolph Racing Academy Beer Lard driver, and a really well put together opening heat race for Aston Wyatt.
Yeah, I mean, it could not have really gone better for him so far. I mean, he's just been driving, hasn't really been dirtying the tires, haven't really put himself in a dangerous position, but, it's been good for him. He's been doing exactly what he needs to.
Yeah, he's doing a solid job of driving, and home track advantage, I'm sure, helping a little bit, but he's been quick all year. He's been a top 5 guy, really, really good kid in Aston Wyatt, and right now he's looking to get himself a very comfortable starting spot for the main event, halfway there with a Heat 1 win in the works as rounds turn 11 through 12. We'll go to 13, 14, and 15 to close off the lap here at SpeedSportz. That flat out, nearly sideways through that kink there in turn 13. Then quickly over to the left side of the racetrack on the brakes for the turn 14 hairpin. Lots of over-unders and slide jobs we'll see this weekend. None coming, though, for Aston Wyatt as he goes across the line. 1 to go and a comfortable lead for the 21 machine.
Yeah, now he can just relax and just rely on his muscle memory to get him there. I mean, all he has to do is just cross the line. I think he can slow down even just a little bit, and he'll be fine, not to just risk anything.
Looking back a little bit, 3/10 back across the line for Paxton Dyson to Cade Casper, so we might have a small battle looming for third on this final lap as Wyatt works his way through 6 over to turn number 7. No challenger for Emerson Lane. He's just in the back of that shot there coming out of turn number 6 as Wyatt works his way out of 8 and 9. Dyson closing in on Cade Casper. Also, Colton Stegenberg's been on a tear. I mean, he's been running lap times quicker than the leaders last time by for Colton Stegenberg down in 6th. So Stegenberg really turning the heat up here in the final couple stages. But Aston Wyatt to the final corner. Dominant run, Heat 1 from the pole, leads every single lap. He's pitching a perfect weekend. It's a picture-perfect Friday for Aston Wyatt and Microswift as he wins the first heat race. Emerson Lane second. Look at that battle top of the screen. Back for fourth. This is Casper and Paxton Dyson going wheel to wheel. And I think Dyson just got him across the line. Did he do it? Paxton Dyson gets the 4th position away in the final corner into the top 5, 1 spot higher. 5 spots gained for the 22. Casper ends 5th, and Colton Stegenberg, man, was he digging strong at the end. He nearly got there from way back for the number 17. He ends 6th. Not to mention, again, Alex Chandler, no man's land for Alex there in 3rd on the Iron Rock Tony kart. Again, Dyson 4th, Casper 5th, Stegenberg 6th. Great drive, great racecraft out of Pato Medina. He ends up 7th, beats Pasha Ali by 300ths across the line for that spot. Ali ends 8th. Liam Nachawati, great qualifying effort for 3rd, but unfortunately he fades a bit in the opening heat. Little work to be done for the Cruise Racing Development driver down in 9th. Kimo Ahmad rounds out the top 10, one of the kit kart drivers, moving up to the Microswift class mid-season. But great start to the weekend for Aston Wyatt and the 21 machine. And look at that little conversation there for some of the kids. It's competitive. It's top-level racing, but little discussions in the scale line. I'm sure that'll all be sorted out as they talk to each other, and we get set for more action to come your way here from SpeedSportz. So good opening heat race, good midfield battling for that one. A little bit tame at the front. We will not see all the classes look just like that, though, especially this next one coming up on the order. Honda Kit Kart should be a lot of fun. Couple drivers all within a 10th and a quarter of each other. The Aiden Rudolph Racing Academy Mini-Swift class should be interesting. Championship contender Tyler Roberts starting from the rear of the field in both heat races. The 206 Senior Division presented by Cruise Racing Development should be unpredictable. Here comes the Kit Karts across the line. They were already rolling, ready for a start, and when they went by. So it looks like they were ready to get going very early, straight out of the pit lane for Theodore Mitchell, Brody Stoffel, and Dutch Westbrook.
I mean, I don't blame them. I mean, look, they're excited for this. It's night racing, baby.
Yeah, so we'll see as they go towards the back straightaway. And I don't know if we're green already. I don't believe we are. So we'll wait for them to cycle back on through. But they're full song as they hit the back straightaway here this time. Yellow flags will come out when they get towards the back sector to try and group them back up for the rolling start. That's one of the hardest things really to teach the kid karters is that when we get to racing, we're not just going when we leave the pit lanes. You got to kind of form back up and get into the right position. That's a lot, really, again, for a 5 or 6 year old to process.
Oh yeah, for sure. All they want to do is just go fast at that age. I mean, I know I was the same way, and they just got to slow it down, and then they'll get to racing. It's nice that they do a little bit of a standing start sometimes. So.
Yeah, so here they go. Yellow flags over to turn number 11. So we'll see, again, Theodore Mitchell on the point. To his outside will be Brody Stoffel. Championship points leader Dutch Westbrook, qualified 3rd, not too far off. Andrew Anastasio, only 2.5 tenths off these drivers. And they were pretty much all on their own in qualifying, all on separate parts of the racetrack. And so the Texas Sprint Racing Series officials, they're going to stop them here on the straightaway, make sure the grouping is correct. Give a little thumbs up to all the young guns as we get set for action. And just like that, they'll send them off. Smart procedure by the TSRS group to kind of stop them right before the start-finish line, because the kids actually did a really good job forming up here. It's the end of the season. You expect them to get a little bit of the format underneath them, but sometimes they're going to spread out all throughout the outlap, and you've got to restructure them all again. All the hard work you did on the grid, you got to do it on the racetrack with 2 corners.
Yeah, you don't want to have to do that extra work. You just want to get these guys racing, and now they're learning how to grid up themselves.
Yeah, good progression for them. And again, we should be seeing a little bit of passing out of him. I won't be surprised if we see quite a bit of shuffling coming across the line. Theodore Mitchell, Brody Stoffel, Dutch Westbrook, Andrew Anastasio, and Rafi Ali into the tram lines. Wow, what a great start for the Kid Carters. They'll stay side by side for the lead through turns 1 and 2. Big push from Dutch Westbrook. He'll get clear to second. Nearly had a look there. He's ready to go, man.
Oh, yeah.
All the way through 2 and had a look to the inside into 3.
Yeah, I mean, as being that third-place starter, you have the opportunity to just push the leader, as hard as you can, really, and get past that second-place person. And you see that Dutch Westbrook executed that perfectly.
And now he's just pushing away down the backstretch. I mean, they are bump drafted, racing single file right now. Don't think that'll stay that way here for the Helix Electric Honda Kid Karts. Such a cool class. And again, Dutch Westbrook up into second from third on the grid. He'll close up here to Teddy Mitchell as they go through turn number 8 on the opening lap. All this again happening. This is our second group of the night. Early ending for them. They'll get all wrapped up just before 9 o'clock. But like we've talked about, man, it's so cool. The Kid Karts get to run at a regional level event like this, so they get to go stand next to some of their heroes on the fence line and watch those KA senior and 206 senior drivers go at it. As we see Andrew Anastasio taking a little look there for third on Brody Stoffel.
I mean, I know that Stoffel and Anastasio, I know they're going to be fast. I mean, they had great race pace back in Amarillo, and I think that they could pick up where they left off for sure.
And it's so unpredictable for them as well. You're down the front stretch. Who's going to be the quickest? What kid can figure it out a little bit more? This is a big run for Brody. Looks to the outside on Dutch Westbrook at the end of the front straightaway. Can't quite get there, so they'll stay single file. And they're closing up a little bit to the leader, but he pulled away. Good opening lap for Teddy Mitchell, as he's got a nice little margin over the field. And the nice part about the Texas Sprint Racing Series, to kind of make sure the track time's equal for everybody, is it's all timed races. So while these kids will turn less laps on the racetrack, they do get the full 12-minute heat. Look at this. Double passing going on, first and third. That is Dutch Westbrook going for the lead on Teddy Mitchell. Theodore Mitchell outside inside trying to cross him over. He's got the momentum outside into turn number 8 though. Dutch to the inside. Crossover again, not this time. Dutch Westbrook takes over the lead.
Yeah, this is awesome. I haven't seen these guys race so close since a couple races ago in NTK. I mean, these guys are really putting it all on the line.
Yeah, what a good little grouping for the Kid Karters. To see Dutch go a little wide, that'll let Teddy Mitchell look back on him. Theodore's not going to get by. Now Andrew Anastasio takes a look, doesn't go, and what a great way for them to kind of learn racecraft. By the time these kids get to micro stuff, they're going to be monsters, man.
Oh, yeah.
Contenders.
Oh, yeah, they're hungry. I mean, they know what the taste of speed is, and they just want to keep getting faster and faster. I know they're probably itching to get in that mini Swift engine. I know I would be.
Oh, yeah, that's the problem all the parents have, right? Once the kid gets hooked on the sport, they just want to keep going faster and open the pocketbooks a little bit to buy the extra speed. But hey, they're having a blast in the Helix Electric Honda Kid Karts class. And down the backstretch here, they're going to battle again. Dutch Westbrook leads over Theodore Mitchell, but Mitchell with a big run, looking on for the lead back on him into 6. He's got the inside. Can he hold it? He does get clear. But he runs it wide, and he gets sideways, and they go side by side for the lead again.
Oh, my goodness. This is exciting. I did not expect a little bit of a race like this.
Yeah, big turnaround from what we saw in Amarillo. They were spread out over there, but again, that goes back to like what we talked about. So many kids have had a lot of laps here. There's a healthy kid kart class at the club level here at SpeedSportz Racing Park, and in the greater Houston area between here and over in Katy at Gulf Coast Karters as well, as we see a pass back for third. I believe that was Anastasio going at it with Brody Stoffel, so the leader's a little bit of separation as well. And that was Theodore Mitchell, who fell all the way back to 4th. So it's Dutch Westbrook and Brody Stoffel now into 1st and 2nd.
Wow, that bobble cost him a whole lot of time. I mean, hopefully he has the speed to make it up. I'm sure he can, put down the laps and really get there, but this is not looking good for him so far.
Yeah, not so much as we approach the halfway marker, 4 minutes in for the Kid Kart heat race. Dutch Westbrook, Brody Stoffel. That time they hit their best laps of the session. Single file, and we'll see if Brody wants to take a look at him. Little swing down the back straightaway. This time out of turn number 5. But great action here for the kid kart class. They go down the backstretch. Here he comes, looking to the inside. Brody Stoffel, big run. Dutch Westbrook looking at him, checking to the right, checking to the right again. Sees him. Where is he at? Sees him. He gets clear. Stoffel this time touches the brakes, holds it low, keeps the spot. Westbrook back to the inside though. Oh, and he gets back clear again. Great pass by Dutch.
Now they're all nice together. I mean, we've just seen that move a lot all night so far already, and I think we're going to see it plenty more by these kids.
I remember talking to Aiden Rudolph here when I came for the first time to this racetrack a couple of years ago. He said, man, when I designed it, I imagined certain places would be good passing zones, like right here, turn number 11. But then, some of the other sections of the racetrack where the drivers have found ways to pass, like the S's, like that section from turn 6 to turn 9. He's like, I didn't think we would race the way we do, but the racing's been awesome, as everyone's slowly learned and gotten a good feel and, gotten the karts underneath themselves on how to drive this racetrack. Lots of passing opportunities, lots of switchback opportunities, lots of crossover moves if you don't park it right on the apex.
For sure. I mean, this is, like I said, this is one of my favorite tracks in the country, and it has opportunities everywhere and on all kinds of different types of corners to drive on. It's a great training track, and it's also a great racetrack as well. I mean, there's passing opportunities everywhere.
Yeah, here they go over to turns 4 and 5. Single file for the grouping down the backstretch. This time for Dutch Westbrook. Leading the way. He's fended off every charge. Here comes another one. Brody Stoffel looking again, trying to get by. He's almost clear by the corner. Dutch tucks in line behind him, and as well, Andrew Anastasio gives up the 3rd spot. Look at this one again, all the way by the grass, and he gets on the inside and gets clear of him.
It's like a cheat code, man.
Yeah, he realizes they're all leaving the door open, so he just takes it right on back. And again, we see Theodore Mitchell closing back in. He's got the fastest lap of the session, but here comes Anastasio with a big run, looking for 3rd, not going to get it there, and even a little bit of blocking. Was that a little bit of defense?
I think I saw a little bit of movement on there.
A little bit of racecraft really coming out for Dutch Westbrook and company.
They're definitely learning from their heroes, that's for sure.
Look at this here. Theodore Mitchell's trying to hold off Andrew Anastasio back for 3rd into the final couple corners. Dutch Westbrook holds the lead. He's kept it at bay every single lap. As soon as they open up for turn 6, I got to think, once you get past in the same corner a couple laps, even for the younger kids, they'll be like, okay, maybe next time I do something a little bit different. But that hasn't been the case yet. He's been able to pull off that, as you called it, cheat code move lap after lap after lap. And I don't know if he'll be able to do it again, but he's going to probably have to be forced into it if he wants to hold the lead, because, again, another big run for Brody Stoffel. Little mistake for Andrew Anastasio. He's lost some ground, but here comes Stoffel to the inside. And looking there at the back, Theodore Mitchell trying to find a way past. Stoffel looking low into 5, goes in deep. All right, now let's see it. Does he open back up? Does he open back up? No, low that time. He held him off, so look, improvement. Yeah. Nice move there for Brody. That keeps Dutch at bay, and so Brody Stoffel looking to lead his first lap of the session.
Great move by them so far, by just to even defend going into that corner. He's like you said, he's learned from his mistakes, and he's definitely putting it to good use.
So into turn number 11 here this time. You can see again Andrew Anastasio's lost touch with the leaders just a little bit, while Theodore Mitchell is closing in, trying to hang on to the bumper of Dutch Westbrook. Westbrook, good exit out of 11 and through 12 to 13, 14, and 15. He's on the bumper of Brody. Tries to get a good run coming on the exit, straightens the wheel up. He'll have a good bit of momentum.
Pass.
Oh, 3 wide. Are we going to get 3 wide across the line? They're thinking about it. Not this time.
Oh, he's going to stick it in there. Oh, no. Okay. That was a little scary there. It looked like they were going side by side through turn 2.
It could have been scary. Oh, he's almost on him into 4. And he gets sideways right in front of Theodore Mitchell. And Mitchell nearly spins there. Oh, man. Teddy Mitchell just it was like an accordion effect. Dutch got sideways, and now Teddy gets a little sideways. And Theodore Mitchell checks the front, makes sure that the go-kart's okay. Go-kart's fine. Unfortunately for Theodore, he loses some time and falls back into 4th, and that's going to spread our field out a little bit. Man, that was good wall casted.
Man, that's just unfortunate for Theodore Mitchell. I mean, he just did not – that was just a chain of reaction, just like you were saying, a little bit of an accordion effect.
Yeah, it was so good on him so far here. Still got about 3 minutes plus 2 laps to go, so they'll get about 3 to 4 more laps around at a 1:18 pace for the Kid Kart class presented by Helix Electric, the Honda Kid Karts, and it's not over. Don't get me wrong. Dutch Westbrook, he's starting to make up some ground back to Brody Stoffel. So he could get back there. And if they start to pass again, well, then Andrew Anastasio could get back into the mix. Maybe Theodore Mitchell could get all the way back up there as well.
I know Theodore Mitchell's probably hoping that Dutch Westbrook and Brody Stoffel start battling with each other.
So here they go down the front stretch. 9 minutes a lap so far, 7 laps complete. I think we'll end up at about 10 laps for this Kid Kart heat race here tonight to close off their division for Friday evening. Over to turns 2, 3, 4. And look at this here again. Dutch Westbrook, he's closing in. Big run coming down the backstretch. He pulled out a line a little bit early, but he's got enough speed and momentum. He might get there in time. I think he needed to wait in the toe a little more, but he's going to try it.
Oh, big send. Oh, my goodness.
He has been the king of sends here. Prince of sends, if you will.
Defend.
Holds it low. He's got it. Dutch Westbrook back to the lead here in Helix Electric Honda Kit Karts. And Brody Stoffel back to second.
Yeah, I mean, I thought about this before the race even started. I'm like, man, Dutch Westbrook has some great race pace. We saw that in Amarillo, that he can really just drive when it counts. Like, it goes into like a little bit of a race mode, you could call it. And you can see it's happening right now. I mean, both these guys are just going at it and driving super well.
Yeah, Austin Garrison's going to need a trademark race mode, or it's going to get taken over by Dutch Westbrook as they go over to turns 13, 14, and 15. Brody Stoffel's a car length back. Going into the hairpin here, coming out this time by. It'll be a minute and a half to go. So we should come right on the limit of getting all 10 laps in here, maybe 11 as they go down the front straightaway. Where's the lap times for everybody? Who's on 18 flat. Yeah, purple for Dutch Westbrook. Andrew Anastasio, he gained a little bit of time on the leaders that time by with them trading position. So that's good news for Andrew. Theodore Mitchell hits his best lap of the session, but again, he's so far back. He really just kind of got mentally thrown for a loop there with that half spin in turns 4 and 5. And look at this. Big draft, big run, inside looking. Brody Stoffel trying to get there. Westbrook's looking at him, checking him, looking. He's through. Now, does he block? Westbrook's trying to get it. Oh, yeah, he covered it off.
Yeah, they're learning.
Nice adjustment mid-session there for Brody Stoffel. And look at Westbrook trying the inside. Oh, that got tight in turn 8.
Big send again. He's just throwing it in there.
Man, he is absolutely fearless tonight, Dutch Westbrook. And Brody Stoffel, Theodore Mitchell, Andrew Anastasio, too. I mean, they are throwing haymakers at each other back and forth. We go, and this time by will go right up to the bumper of the time limit. I think we may get the 2 to go signal as they go for the lead again. Here they come side by side to the final corner.
Ooh.
Deep send in for Westbrook. Crossover. No.
I thought he was going to go off right there.
Yeah, he was on the limit. Oh, look at this. Contact.
Uh-oh.
Brody Stoffel gets back to the lead.
Let's keep it clean, boys. Let's keep it clean.
And across the line, that was the 2 to go signal. So 2 laps remaining. Or no, not 2 to go signal. Sorry, that was right at the limit. So we'll get 2 next time. So 3 to go here for Brody Stoffel, Dutch Westbrook and company.
Theodore Mitchell goes purple that time by. Maybe he's putting a little bit of speed in. Maybe he can catch Andrew Anastasio towards the end.
Now, the only thing Dutch Westbrook hasn't quite figured out, he's figured out to go super low and get a send. He hasn't quite figured out that he needs to wait a little bit longer to get the draft and to get the run into the corner. Look at that. He tried to get there. Ran a little bit wide. He's got to wait. He's a little bit patient on that long backstretch. You see him go low right out of that turn 5 corner. He's got to learn to stay in line till the very last second. Right when you're about to hit the rear bumper of the driver in front of you, that's when you duck out of line.
And you see a little bit of a signs of like the overdriving a little bit. You're starting to get a little flustered, and you don't want to get that. He's trying to go too hard into the corners, making these super crazy moves. You're not going to win the race going into one corner. You got to be there at the end.
So let's watch them come out of turns 11 and 12. Westbrook with a big run again. He'll get the draft, staying in line behind Brody Stoffel to the final few corners. If he can get a good run out of the last turn, that'll kind of close him up. Like you said, saw the hands a little busy there in 14, so not a perfect exit, not a bad one. This time, it is 2 to go. There's the signal across the line. Thought we got it last time, got it this time. They'll get 12 laps in the heat race as they go all the way to 2, 3, and 4. There's the leaders. Look at this.
Uh-oh.
We got a battle. Theodore Mitchell has run down Andrew Anastasio. He was purple last time.
He was. Again.
Yeah, so great lap for Theodore Mitchell. That lap was a second better than the leaders.
Just showing us why he was the pole sitter for this race. He's got the speed. It's just that little bit of mistake just killed him.
So now he's going to try and go by Andrew Anastasio. He gets clear by turn number 6, so he gets on by. No change in the lead. Dutch Westbrook still hunting down race leader Brody Stoffel. as they go through turn number 7 for third. They're about 4 seconds back from the top 2. And Andrew Anastasio might have another shot at him if he can stay close to draft back up on him on the backstretch on the final lap, because we've got a lap and a quarter to go. Not much. Look at this, back in the lead.
Ooh.
Brody Stoffel, Dutch Westbrook on the run out of 11. Westbrook is there. Big run. Trying to get to the inside there, door to door. Almost.
Good. Oh, just being patient there. That's what he needs to do. There's 2 laps to go, one lap to go this time by. So I think that he's gonna pull it out this time. I think he's gonna stick it.
Yeah, let's see him coming out of the final turn. Westbrook to the inside. Stoffel outside. Now Stoffel gets the advantage into 1. Can Westbrook hang tough on there? Oh, it just gets cleared.
He just got to wait for that little hairpin again. It's worked so well for him so far. He just needs to do it one more time.
Well, he's got a shot. Again, he's got to be patient. He's got to get the run, get to the bumper, then get low. He gets low a little bit early. Just a bit too early here on the backstretch to get the run. He's checking him, though. He's still got a little more speed than him. Does he try it?
Big send. Oh,
is he coming? Here he comes. Try to get that. Oh, and he got it. Dutch Westbrook to the lead.
what a move there. That was awesome.
Now, let's see. Can Brody Stoffel answer? Half a lap to go. Dutch Westbrook got to cut a bit of a break as he was way back from making that dive, but he made it stick. Brody Stoffel needs a big run here. Over to 11. Car length back. Half back. Into 11. Onto the bumper. Doesn't have the guts to go down to the inside in this hairpin. Gets a decent run out. It'll be if he can maybe get the draft and get alongside. Here he comes.
Uh-oh.
Look at this.
Yeah.
Looking for the lead. Final lap of the heat race. Stoffel to the inside. Westbrook to the outside. Wheel to wheel.
Oh, no.
Oh, and he gets a track and saves it. But here comes Brody.
Oh, my goodness.
Brody Stoffel will win heat number 1. Watch out. Here comes Andrew Anastasio and Theodore Mitchell at the line. Oh, man.
Man, can they even beat that race? I don't think we're going to beat that race tonight. It was my favorite.
Electric Honda Kid Kart setting the bar high here in Houston. Wow. The Kid Kart race putting on a show. The kids having a good time. It's a beautiful night in New Caney, Texas. The lights are on here at SpeedSportz Racing Park, and we are wrapped up with only 2 heat races. We've got 7 more coming your way. Riley Can, Xander Clements, you're watching Car Chasers coverage of the Texas Sprint Racing Series finale from SpeedSportz. We'll be right back.
USA, a top-level performance team with unmatched hospitality, offering a full-service driver development program with year-round testing available in Miami, Florida, and the official North America racing team of Parolin Racing Chassis. Chassis and parts available at ParolinUSA.com.
Well, we've watched the Micro Swifts go at it. We've watched the Kid Karts go at it. Let's jump up one more notch on the age group spectrum to the Mini Swifts, presented by the Aiden Rudolph Racing Academy. Derek Wargo comes into this weekend here with a solid run in the standings. He qualified on the pole, got the 10 bonus points at the end of the session over Gage Bailey in the 169 Bennick machine. David Ibarra on the 106 will start to the inside at Tyrone Kemper Jr.'s Energy to make up row number 2. Then it'll be Emil Hernandez-Marin on row number 3 alongside Juan Jose Paramo. Pato Cadena and Emmett Eddles set for row 4. Bobby Klein, Tyler Roberts, row 5. But I believe we're missing a couple, although I do know we do have Tyler Roberts to make it up. He should be starting 8th on the grid after missing qualifying on the Iron Rock Motorsports Paralympics. So keep your eye on Tyler Roberts to carve through this field there in the white helmet, black out nose cone, and bumper. So we're set. Mini Swift looking for the green this time, coming across the line. Big time jump there. Great start for Derek Wargo. He'll bring the inside lane on by. 3rd and 5th. Gage Bailey gets shuffled back by David Ibarra, and I believe Tyrone Kemper Jr. got through.
Great start by Wargo right there. Everybody kept it nice and clean. Nobody off track. It's looking good so far. Let's see if Wargo can pull off a lead.
Correction there. That was, I believe, Emil Hernandez-Marin that might have actually gone by into 3rd. He'll get passed by Bailey there, so Bailey gets back by him. Kemper Jr. next in line to look to go as they get through turn number 7. Tyler Roberts trying to find a way past. He's at the end of the grouping through 8 over to 9. David Ibarra's now got Bailey on his bumper. Headed over to turn number 10. Look at this move. Gage Bailey outside, inside, looking. P2. Give it to him. Gage Bailey in the 169 gets through.
Yeah, that's a great place to pass, and hope I didn't really get the best exit out of there, but hopefully Mr. Ibarra will stay behind.
Yeah, David Ibarra on that Arcane Motorsports CRG drops back to 3rd after a good start, and Derek Wargo leads them across the line in the 178 machine.
I know Wargo is liking all this battling going on behind him. Gives him just a little bit of cushion between him and everybody else. Try to pull out that lead a little bit.
You can see how sideways all these mini slips are, popping the curbing there through 1, 2, 3, and 4. They are on the limit on gold tires right now in this 12 minutes plus 2 lap heat race. And best of it is Gage Bailey. He's got a big time run up to Derek Wargo. Look at him close that gap down for the lead down to about a car length and a half.
He was looking quite racy right now. I like how fast he is. He's looking good.
Yeah, he's aggressive and on it. Tyrone Kemper Jr. got around Emil Hernandez-Marin earlier this lap, moved Tyrone Jr. up into the 4th position. He'll pick up a spot as the leaders go into 11 this time. Gage Bailey had a look. Had a little peek down the inside, didn't fully take advantage, but he's close enough. He can go almost whenever he wants to here. Derek Wargo takes a look back, sees a whole lot of blue and red coming his way.
Yeah, I wonder if Gage Bailey is going to work with him a little bit, or he's going to be selfish and just make that move, try to get out as best he can. We shall see.
Hard to tell. 2 laps complete this time by here. 2 minutes complete as well. Derek Wargo leads. Bailey 2nd with the fastest lap time. Nearly gets into him through 3. That kind of sets him off. Or into 2, sets them off through 3. That'll open the gap up, but it's enough. The draft is going to pull them right back together. Look at the gap. 2 car lengths. Car length and a half. Down to 1 car length into the braking zone. Just about nothing by the time they get to the center of the apex in turn number 6.
Yeah, Gage Bailey looking nice and stuck to the track. I think his tires are starting to come in really well right now. Hopefully not too early for him.
Yeah, hopefully not. Through turn number 8. Gage Bailey onto the rear of Derek Wargo. He can learn a little bit. He could sit there, or he could try and go for the lead himself. I think right now he's trying to build a bit of a gap back to the rest of the pack, push him away, make sure it's just the 2 of them that fight for the lead and the win. And so for the moment, that's what we're seeing. The 169 and the 178 nose to tail out front, and they've pulled a bit of a margin back to David Ibarra. Tyrone Kemper Jr. there in 4th. The next duo. And across the line, they do so. They open the gap up about 3 to 4 tenths of a second.
Yeah, exactly what you would expect from these 2 guys drafting together. They're both super fast, and they just need to get out there.
A lot of smarts from them as they exit onto the back straightaway. Bailey takes a look back, checks the margin, sees that there's a comfortable group out back. He'll keep pushing Wargo for the time being to build that gap over the field. David Ibarra back in 3rd still. Kemper Jr. in the 4th spot. Tyler Roberts has climbed his way up to 5th, but at this point, the leading drivers have all kind of separated themselves. So Tyler Roberts, one of the top drivers on the national circuit week in, week out, with a lot of work to do to try and overcome the massive effects that the draft will have on all these drivers here in the field.
Yeah, I mean, luckily for Tyler Roberts, I mean, he's got plenty of time. He's got this heat and the next heat to just build his positions, get that good starting spot he needed.
Yeah, that's all he needs here. Again, a good starting spot for the main event. Obviously, points up for grabs. That's important for Roberts to try and hold on to 2nd in the championship or mount a charge late in the season on the final weekend to fight for the overall title. But for Tyler Roberts here, 5th place, it's at least some points recovery. Again, he's up a handful of spots already. He just needs a little more speed to get even higher. He was only able to knock a 10th off of David Ibarra and Tyrone Kemper Jr., who are going to go side by side for 3rd and give that spot to Tyrone Jr. as he gets on by.
Good stuff. He was looking good earlier today. I'm glad to see him out there and doing as well as he is at the moment.
So put the Louisiana natives now 1st and 3rd. From Metairie, Louisiana for Derek Wargo, and for Louisiana as well here for Tyrone Kemper Jr., Nola born and raised as he goes to turn number 11. Back behind him again, Ibarra hangs on a car length away on the Arcane CRG. Not able to mount a counterattack just yet, but we're early. 5 minutes complete this time by the 12 minutes plus 2 laps heat race here for the Aiden Rudolph Racing Academy Mini Swifts.
I mean, now during this part of the race, you're seeing everybody start to really settle in and run their real lap times and see how fast they really are. I mean, because especially for Tyler Roberts, I mean, he doesn't have a draft right now. He really just needs to start pumping in those laps as best as he can.
Yeah, he's got to do a good job at that. Down the backstretch here, Tyrone Jr., 2 car lengths, little carburetor adjustment that time for David Ibarra, trying to find some more speed out of that CRG machine. Up front here, Gage Bailey has gone to the lead. He's gone past Derek Wargo at the end of the back straightaway. So move Gage Bailey up to the point for the first time here tonight. Maybe he's thinking he can pull a bit of a gap over Wargo. He's built up more than enough over a 2.5 seconds back to 2nd and 3rd. So no worries about anyone else joining the fray. But if he can pull away, it could be a very easy final couple laps versus staying behind Wargo and making it a 2-driver head-to-head fight with 2 to go. If you think you've got the pace to break the tow, now is the time to go, to give yourself a few laps to try and build the margin and break the draft.
I'm surprised he didn't pull out earlier. I mean, I feel like he's had that speed this whole race so far, and now he just picked his moment.
So we'll see how much Wargo can hang on over these next few laps for the lead. There's some sparks flying through 3. Wargo, little bobble there through 4 and 5. As you saw, he kind of got
not good
out of sorts in 3, and then that sets you off for 4, makes the exit of 5 on the backstretch rougher, and where it would have been a big-time gain for him getting the draft off of Gage Bailey, it kind of just ends up evening out the margin of 4 car lengths.
Yeah, it's just such an easy place to make a mistake, too. I mean, just when you want the best exit you can going on that straightaway, you know, you might push just that little bit too far, which is what looked like Wargo did.
Especially tough, obviously, to keep control of the go-kart going over the curbing in that 1, 2, 3 section, because you could think that you have it right. Your wheels pointed just a little bit too far away from being dead straight, and it knocks the kart sideways compared to sometimes when you just go over it, feels like a little bump in the road.
I mean, especially like even in turn 3, I mean, there's like these little bits of these little nuances in the track that greatly affect on how you land off the curbs and how you're able to enter in the next corner.
Yeah, so that all makes a massive difference in the way the field goes as the 2 leaders head third. Look at this. Tyler Roberts, he's starting to latch on to that group for 3rd and 4th. He's been putting down some good lap times, and now he's going to get the toe off of them. They're still only about 3 seconds back from the lead, so not out of the question he couldn't run down Wargo and Bailey. He needs some battling to get there, but there will be battling coming soon here for P3. Tyrone Kemper Jr. leading David Ibarra, hasn't broken away, and Tyler Roberts is going to make it a 3-car party for 3rd on the racetrack, 2 car lengths back from Ibarra as they exit turn number 9.
Yeah, exactly what Roberts has been, as his goal was, is to just make up spots every single lap. He's made up 5 so far, and he's just pumping in those super good laps. And now, even with this battle with Ibarra and Kemper, I mean, he's exactly what he wants.
So Ibarra, seeing that, went through to 3rd, Kemper back to 4th. Roberts with that pass gets to the rear bumper of Tyrone Jr. first, and that's, again, smart move by David Ibarra. Work together, push, but as soon as the pack catches you, make sure that you're the one in the front. Send the guy that you were pushing back to the wolves.
Yeah, I mean, it's every man for himself on this track. I mean, that's like the best thing about racing, is it being mano-a-mano almost all the time.
And that's what we're seeing right now. Tyler Roberts, lone wolf, down the backstretch, big run. Kemper Jr., big run as well. He'll go to the inside. Roberts going to look to follow. Doesn't really have the run to do so. He stays in line in 5th. Ibarra back on the inside in 7th. Again, great shot, just like in the kit carts, right down the inside there. Retakes the spot. Kemper Jr. back to 4th. Roberts, all he can do is watch. He just can't seem to find a gap and an opening to get through.
He's just picking his moment. I think he could have made that move going into 6, but I think he just decided against it. It was too risky, too early.
Yeah, again, he's thinking big picture right now. That being the main event tomorrow evening. So just a top 5 result. That's what he needs. A crash here goes back to the rear of the field. That means he's going to end up a little bit further down the grid.
Make things way harder for the final as well.
Yeah, and again, this is good practice because going into Heat 2 tomorrow, we'll have to start from the back once again, have to come through the field again to get through to the lead. And speaking of the lead already, Gage Bailey's put 1.2 seconds on Derek Wargo. Major gains here for the race leader. He's now outside of reach as they go down the back. Kemper Jr. looks. This time he hesitated. And
looked like he was almost 3 wide for a second.
yeah, I think he wasn't going to go. Saw Roberts going, went to go, and ultimately everybody backed out of it last second. No change.
Yeah, that's good for Derek Wargo. At least he knows that pack's not going to catch back up to him with the draft.
Yeah, so that's good news for Derek because he's only about 3.5 seconds up the road from him through turn number 11 here. David Ibarra, half a car length on Tyrone Jr., half a car length to Tyler Roberts. Roberts, again, that was the first time we really saw him try something. Does he do it in the last corner? No, it doesn't have the guts just yet. Kemper Jr. holds the spot across the line this time, 10 minutes. So that's really only about 4 laps to go, 4 to 5, 5 at the most into turns 1, 2, and 3 here for David Ibarra and company.
Keep going nose tail through those S's. I mean, on the straightaway, looks like everybody's getting a good entry, good exit. A little bit of a bobble from, it looks like, is that Ibarra? Or no, that's Kemper.
Yeah, but that worked out good because he started 2 car lengths back. He got a big run. This time he doesn't go into 6. I thought with that time he would have had the perfect speed because sometimes you start those draft sections, you're already on the bumper of the guy in front. You can't go any quicker. But when you can start from 2 car lengths away on this straightaway, you end up being sometimes as much as 3-4 miles an hour faster than the leader by the time you get to him. And the slingshot moves so much easier versus you start on the bumper, all you can do is pull out a line early.
Yeah, I mean, like you said, that slingshot effect. It looked like it was going to work in Roberts' favor, but he just didn't make anything happen at that point.
Neither did Kemper. I thought Kemper would have been able to do something too, but they're waiting. So they're going to stay in line behind Ibarra. Gage Bailey continues to lead here in the Mini Swift division opening heat race on the weekend presented by the Aiden Rudolph Racing Academy. And oh no, we got problems for Derek Wargo. Somewhere on the racetrack, we have lost the 178 of Derek Wargo in second.
Oh, no.
He did not score across the line. He is, I believe, not on the circuit at all. This is now the fight for second. Tyrone Kemper Jr. to the inside with Roberts, now to second and third. And Ibarra back on him, trying to get clear. Not going to do it.
I'm glad to see clean racing here. I don't really see anybody shove anybody off track. I mean, I say that now until we get to the seniors.
Yeah, those boys and girls, they'll be ready to get their elbows out for sure. Under the lights here as we see them come out of turn number 11. So this time by, we'll come right up to the moment to almost hit the time limit. I think we'll beat it. Gage Bailey gets to the line with 15 seconds to go. So this is really going to be 4 laps to go at the line for Kemper Jr. and Roberts. Roberts now pushing him away. They've gotten away from Ibarra just a little bit. Tyler Roberts now up to third. Tyrone Kemper Jr. second. Not sure what happened to Derek Wargo. That changes the dynamic completely here. What would be a lockout for Wargo to be on the front row, or at least very close to it with such a good heat race and such a good pace. Now he goes to the tail end of the field as we go side by side for second. Roberts is clear. They're into P2.
Yeah, it's so obvious that Roberts has the speed. I mean, he caught back up to Kemper so quickly after that last lap. I mean, he's definitely got the speed. I'm interested to see how quick he pulls away.
So talk about a turn of events right here. Tyler Roberts is now up to second. That's a big swing in the heat race points right there. That's a big chunk off of it. If he can get himself a good result, if Wargo has more bad luck in heat 1 or heat number 2 tomorrow that shuffles him to the rear, all of a sudden you could be down to like a 100-point deficit in the main event. And that could be just, again, one bad session. And this is before drops get factored in, so it might even be tighter with that, where Tyler Roberts could be in the fight for the title as the 2-to-go signal's given.
Yeah, it could turn a little scary for Derek Wargo if he's hoping to keep that championship on.
So we'll wait to see how it all goes here this time. Down the backstretch, a lap and a half to go. Tyrone Kemper Jr. trying to get the toe. Not close enough. Turn 5 this time. He'll stay behind. Tyler Roberts holds the spot in the Iron Rock Motorsports Parallel out of 6 over to 7. Single file here. Kemper Jr. could be close enough. Maybe turn number 11. I think he'll still be a little bit too far back. So he's going to have to dig deep here, coming to the white flag if he wants a shot at P2 here in heat number 1.
I definitely think he's got it. You know, those New Orleans, those Louisiana people got the soul. He's got the soul to stay in there and make that pass.
He's got a lot of it here. What does he have in the tank? What's left for the 141 of Tyrone Kemper Jr. out of the last turn this time by? White flag for the race leader. Gage Bailey, he is more than 10 seconds up the road from these guys, or 8 seconds up the road from him, 7.3 to be exact for Gage. They've stabilized on lap times here. Tyler Roberts and Tyrone Kemper Jr. are matching the leader stride for stride. They just are 8 seconds away. So down the back straight, Roberts, this will be the big passing zone you might have to worry about. Kemper Jr. with a run, not close enough, nothing into 6. Maybe over to turn 7. No, not that time. So I think he could be safe for now. 2 more passing zones remain. Really 3 if you count turn 8, but 2 left. That hairpin at 11 and the final corner, turn number 14. The leader headed out of 11 this time is Gage Bailey. Dominant run in the heat. Not sure what happened to his drafting partner in Derek Wargo, but he'll round the last turn, come on to the front straightaway, and Gage Bailey will score the opening heat race victory here in Mini Swift. Looking back to that battle for second, they're coming out of the final turn. Tyler Roberts will hold on from last to second with one of the fastest laps of the session. He ends up just ahead of Tyrone Jr.
Great drive from Tyler Roberts, just while coming back and causing no incidents, not going off track. He kept it clean, kept it patient. Smart drive from him.
Very smart drive for Tyler Roberts that time here. Again, Kemper Jr. third, David Ibarra fourth, Pato Cadena ends in 5th, Emil Hernandez Marin in 6th, Juan Jose Paramo ends down in 7th, Derek Wargo, again, 8th. Unfortunately, a DNF for him. So I think Emmett Eddles and Bobby Klein, they're scratches for the weekend. But, man, what a class we have coming our way. 206 Senior, presented by Cruise Racing Development. We talked about them through qualifying. It was such a big swing through the whole field. Couple different packs, all with equal lap times. Again, to give you an idea of what we're talking about for this 206 Senior division, presented by CRD. So it's 17 drivers, only 14 turned a lap in qualifying. The entire top 8 or top 9, 0.3 of a second from Sally Mott to Macon Moore. The top 4, less than 1/10 of a second. So super, super close. And again, 0.3, that's nothing here. And look at this, racing going all over the SpeedSportz Racing Park as the rental carts are underway here. So a good a bit of action for some drivers that may be looking to go to the pro track down the line, or you just have some fun on a good Friday night. They're having fun on Friday night. We're having fun with pro racing on a Friday night for the Texas State Championship. The Sprint Series rolling on. The engines have come to life now for Kelvin Ching and Sally Mott. Let's go ahead and take you through the starting lineup for the 206 Seniors as they get set to leave the grid here again. Sally Mott in the 601 Beryl Art hit a great lap on the second to last circuit around a 102.439. Put her on the pole. Kelvin Ching, good lap in qualifying for the 606.04, and the TV cart will join her on row number 1. 0.003 of a second off of Ching to the inside of row 2 will be Mikey Boland. To his outside, that guy right there in the 684, it is Braxton Treg, and he's one of those carts that's got looks like glow sticks on all around his nose cone and front bumper. That's a cool, but I don't know if that's reflective tape or if he's got some glow sticks on it. Super cool there for him.
Oh, yeah. You just love to look at all those lights. I love those lights.
Yeah. We go back from Braxton Treg. Caden Wolf will start to the inside of row number 3 aboard the comp cart. To his outside will be Bryce Frank in the Beryl Art. He looks like he's got some neon underglow as well to make the outside of row number 3. Drew Chappell, double duty here. One of the only drivers going double duty in the 2 major senior classes. 206 Senior and KA Senior, like you said, on a last-second deal. He'll start to the inside of row number 4. Tyler Stevens to the outside of him in the 8th spot aboard the Beryl Art machine. Macon Moore, who was the kind of, second fiddle, the Cal Naughton Jr. to Ricky Bobby, if you will, for Braxton Treg in Amarillo, rolls off in 9th. So some work to be done for Macon Moore on the Ionic Edge chassis. We go back to Landon Melson there in the 10th spot in the 625. And then you get outside the top 10. Still decently close here. Ibrahim Dean, Jahan Davis, Paul Braden, Kurt Goodson. And then I don't know, like I said, if we'll get to see Ethan Wolf, James Holmes, or Luke Waller this time. If we do, it's a full 17-cart grid.
Yeah, it's going to be an exciting race. These guys are super tight, and girls at the front.
But yeah, and girls here for sure with Sally Mott.
They're super tight this weekend, and I cannot wait to watch some of this racing.
Yeah, it's going to be awesome. So Sally Mott getting set to lead. All the boys to the green here. Talk about a turnaround her season's been, right? We start the year in New Orleans. She has one of the nastiest crashes of the entire year for the Texas Sprint Racing Series, pirouetting on the start of one of, I believe it was a heat race in front of the field, and then was bruised up, ended up coming back on Sunday to run the rest of the weekend, but a damaged go-kart for sure, and I'm sure a little bit more caution for her. And then you come back here to SpeedSportz Racing Park, round 5 of the championship, final round of the season. Unfortunately, the points, the chase for the title, out of reach with Braxton Trigg long gone on the standings, but she goes out, puts it on the pole alongside Kelvin Ching, the fellow driver local to the Houston area, and both a familiar front row for those who are familiar with SpeedSportz Racing Park's club. So a very proud club, I'm sure, to have 2 of their local talents on the front row on the state stage, the Texas Sprint Racing Series 206 Senior Division. Coming into the tram lines, Sally Mont's got him nice and slow. Ching looking across, trying to make sure he keeps it an even start as they hit the acceleration box. And we're underway down to turn number 1.
See if they can keep it clean through the S's. Gets a little tight through here.
They're packed up. Look at that. Ching trying to hang out on the outside. He does. 2 and 3 wide back in the field through turn 4. Somehow everybody makes it clean. Look at this great shot down the back straightaway. Sally Mott with the lead. Ching taking a look to the inside. Braxton Trigg with a great start into 3rd.
Yeah, great start from Ching. Able to keep his spot even though he was on that outside line. A little dangerous here at this track, but he's doing good so far.
Single file for the whole field there through turn number 7. Braxton Trigg on the bumper at Ching, and it's a big lead pack, all spearheaded by the fast young lady, Sally Mott, headed over to turns 10 and 11. What does this hairpin look like? Ching looking deep on the brakes. Kelvin Ching, slide job to the lead. Mott's going to have the momentum, though, to try and go back around the outside.
And not what Ching would have wanted. He knew that Braxton Trigg is coming. Look at him right there, making that pass going through the left-hand kink.
And so Braxton Trigg gets through side by side for 4th there. Tyler Stevens getting by on Mikey Bolin. He gets through. So Stevens into 4th. Braxton Trigg to the bumper of Sally Mott, looking for help. He'll give it over to 1, 2, and 3. Stays on her bumper.
Yeah, Trigg came in here, didn't do any practice. Let's see if Sally Mott has anything for him. She knows she's fast. Ching knows he's fast. You know, hopefully we can make this thing a little bit interesting.
Yeah, Braxton Trigg loves this long-term race and doesn't want to always lead. He normally likes to, but he'll happily stay behind. Sally Mott for now, push her through turn number 6 and 7. Ching closes up. Stevens closing up to Ching as well. But a car length cushion for Braxton Trigg trying to work with Mott. Look how big this lead group is here, Riley. I mean, this is a massive pack going about to 8th or 9th.
Oh, yeah. I mean, even when you look at Tyler Stevens, he's moved up 3 spots so far. You know, he looks fast in this fight, too. There he goes, pass for P3.
Yeah, so Tyler Stevens making a move on Kelvin Ching. Ching looks back, trying to get some help. He'll push Stevens, try to close back up to the leaders. Maybe it works better with Stevens in front of the second grouping as Braxton Trigg starting to make some headway with Sally Mott. Ching, little mistake there out of the final turn, trying to get going. He's got Mikey Bolin pushing him down the front straightaway.
Mikey Bolin looks racy too. I mean, all these guys in this pack. Ooh,
big mistake there for Braxton Trigg. I think got bumper hooked off the rear bumper of Sally Mott. Got sideways there through turn 3. That'll allow everybody to close back up when the leaders are disconnected.
Yeah, that's a little scary there. You did not want to be wrecking right in that corner, especially with everybody coming so fast in.
Side by side for 5th. Here comes Caden Wolf to the inside on Mikey Bolin. He gets through. And hangs on. Oh, Bolin got back by him in 7th with that cheat code move, as we like to call.
You see it in all these lower power classes. Like that little left-hand hairpin is just so effective at getting that switchback.
And now Braxton Trigg going for the lead. He'll take the spot away in turn 11. Mott's going to try and cross him over, but he's going to get drafting help from Tyler Stevens on the outside. Mott on the inside. Wheel to wheel for the lead. She'll have to give way as Stevens gets through as well.
Yeah, a little bit of a patient move from Sally Mott. She could have held it in there, but I guess she just didn't want to make any wrong moves.
Yeah. Again, caution there. Kind of got bullied a bit into giving that spot up, if you want to put it like that. But look at this. All that's brought the group back together. Ching, Bolin, Wolf, all right there through 4 and 5. Who's going to get the big run? Do they try to take the fight to the championship leader, Braxton Trigg? He's got a lot of swagger walking around the paddock these days with that big-time points lead. What does Tyler Stevens do at the end of the straightaway? He doesn't go by him yet. Oh, Ching, big run there. Big push going into 6.
Oh, yeah, even Stevens gave Trigg a little bump going into that corner.
Just letting him know, hey, bud, you might have the championship locked up. This race weekend's wide open, and I could get there. And Tyler Stevens up 6 spots. Again, from his qualifying position on the 4th row, here he comes over to 11 onto the bumper of Braxton Trey.
And watch out for Drew Chappell. He's purple right now at P7. He's looking really good right now.
Little mistake for Caden Wolf, kind of knocked Mikey Bolin sideways, lets him back in line, but that gives a gap up to Kelvin Ching in 4th. As they go into the final hairpin, they'll stay back single file. Good respect move there by Caden Wolf. Little mistake, lets him back in line, doesn't force the issue, keeps the pack together as well.
Yeah, I mean, you don't want any hasty moves going on. I mean, everybody just wants to keep going the same speed and keep your flow going. I mean, in this LX206 class, it's all about momentum. And if you lose even a little bit of that, you're falling off.
Out of turns 4 and 5, down the back straightaway. Stevens right there on Braxton Treg. Treg looking for help. Stevens, he'll push him for now. Stays in line here. We're still only 4.5 minutes into this heat race. A lot of time to go in the 12 minutes plus 2 laps. And at this point, they're just hoping that they're going to get impatient behind the top couple and split the pack up, because that's the only reason you can think they're single file. When you're in a pack this big, the only safe spot is the leader.
Yeah.
Even then, that's not exactly safe when you got 9 go-karts lined up behind you.
That's so crazy, looking at those 9 cars, all nose to tail. This is a great race so far.
Yeah, look at this. Oh, aggressive move. There it is.
Gonna break it
It
open.
comes from back in the grouping. 3 wide, Bolin on the outside, Wolf on the inside. Drew Chappell was trying to get by. He's going to get shuffled to the outside lane, trying to hang the momentum. Yeah. Oh, and he gets
No.
way wide for Drew Chappell.
That's tough. I mean, he didn't really have anywhere to go there. I mean, he just got sent off on the outside.
And that right there, again, Drew Chappell trying to make up some headway in the division. He's got such a great run going in K Senior, but now he's outside the toe, and that's why the leaders will push. They'll wait for someone to try and make a pass. Chappell tried to make one, and a rookie in the senior class there just, I don't want to chalk it solely on impatience. He might have the speed to get by, but the pass ultimately didn't come out as clean as he would have liked. And that's what split these groups up.
Yeah, I think that was just an effect of having all these drivers running so close together. I mean, something is bound to happen. You know it. Even as a driver, you're just waiting on something to happen.
And it happens right there. So it splits them up. 4 drivers in the lead group now. Braxton Treg, the leader. Tyler Stevens, second. Sally Mott in third. Kelvin Ching in fourth. The second pack, now as it groups back together, is led by Caden Wolf aboard the comp cart. Drew Chappell dropped back all the way to 9th last time by. We'll see if he can reel back in that second grouping. He's got a lot of work to do to get there.
Yeah, a little bit of rough luck for him, but I think he can make it back make those spots back up.
Here they come down the front straightaway. Braxton Treg still the leader. Stevens, Mott, Ching, all clocking in times that are 0.8 better than Caden Wolf last time by. So that gap will open from the leaders. And Kelvin Ching looks like he's missing just a little bit of pace in certain sections, because you see him just lagging a bit off that group. He cannot afford a mistake. Doesn't have a pusher behind him to push him back up to the leaders if he bobbles at all.
I mean, it looks like he's just missing just a bit of top end. I mean, he was close coming out of 4, but he just lost it going down the straightaway.
Yeah, look at that. He realizes that he wants a pusher. He'll get it. Gets by Sally Mott in turn 7. Nice move.
Good job. He knows what he needs. He knows he needs that straightaway speed. He's definitely lacking on the top end. You can see it.
Yeah, so maybe just a gear ratio decision for Kelvin Ching. Unfortunately, Sally Mott wants that spot back. She's trying it, gives him the elbow grease on the exit of the corner, eventually gets clear, and it really hurts his momentum. And that gives the leaders a big gap there for Tyler Stevens and Braxton Treg.
Yeah, I mean, now Sally Mott, she's just got to keep clawing her way back up to him. It's going to be tough with those 2 guys drafting up ahead, but I think she can do it. I think she's got the pace.
Yeah, she's really got to dig, though, because 2 is better than 1 at 206 Senior.
Mm-hmm.
She's on the verge of losing the toe. The only thing she's got going for her, that slow cart up the road could get in the way and mess with the leaders. And she had a great run through the S's that time, so she gained some ground. But they're going to push and pull away a little bit once they hit the limiter. And, again, this lap traffic up the road might just get caught at an awkward time. Might not. Black flag might pull that one in the pit lane. What will it do? They're going to try and flag him off. He doesn't come off. The leaders, they're going to get to the lap traffic, I think, because a lapper did not see the black flag, did not pull into the pit lane. That is going to be the driver at the end of the group, Kurt Goodson, I believe, in the 647. Here come the leaders. All right, he's going to get points there. Nice move by Goodson, but he should have pulled in, unfortunately.
Yeah, it looks like Sally Mott is digging. She saw it going into that turn 4 or turn 6 that she was braking super late, super hard, trying to catch back up. And it's looked like it's working in her favor so far.
Yeah, the roll speed really good for Sally Mott. Now, the one downside of being a packed up group on a rhythm section like this is you get the accordion effect in the braking zone, as I like to call it. The leader can brake at his normal time. Second place needs to hit the brakes a little bit earlier than normal to give the leader space. and third's got to break even earlier than that. And so while they will make up ground pushing like a pack like this here in this group, second on back, the second pack led by Macon Moore, with this many go-karts, you can see them all accordion back, or you have guys trying to pass like that with Caden Wolf working Mikey Bolin, doesn't get by. Bolin gets back.
A bit of a switchback.
Yeah.
Killing his exit coming out of that left-hand hairpin, going to the double right. And you could see the space open up between them. You know, he lost his momentum, and now he's got to claw back up to it.
Yeah, so he's got to work his way back to the leaders. This time by, we'll have about 3 minutes plus 2 laps to go for the 206 Senior Division presented by Cruise Racing Development. This is Group 4 of 9. Still got 5 more heat races coming your way this evening, ending off with the Exertech KA100 Senior Division. Out of the final turn for Macon Moore in this second group. Here's the lead group. Braxton Trigg, Tyler Stevens, Sally Mott, pulling away a little bit from Kelvin Ching. He gained half a tenth that time by, not a lot. And when they link up, they really gap him, but then he's able to close up in this slower speed sections. You can see how much he gained through 4 and 5. And then he hits the limiter, I think, a little bit early on the straightaway. This is where he loses that top end like you're talking about.
Yeah, I mean, I wonder what's going on. I mean, he's been fast all weekend. He was fast in the final practice yesterday, and he's looking good earlier today. I wonder what's going on.
Yeah, hard to tell, but again, I think it's just the gear ratio that might have been a little better for qualifying, or if he's the guy in front, right? So when you have a rev limiter class like this, having the driver with the gear with a little more exit speed, acceleration, a little less top speed, that's better because he'll hit the limiter. The guy with the longer gear that takes longer to hit the limiter, he'll push him, and the speed will keep going as the front driver bounces the limiter, but he could pull them out of the corners, and the tow will pull that second driver out of the corners. So Kelvin Ching's got a setup to lead. He doesn't exactly have a setup to trail, and that's why you're seeing him kind of lose ground on the straightaways, gain ground in the corners, back and forth. I imagine tomorrow afternoon, if they think the track will stay relatively the same when it comes to the gearing, they'll probably take 1 or 2 teeth off, give him a little more top speed to play with in the draft.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, maybe they might even just leave it for those hotter sessions. I mean, the track's gonna be super greasy, so you might need that extra tooth or two.
Yeah, it might slow down. I mean, we're seeing really quick lap times here under the lights. Not as hot. Tires aren't overheating all throughout. And you can see how much Ching gains through 6 there into 7. Really pulls up to the center of the corner. Good roll speed on that TB kart. Trying to close up. He's down to a car length away. He's digging. He just needs 1 pass for the lead. That's all he needs to get up there. They're going to wait probably till that 2 to go signal if I had to guess.
Yeah, I mean, if that were me, if I were Kelvin, I mean, I would be saying, I mean, the race is going to come to me. It's going to come to me. Like, something's going to happen up front. Somebody's going to pass somebody. It's not going to stay like this forever.
No, definitely. Well, look at how deep he got on the brakes there. Quick little movement on the wheel. He's got some really bright color wheels you could see. So you can see that him going to work behind the steering wheel in the seat. Unfortunately, just, again, he loses ground at the end of the front stretch. Then he has to spend the rest of the lap gaining it back up, digging, rolling through the center of the corner. Everything he lost there at the front stretch, he gains back through 4 and 5. Then he loses it again down the back straightaway. That's, like you said, telling yourself the race will come to you, and it will get there. They will battle. You'll be in the mix, is what you got to remind yourself. It can be so frustrating when you're pedal to the floor as fast as you can go down the straightaways, and you see the guys in front of you keep on chugging and pull away.
Yeah, it's definitely discouraging. But, like you said, I mean, we just got to keep pushing. You got to keep hitting your marks and being consistent. And that's what Kelvin's doing right now. He's pushing hard.
He's hanging on to him. I will say, though, that second group led by Mikey Bolin now is a little bit quicker than the leaders. They picked up 2/10 last time by. So Mikey Bolin at a 1:2.89, a little faster than the top 4. Now they're 3 seconds back. They've got a lot of work to do to catch the lead group, and they keep on passing. Bolin leads the group, then Caden Wolf, who just got by the beer alert of Bryce Frank, and the 2 to go signal coming out this time, making more. Now at the end of the grouping, Bolin goes purple, 1:02.7. Mikey Bolin is ripping here under the lights.
He's trying to run away from that pack ahead of him or behind him. I mean, that's crazy. He's even doing that by himself. No draft.
Yeah, he's doing a solid job here down the back straightaway. How much of a gap can he pull? Here's Caden Wolf again with the group right there. Bryce Frank in tow. Still waiting on the leaders to fight. We're a lap and a half away from the checkered flag. This battle right now outside the top 5. This is for 6th on your screen. Caden Wolf versus Bryce Frank with Macon Moore lurking in the distance. Up front, Mikey Bolin on the bumper of Braxton Trigg. Kelvin Ching on the bumper of Sally Mott. That's the leading group of 4. This time by, white flag in the air for the leaders to the final couple corners. Trigg and Stevens, no change yet. When does Tyler Stevens want to pull the trigger? Sally Mott, great exit out of turn number 14.
Yeah, I think the fight's about to happen, man. I'm looking at it towards the end of the straightaway. I think Stevens is going to make a move. At least I hope he will. He doesn't just stay behind, but I know Stevens is hungry. He wants that win.
He told him he wanted to push him here out of 4 and 5. Down the back straightaway, Braxton Trigg, half a car length lead. Tyler Stevens says, look forward, man. Go, look forward. I'll push you. Is he going to stick to it? You see a lot of guys say, yeah, go forward, and then I'm going to pass you. But Sally Mott, she's not giving any signals, and she's roughing him up a little bit trying to get by in 6.
Yeah, she's desperate. She wants that extra spot. I mean, it could mean a huge difference going into the final. I mean, every spot counts.
Again, Tyler Stevens, he's just happy he's got a top result. He's already 6 spots gained. Doesn't need to throw it away. Does he go into 11? It'll be a block from Trigg, a late move from Mott. It's going to go side by side. That might seal it for Braxton Trigg because Stevens went wide. And you're right. Here comes Kelvin Ching to Mott's bumper. Last corner. Ching's not afraid to send it. This time he holds some restraint, though. And, Trigg went wide blocking. Here comes Stevens across the line. They'll go door to door. Braxton Trigg hangs on by 0.07 of a second.
Oh, man, he almost lost that. That is scary.
That was tight, but the points leader proves why he has clinched the championship already. Braxton Trigg drives from 4th to the win in the Cruise Racing Development 206 Senior Class. Tyler Stevens in 2nd, 6 spots gained from 8th on the grid. Sally Mott 3rd, Kelvin Ching 4th, Mikey Bolin, fast time, ends up at best in 5th. Bryce Frank 6th, Caden Wolf 7th, Macon Moore 8th, Drew Chappell 9th, Landon Melson rounds the top 10. We're going to go to commercial break. When we come back, more heat racing action to go. 4 down, 5 to come your way. Next up, 4T Concrete Pumping KA100 Junior.
How you doing? My name is Mike Doty from Mike Doty Racing from Orange County, New York. We're about an hour north of New York City. We're a full-service kart shop that we supply IAME, Rotax, and all rock engines. We sell OTK parts and all the tires for all the different series. We support USBKS, SCUSA, Rotax, which is the Stars and Stripes, and the Rock Winter Tour. What we do is we try to get the drivers better by data, driver coaching, and setup. We have a lot of good drivers that come through our program. We have a lot of experience. I've been doing it for almost 35 years, and we just try to translate that to all our customers.
For more info about Mike Doty Racing, you can contact us at mikedotyracing@gmail.com or call us at 845-551-0572.
Concrete Pumping KA100 Junior, 20 plus on the grid, set to trail Elio Meza as he takes him out of the final corner, and we get set for action. Santiago Duran will join him on row number 1 with Diego Guillo on row number 2. Landon Skinner making up the outside for now in Rudolph Racing Academy. 2, 3, 4, 5 with Reagan Seville to round it off. Justin Music starts 6th. The Underglow, Landon Norris kart to the outside there on row 3, and we are a little bit out of sorts, but my goodness, Santiago Duran from 2nd was nosing ahead, got pushed ahead. He gets the lead, but that's always tricky there, Riley. He was trying to signal, putting his hand in the air that he was getting pushed, but he ultimately gets the top spot away from Elio Meza here on the opening circuit. Let's see if Meza answers.
I mean, a great jump from him on the start. I mean, hopefully he doesn't catch a penalty for that one. You know, wasn't really his fault, but You see Mesa already going down to pass and getting that lead back.
Yeah, very quick and decisive for Elio Mesa. Duran signaled, tapped his helmet, said, all right, sorry about that. Push me, please. Mesa said, no, not today.
No.
I'm going through the lead, and I want to pull away. Recently crowned national champ, not taking anything from anyone. He's already got 2 car lengths to boot coming out of turn number 11.
Yeah, I mean, Mesa's an animal, man. He does not want to stay behind anybody.
Problems for Justin Music on the opening lap, and the Arcade Motorsports Tony Kart goes around in turn number 11. Long way to go forward now for the 826.
That's tough for him. Tough way to start the race.
Yeah, hate to see it for Justin Music. So Elio Mesa leads your field over Santiago Duran, Landon Skinner third, Diego Guillo fourth. Justin Music was fifth at the end of the first lap. No, sorry, that was not Music. That was the 826 of Beckett Friesen. My bad. Music P5. Beckett Friesen going around here on the opening circuit.
Yeah, I mean, look at that. Cooper Shipman already up 6 spots, and it's only been 1 lap. And he's on a tear. I'm looking for him to come back to the front.
Yeah, big time dig there for Cooper Shipman after having to start back in the field. So he's up the order. Again, apologies to the Music fam. He's doing great. Top 5 right now for Justin Music. Rough start for Beckett Friesen. And the mix of the 2 drivers there. Again, Cooper Shipman up to 6. He's got about 0.8 of a second more or less to try and close the gap up to the leaders as they go to the final corner. Here, Santiago Duran has a company from Landon Skinner. He is losing touch with Elio Mesa. That Iron Rock Tony Kart is hooked up here under the lights.
Yeah, I mean, as he's proven all year and even in the year before, I mean, Mesa is a great driver, and he's tough to beat, especially around this track where he does tons and tons of testing.
Super, super good stuff. Elio Mesa, and such a humble kid, too. I mean, again, we talked about Braxton Trey, got a lot of swagger walking around, championship points leader. You don't get that from Elio Mesa. Very humble, great young man, great kid, and I think he's got a really bright future in motorsport.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, he's definitely proven it over the course of his racing career. I mean, he definitely deserves it, and it's just about time.
Well, we look back from him to some more young men going at it. Santiago Duran trying to hang on to second as long as he can. Landon Skinner's coming along right there. Right behind him, Diego Guillo. Again, Justin Music on the Arcane Tony Kart in 5th. He's got a run on Guillo going to the final 2 corners. Won't go just yet as Skinner deep sinks the rear tire. Goes a little wide, though. Duran gets back cleared.
It's always sketchy trying to pass in that corner because it's so easy to drop a wheel on the exit. You can overshoot that corner so easily.
It's tricky there. So with that move done here, Landon Skinner now has to go back to the drawing board to try and find himself a little more room to battle for the lead and the win down the back straight, or battle for the second spot, leader of the group. And this, it looked like behind him Guillo wanted to go. Skinner ended up going, and now Duran's got to fend off Diego Guillo. Justin Music getting in there side by side.
Oh, maybe a little bit too opportunistic from Justin Music a little there. He could have stayed in line just a little bit longer, but now it's spreading out just a little bit. Not what they were looking for.
So with that, through turn number 11 here for Landon Skinner and company. Out of the corner, over to the final few turns. Landon Skinner up to second. Elio Mesa over a 2.25 seconds up the road. And look at Cooper Shipman. He's all over Justin Music for the 5th position.
He's on a tear. He really wants that Iron Rock 1-2. He does not want to get beat by his teammate, especially.
No, and again, up to second here. That's good heat race points. That puts him in a spot to challenge his Iron Rock teammate. He's shown he's got really good pace. All he's got to do is get to the lead of this group here, and he could join his teammate on the front row for the main events with another good heat race tomorrow afternoon as Landon Skinner leads him down the backstretch. No change in position. Duran still there. Side by side, Shipman gets through on Justin Music, as does Diego Guillo on Santiago Duran.
Yeah, a little bit of a teammate action right there. Len Skinner get away, and now Guillo thinks he can make it up.
Let's see if he can do it here. Santiago Duran staying behind him over to 11. And here comes Cooper Shipman, like the music from Jaws. Cue it. Here comes Cooper Shipman waiting in the wake there, trying to find a way behind Duran. Here he comes inside.
Oh my God.
Wow. Santiago Duran now trying to over under him. Can't do it. Cooper Shipman gets a 2-for-1 special in the final corner.
And he is just eating them up. Already up, what is that, 9 spots so far now? What a great drive from him so far in this race.
Yeah, great drive from Cooper Shipman as the field heads down the back straightaway here. Now Duran to the rear bumper, headed over to turn number 6.
Looks like he's keeping it nice and tidy. Shipman's now on Landon Skinner. Oh, there goes Music down to the inside. Great move from him. Caught Guillo or Duran a little sleepy there. Was not expecting that move from Justin Music.
So there they go, over to 11. Again, great move for them all together. It ends up work good. Oh, Music gets the bumper there. He gets the business from Duran. Guillo kind of bottlenecks as well. And all the while, Cooper Shipman gets a little more separation up to Landon Skinner in his charge forward towards second. Skinner takes him out of the final turn across the line. 7 minutes complete, 5 minutes plus 2 laps to go.
Yeah, what a drive so far from Cooper Shipman. He's been so fast. I wonder if there's even a chance he can catch up to Mesa. Mesa isn't too far ahead now.
And he was a little bit faster last time by, but it's 2.5 seconds. Big margin for him. Down the backstretch, up for second here. Then we'll see a pass. Maybe. Looking. Oh, deep on the brakes for Cooper Shipman. And he will hold the spot through 7. That was a send and a half.
You need to start calling him Jaws, man.
He was digging, and he eats it up. So Cooper Shipman up to second. Landon Skinner back to third.
And hopefully Skinner needs to make a move ASAP if he wants to stay with Cooper Shipman. Maybe get that spot back.
Well, he's trying it. Shipman blocked there into 11. He wanted to keep the spot. I think Cooper Shipman knows he's probably pretty evenly matched to his Iron Rock teammate of Elio Mesa when it comes to speed. So he's trying to back him up to have Landon Skinner fight and give him a little gap and just ride for second. I don't think he has any hopes that he can get the lead, but look at this.
Goodness.
Whoa, Landon Skinner. Shipman gives him the business back, and he holds the spot, and now Skinner has
music on the outside.
Ooh, that got tight real fast.
Yeah, hopefully music just needs to push Skinner to get past Shipman. He's going to pull out.
And Shipman blocks the bottom, gets the bumper from Skinner, and they're all going to run wide. Music side by side. This is the gap that Cooper Shipman needed. He gets a little bit of separation back to Landon now, and Justin Music inside for third. He's through.
Oh, wow. Just some great defending from Shipman as well. I mean, knowing to park them at the apex of every hairpin corner. It really bottlenecks them all together and makes them fight amongst themselves.
And there they go. Santiago Duran gets a spot back. Landon Skinner back to fifth now. Duran up the order. Here, who's coming up behind him? That's going to be Reagan Seville. He hasn't been in the mix at all here today. He's in the mix now in this lead group coming out of the final turn. So really, it should be the second group because the leader, Elio Mesa, he's long gone. 4 seconds up the road here, 9 minutes in.
Yeah, just about untouchable for Elio. You can't really expect any less from him, for sure.
Yeah, great run for Elio Mesa. 206 Cadet presented by Ferris Mowers coming up next. That'll be a big drafting group for sure, but we got a big draft pack in KA Junior presented by 4T Concrete Pumping. Cooper Shipman down the inside. Look at them going way wide back there at the end of the pack. More passing in the middle of the group. Guillo gets by on Skinner. He holds the inside into 8. Skinner tries to cross him up. He does. Side by side, Skinner gets put on the curb. He holds the position.
That was a little hairy. Look at Music catching up to Shipman. He's looking real racy right now.
Yeah, Justin Music on that Arcade Motorsports Tony kart. Big run coming to the rear bumper. Final turn. Does he send it on Shipman in the last turn? Not enough.
Good choice from him not trying to pass us there. It's a little too risky for where they're at right now.
Yeah, they've still got probably about 4 to 5 to go here as we get 2 minutes plus 2 laps across the line. Justin Music working the rear bumper of Cooper Shipman, trying to find a way around as his teammate Elio Mesa continues to pull away out in front. Music's 2 car lengths away from Shipman down the back, looking for help from Santiago Duran. He's going to get it. Big run. Looking. Oh,
what a move.
Nice move from Justin Music.
Just stuck his nose in there.
So Justin Music gets into second. Shipman back to third. Duran in fourth. Right behind Diego Guillo there as they have that great low shot going into turn number 11.
Yeah, great move from Music. He's been so fast. He was fast this morning. I think he didn't really get the qualifying he wanted, but now he's really showing his speed right now. Love to see it.
So over into the final turn, look at Cooper Shipman. He was just salivating at that look to the inside. Just not close enough to send it. He stays in line across the stripe. We've got about 4 to go here in heat number 1. And nearly a move into 3. Doesn't do it there.
Yeah, it just looked like even before, it looked like Cooper Shipman was able to get way better movement through 3 and into 4. You could tell that, especially when they all bunched up behind Music going through 3.
Down the back. Big move. Late on the brakes. Cooper Shipman inside. And a little hip check there. Santiago Duran gets through. And Music's going to go to the outside again. Guillo trying to get by. Fends him off. Landon Skinner gets through now as Guillo falls a spot back. So biggest losers there, Justin Music and Diego Guillo. And now Duran on the bumper of Shipman. Shipman going to block. That'll stack him up. Look at that. Guillo way back. Gets by on Music. They're all going at it.
A little bit of teammate on teammate violence over here.
Again tight. Again Music on the inside for Skinner this time.
Watch out for that over-under.
Can he get the nose there? No, he cannot. But this is all given a big gap out back as look who's getting into the mix. Ivana Richards, where did she come from? She's into the mix now in 7th. Graham Tremmel is there on the Bureau Art. Richards gets by on Skinner this time as Shipman and Duran start to get away a little bit.
Yeah, that's 5 spots up for Richards now. Great drive from her so far. She's a little bit of a sleeper going into this race. I did not expect that.
Yeah, nice run for Ivana Richards. So 5 spots gained for Ivana into 6th on the racetrack. Justin Music, the next driver in line for her. He's working Diego Guillo, edge of the top 5. And again, ahead of Guillo there, 3rd and 2nd, Cooper Shipman. And it looks like Santiago Duran have settled their differences for the moment. But it'll heat back up again shortly because this time by the double sticks will fly. We'll get 2 laps to go with the leaders out of the final few turns. We're watching this second pack. Elio Meza, long gone out front. You're watching the battle for 2nd, and on the screen right now, the battle for 4th, held currently by Diego Guillo.
Yeah, great run so far. I hope that Guillo and Music are able to catch back up to Shipman and Duran, make that race a little bit more interesting. Maybe Duran and Shipman will fight just a little bit, or maybe they'll just stay patient.
Down the back straightaway for Justin Music with a run to Guillo. Look at this run for Duran. Sees that 2 to go signal. He thinks it's go time. Shipman does as well. He goes back on him. Justin Music also a move done on Guillo. He gets the spot away. He gets closer there, up to 5th or 4th for Justin Music. Santiago Duran back to the drawing board. What does he do in 11? Shipman low. Duran lower. They all get banged up there. Music, the big loser in 11.
Music should not have stayed high. He has this recurring problem of just always hanging around the outside, not working in his favor at all.
And now he's going to get stuffed again. That time by Reagan Seville. And all the while, looks like Duran gets away a little bit. Shipman gets away. Checkered flag coming. Next time by, white flag in the air. And they're all separated out here through 3 and 4.
Yeah, I wonder if it's going to get shuffled anymore. It looks like everybody's really, really desperate, and everybody's got their teeth out waiting to get those more positions.
So Cooper Shipman hanging on. Santiago Duran in 3rd. Look at the battle down to 6 on the inside to block. Ivana Richards. Again, where did she come from? She's into the top 5 and Landon Skinner. Teammate on teammate versus Diego Guillo. Here comes Seville. He'll get by on Skinner there.
Oh, wow. Great move by Seville so far. He's been kind of keeping it quiet and just picking his points. He's taking advantage of all those opportunities he's been given. Oh, no.
Skinner back on him there, still battling. Meanwhile, Elio Meza cruises to victory here in Heat 1. Nothing but checkers for him. Look at this fight coming into the final turns. Back for the top 5. 2 and 3. What? Music gets the bumper cut behind the wheel. Oh, man. And Justin Music is stuck in the dirt on the outside of the final corner. What a terrible ending to heat number 1. 1,000 feet from the finish line. Justin Music shakes his head, says, oh, man, I don't even know what happened there. He will drop all the way down to about 19th or 20th. Justin Music from inside the top 5 was 2nd at one point and instead gets one of the worst results you can have here in the heat race for K100 Junior. That is a heartbreaker.
Yeah, man, especially at the end of the race. Like, you have the race going so well so far, and to have it end on the last lap, it's just terrible.
So with that all wrapped up here, lots of battling, lots of pushing and shoving. Unfortunate for Justin Music. They'll get that Arcade Motorsports Tony Kart cleared off the racetrack. He'll go to the scale line, and a disheartening ending to Friday night for Justin Music and company. They've got some work to do for tomorrow. But let's take you through the top 10, how they wrapped up the 14 Concrete Pumping KA Junior opening heat. Again, Elio Meza the winner. 10 spots gained from 12th on the grid for Cooper Shipman. He ends 2nd. Duran 3rd. Ivana Richards 7 spots gained up the order to 4th. Diego Guillo 5th. Landon Skinner 6th. Reagan Seville from 5th on the grid faded backwards, got back going. And then we go to Christian Gardino in 8th, Preston Pico, Graham Tremmel, the top 10. And looks like somebody lost a chain guard just on one of our other cameras we caught up there. So lots of parts. Surprising that we didn't have more carnage in that one. That could have gotten really ugly really fast.
Oh, yeah, for sure. And honestly, this whole night so far, I mean, I expected there to be a lot more carnage, but everybody's playing super nice with each other. They all have that common goal to make it to the final.
Yeah, so far, so relatively smart racing. 206 Cadet presented by Ferris Mowers up next here. Jackson Young will lead your field to the green. Derek Wargo will join him on row number 1. Aston Wyatt and the Aiden Rudolph Racing Academy Bureau Art will do to the inside of row 2 alongside Paxton Dyson. That Trackside Karting Services 222 machine, Tyrone Kemper Jr. will start to the inside of row 3 alongside Thomas Smith. Then it'll be Chris Tracy and Josie Chambers on row number 4. Sawyer Chambers in the 225 will start to the inside of row number 5 aboard the Nitro Kart. To his outside, Tristan Young in the 223 Parolin out of Crum, Texas. Round off the top 10. Then it'll be Noah Gibson on the inside of row 6 with Benton Hale. Braden Westfall, again, a scratch, I believe, for the weekend, potentially set to roll off down in 13th.
That should be a close race. Everybody was pretty nice and tight during qualifying. There was a distinct couple groups, but I think we're going to be in for a good race again.
Yeah, let's see what we got here. Coming out of the final turn onto the front straightaway for Jackson Young and Derek Wargo. Let's see, out of turn 15, will they keep it slow enough to get a good green on the first try by? Looks pretty good. It is good enough. Green flag in the air. We're racing for 206 Cadet down to turns 1 and 2.
Ooh, look at Paxton Dyson staying inside that line. Great to keep his spot as well as that top line there. Ooh,
lots of contact in the middle of the field. One driver got ramped up in the air.
looks like it.
So that'll separate him out. 3-driver breakaway up front early. Derek Wargo with the lead, I believe, going down to turn number 5. And Tyrone Kemper Jr. under fire for Paxton Dyson. Dyson gets through for 4th.
Yeah, good for Dyson. Be able to make up spots. And look at Wargo just staying behind, minding his time.
And Aston Wyatt going head-to-head here with Derek Wargo and Jackson Young. Wyatt takes the point away. So Aston Wyatt to the lead. Jackson Young back to second. Wargo third. Young looking for the lead back. He gets it in 11.
I feel like we're going to see a lot more switchbacks this time. It's going to be good.
So let's see him over to turns 13, 14, and 15. Jackson Young, the leader. Aston Wyatt second. Derek Wargo third. All this shuffling for the lead. It's going to bring more drivers into the mix. Here comes Paxton Dyson with a good run down the front straightaway.
Yeah, Paxton's been so consistent all season. I think he's ready to close this one out on a high. I mean, he's been great. He's been qualifying well. I think he's ready.
Talking with his dad a little bit earlier, he obviously has been playing a whole lot of football here this year, so he's been a little bit out of the seat, a little rusty coming into this weekend, but he's had a good run through the heat in micro. He's looking to leave it a little better here in 206 Cadet as they go to turn number 6, trying to hunt down the leaders. One of the younger drivers in the group is there goes Derek Wargo inside and clear on Aston Wyatt for second, and that will bring Paxton Dyson officially into the mix. 4 drivers for the lead here in 206 Cadet.
I know Paxton was waiting for that pass. I know he's glad that it happened because now he brought him back into the mix. He's going to catch that draft from him. Everything's going to start bunching back up. They're all going to start drafting.
Headed out of the hairpin here this time over to turns 13, 14, and 15. Jackson Young leads the way. Derek Wargo second. Big send from Paxton Dyson for third. Nice move.
Paxton's ready, man.
So Aston Wyatt now locks in behind him. He's gone from the lead, now back to 4th in just a handful of laps. Has to go back to work. You're trying to push Dyson up to the leaders. And you look back, Tyrone Kemper Jr., 102.7. Not a good lap last time by compared to the leading duo. He needs to find a little more speed to run down the top 4 as Derek Wargo and Jackson Young, they're hooked up. Dyson's going to need a good sector. And we go back to Kemper Jr. He's going to get past for 5th. That's Sawyer Chambers down the inside. He gets into the top 5. Kemper Jr. back to 6th. Thomas Smith lurking there on the Nitro Kart.
Yeah, look at that. I mean, I hope Aston Wyatt will stay behind Paxton, work with him a little bit so they can catch back up to those leaders. I mean, hopefully they're not going to battle too hard. You know, they know what the assignment is.
Into turn number 11. No move yet for 6th for Kemper Jr. He's safe. Looks like Thomas Smith will ride behind him, and this 3-car grouping will link back up and see what kind of headway they could make to try and run back to the top 4. But I don't know if there'll be much headway made at the moment as they exit the final hairpin and head down the front straightaway. Give you an update on lap times for P1 and P3. A 101.5 for Jackson Young and Derek Wargo's duo. 101.8 for Aston Wyatt and Paxton Dyson. As like you said, you were hoping for Wyatt to stay behind. He went by Dyson that time, got back into 3rd. Can he run down the leaders? They gave up 3/10 with the pass once again as they go down the backstretch into turn number 6.
Man, Jackson Young just loves to duck, man. His human DRS system is just working crazy tonight.
Well, it's working out either way. At least they're getting some good lap times together. Although I will think it looks like Wyatt and Dyson, they might have made up a little bit of ground this lap. So maybe the right move for Aston Wyatt to make that pass on Paxton Dyson last time by.
I would hope so. You know, the more karts in this battle, the merrier. You know, we're going to have a way more fun time announcing it.
Makes it more fun for us. A little more stressful for the Wargo and Young camps as they head over to the final couple turns. This time by, it'll be A little over 4 minutes complete, 8 minutes plus 2 laps to go in the Ferris Mowers 206 Cadet opening heat race on the weekend.
I think you're right. They did make up a little bit of space that time. That Paxton Dyson goes purple. Here we go. It's on.
So there they go through 2, 3, over to 4 and 5. Yeah, like you said, improvements for Aston Wyatt and Paxton Dyson. They're hunting them down. Dyson purple, Wyatt almost as quick, just a couple hundredths off. They knocked a 10th off the lead. So this is exactly what they need right now, that kind of pace out of the both of them, especially if Dyson could get there. They're disconnected for a lot of this lap compared to the top two of Jackson Young and Derek Wargo. They are pushing all over each other to try and hunt them down. So even more impressive that they're getting the run. But Aston Wyatt, he's almost there. He can almost taste the draft off the top.
Oh, yeah. He's digging super hard. You can see it when he's driving. I mean, he's all putting his hands on the wheel and really just yanking the cart around.
Here's an update further back down the order. This is the group 5th, 6th, and 7th. Sawyer Chambers, Tyrone Kemper Jr., Thomas Smith. Not much of a change altogether. Their lap last time by was about a half second off the pace of the leading quartet. So to give you an idea of where they're running here across the line, their updated gap to the leaders about 4 seconds away for 5th, 6th, and 7th, headed through turns 2, 3, and 4.
Yeah, Sawyer Chambers having a good race so far, moving up 4 spots. Doing a good job for him, making up from that qualifying he had. Hopefully he's able to keep it.
Unfortunately, bad luck for the other Chambers driver. Josie Chambers out on lap number 2 with the DNF result. She'll be down in 12th. As we pass there, Tyrone Kemper Jr. pulls the trigger, goes by for 5th. Tyrone Kemper Jr. back into the top 5.
Yeah, he's always the one who's making those moves. He loves to pass. I can tell. He does not like to be patient behind anybody.
Not at all. He's ready to go. So Tyrone Kemper Jr. gets by. Now he's got look into the inside, but not going. Was Sawyer Chambers to make a move back on him. He ultimately thought better of it. Stays in line. He'll push him over to the final few corners as we approach the halfway marker.
Yeah, you do not want to see those little half passes. That could just really ruin your race if it's too bad.
It just hurts both of you, right? Pass doesn't get made, but you still lose time because you both go offline. The driver behind to the inside, driver in front of the outside. You almost kind of wish he passes you at that point.
Yeah. I mean, just let me go. I'll let you go, It's just a little bit of game you got to play, give and take.
Well, speaking of giving and taking here, Aston Wyatt is taking away kart lengths from the lead of 1st and 2nd back to him. He's closing up lap by lap, a 10th to 2/10. He's cut it down now to just half a second as of last time by the stripe. Paxton Dyson loosely tied there, back behind him as well. He's relatively close, 8/10 from the lead, 3/10 from Wyatt. The leaders, when they are hooked up, they can pull back away. But look how much Aston Wyatt closes in the braking zone there. Really gets a good run, closes the gap to the top 2.
He is really driving hard right now. I know he wants that win. And these two teammates in front of him are working together really well, and they're not really battling super hard. And Wyatt's able to do it without really much of a draft at all.
Out of the final turn, down the front straightaway here for the leaders. Jackson Young, Derek Wargo, Aston Wyatt, Paxton Dyson. 1, 2, 3, 4 through the S's here over to 4 and 5.
Yeah, look at them. It looks like Wyatt's lost a little bit in that time. Maybe he got a little bobble through 1, 2, and 3. We shall see.
Here they go down the backstretch. About a half second difference between them. Again, they're doing everything they can. This pushing, even if they're a little bit slower, is pulling them away on the straightaways, and that's just kind of keeping that buffer, right? Aston Wyatt closes up, then they push, open the gap up. It rubber bands to net out about the same distance, and it keeps Aston Wyatt from being close enough to dive bomb them and try to split them apart and challenge for the top 2 spots. Now, the downside is, unless Derek Wargo just wants to push all the way to the checkered flag, at some point, he'll want to make a pass for the lead, and that will bring Aston Wyatt. It will bring Paxton Dyson into the mix, and we'll have a 4-driver party again.
Oh, yeah. I mean, knowing from past experience, I know Wargo does not want to sit behind. I know he wants to win this race.
So here they go down the front stretch. 2 car lengths back from the top 2 to Aston Wyatt there in 3rd at a 1:01.14. Paxton Dyson right behind through turn 3 over to 4 and 5.
Ooh, it looks like they got a little close there. It looks like it might have been a little bit of contact brought Wyatt just a little bit closer.
Down the back stretch, 2 car lengths away, over to turn number 6, the end of the straightaway. No change for the lead. Again, they still give up a 10th every lap, just inching closer as Aston Wyatt with the purple lap that time picked up a 10th. They're battling back behind. You could see as well that was Sawyer Chambers, Thomas Smith, Tyrone Kemper Jr. going at it again. Kemper's been left behind. I think that was Thomas Smith going by Sawyer Chambers for the 5th position. As here they go on through, and indeed, Thomas Smith into the top 5 for the first time tonight aboard the Nitro kart.
Yeah, good job so far. I mean, he started 6th. Now he's up to that one spot in the top 5. I know Sawyer Chambers has been driving really hard and really well lately, so it's gonna be a good race so far between them.
Spoke too soon a little bit. Sawyer Chambers will right back by him in turn number 11. Smith back to 6. Chambers back into the 5th spot. We're coming to about 2.5 minutes to go, plus 2 laps across the stripe. Jackson Young still the leader. Wargo, Wyatt, Dyson, and then this group: Chambers, Smith, Kemper Jr., 5th, 6th, 7th.
And Wyatt just maybe a half a tenth slower to a tenth slower that lap. Lost just a little bit of time, even though he's getting just a little bit of sniff of that draft.
Yeah, so let's see if Wyatt can get there again. He's just trying to close in under the lights here at SpeedSportz Racing Park for group number 6, the 206 cadet class presented by Ferris Mowers. Out of turn number 8 and 9, they'll go into the kink. Turn 10, turn number 11, still holding the gap and the margin back to Aston Wyatt. They pulled the gap away last time, finally made some headway back in the other direction to open the margin up from 2nd back to 3rd. They go purple on their best laps of the session, a 101 flat for Jackson Young. So this is where, again, you're finally pushing. You've got your kart. It's peaked. It's about as good as it'll get, and you got to dig deep to find more pace. 1.5 minutes plus 2 minutes to go, or 2 laps to go here from Houston. And it's 3 together, nearly 4 as Paxton Dyson is starting to fade a little bit on pace.
Yeah, it's a shame to see Paxton fall off just a little bit. It looks like he just lost the draft, just lost his rhythm just a little bit, and maybe the pressures weren't working too well for him.
Yeah, down the backstretch, 4 car lengths back to Aston Wyatt. He'll eat that up in the braking zone, gets it down to 2 away, over through turn number 6. Into turn number 7. Jackson Young still showing it over Derek Wargo. Wargo, little mistake through 8 and 9. That's the kind of bobble that Aston Wyatt's been looking for to separate him and to close up. He's onto the bumper into 11.
Yeah, Walker just needs to get by Jackson Young. He's got to say, all right, I'm done with this. I'm done pushing. There's somebody behind me. I got to go.
Yep, you got to throw him to the wolves or it'll be you getting passed by Aston Wyatt. So when does he want to go? If he's thinking even on that trajectory, Riley, hard to say. This time here, 4 laps remaining. Big run for him, big push, great exit for Derek Wargo. He keeps that margin pretty safe going through 2 and 3.
And it looks like those two just have a little bit more top end. Ooh, they get a little spicy going out of 3.
Yeah, you can see he might be a little quicker. You might be right, Riley, because he was all over him, kind of had to check up through those S's. And Aston Wyatt staying in the toe, closes in under braking as they kind of have to give each other some extra space, keeps it tight. Now, Paxton Dyson, unfortunately, has faded outside the drafting window. He's about 1.5 seconds back from the lead at this point here. Coming to 3 to go this time. Needs a lot of battling to get into the mix. He might get there right at the checkered flag, but it'd be tough to say as we see Aston Wyatt closing up to the bumper once again of Derek Wargo. 1 car length back. Wargo links up with the rear bumper of Jackson Young and pushes him towards the final couple of corners.
Somebody's going to make a move. I don't know when, but it's going to happen. I see it. I see it.
Yeah, we'll see that coming this time by here. So they hit the signal. 2 to go. This time by was 1 lap behind there. So 2 to go as they were just under the just a little bit too short. 20 seconds too late to get an extra lap in. 2 laps remaining. 3 drivers in the fight for the lead and the win. Now Derek Wargo has been patient all race. Takes a look back. Checks the gap. What does he do down the back straightaway?
There he goes.
He wants the lead. It's go time. Jackson Young under fire. Wargo to the inside. He gets the spot away.
I wonder if we're going to see that. Nope, no switch back there. Oh,
Aston Wyatt. Almost clear. Not enough into turn number 8.
The execution just wasn't there that time. He's still got time. 2 more laps to go.
He's got to push him. He's got to work with him here or be really, really fast on his own. He's going to go on his own. Wyatt deep on the brakes, inside and clear. And somehow he really didn't lose a lot of time going low. I think he still held about even to Derek Wargo. He's still within the drafting window. Needs a good exit out of this final turn. Jackson Young has been shuffled back to 3rd. He's out of it. Aston Wyatt, big run coming. White flag. 1 lap to go here in SpeedSportz.
Yeah, hopefully Wyatt has the speed. We'll see how it goes. I know he's going to be pushing his foot through the floor and see how, see if he can catch back up. But it's not looking too good right now. He's a little bit out of the draft window, so we shall see.
Down the back straightaway for Derek Wargo. Like you said, he's just a little bit out. Aston Wyatt's giving more help to Jackson Young than he is getting help from Derek Wargo. Big run through 6, not close enough. Wargo, healthy margin out of 7. Into turn 8 here. A little bit of sparks flying from the number 2 machine, but he's still got 2.5, nearly 3 car lengths back to Wyatt on the final circuit.
Yeah, it looks like Jackson Young's getting a little close. See if we'll make a move.
He's going to force Wyatt to block, go low.
Oh, little mistake there.
Yeah, just unfortunately didn't time the run right. Now, Aston Wyatt, he can apply some pressure, but he won't really be able to make a dive, I don't think, in the final turn. Let's see it. Out of the last corner, all single file, all Derek Wargo. Smartly timed move for the lead and the win. It comes, and he wins heat number 1 for Derek Wargo in 206 senior, or 206 cadet. Aston Wyatt second, Jackson Young third, Paxton Dyson fourth, Sawyer Chambers will hold on across the line, I believe, for 5th. He does. Thomas Smith 6th, Tyrone Kemper Jr. 7th, Chris Tracy 8th, Noah Gibson, Tristan Young 9th and 10th, and Benton Hale. And again, bad luck for Josie Chambers. She ends up with a DNF in Heat 1 for 206 Cadet, presented by Ferris Mowers. But what a greatly put together heat race for Derek Wargo. You can't ask for anything smarter than that out of the cadet driver there. Pushes him the whole way and then eventually gets going. And look at this here. Look, we got a close shot of a chain guard. I think this is what we saw from, this was from K.A. Jr., I believe. Can't see the sticker on the top of that, but the camera guy's having a little bit of fun down there.
Yeah, that's somebody's chain guard. I don't know how much money that is, but that's definitely still usable, I feel like.
Oh, yeah, you could pull that thing right back on. So, unfortunately, they can't go run on the racetrack and get it, but maybe they can get it at the end of the day and survive the heat races here. Again, we're on the final round. We got just a couple races still to go here. K.A. Masters is yet to hit the racetrack. They are next up, presented by Kurt Racing Solutions. Then it'll be 206 Junior, presented by Seville Electric. And man, oh man, that Exertec KA senior class has a lot of fast guys in it, and a few of them starting deep in the field. It's all headed your way next here from Houston. You're watching Car Chasers coverage of the Texas Sprint Racing Series. We'll be right back.
Line has steadily made progress since its inception in October 2021. On top of servicing the Mississippi, Alabama, and Louisiana areas with products from Compkart chassis, Tillotson carts and engines, Miami, Briggs, Honda, and more, they're now promoting race events as well throughout the mid and coastal South region at NOLA Motorsports Park and Finish Line Performance Karting in Biloxi, Mississippi. Races are already set for the fall of 2022. September 3rd, October 22nd, and November 12th at NOLA Motorsports Park, and 2 dates, September 10th and October 15th at Finish Line Performance Karting. Drive Your Line is set to finish this year strong.
The 2023 season is just around the corner, and if you're looking to buy, sell, connect, or learn, make plans to attend the 37th Annual OVK Go-Kart Swap Meet, February 4th, 2023. Register online at ovka.com.
Welcome back here to Houston for the SpeedSportz Racing Park final, the SpeedSportz Racing Park stop on the Texas Sprint Racing Series, the season finale. And we've got the Kart Racing Solutions KE100 Senior Division with a couple AR Academy Bureau Arts on the front row. Morgan LeBaron and James Lundberg make up the opening circuit with James Lundberg going on the point in qualifying in the bright blue helmet, the black and white Bureau Art to his outside the traditional red and white Bureau Art for LeBaron. Row 2, Miguel Mir, Vincent Clement. And we're ready. We're green. And into turns 1 and 2, Robbie Mott. Great start there that time.
Yeah, great start for Mott. He's looking really racy. He's always super aggressive. I think everybody in the field knows how aggressive he is on the kart.
Yeah, so trying to see where everyone will cycle in line there. One of the Cruise Racing Development entries, I believe that might be Vincent Clement in the 203 out of the Colony, Texas, aboard the Xpree. So he might be on the move there. Not a great start for James Lundberg as Morgan LeBaron leads your field over through turns 8 and 9 on the opening lap. Miguel Mir into 4th. They'll head over into the infield hairpin for the first time.
Yeah, great start so far. Everybody's kept it super clean. Looks like LeBaron's doing really well out front. Or is that Lundberg out front?
LeBaron leads the way. Yeah, again, we talked about this will be tricky. The Burrell's very similar, but the AR Academy black, red, and white colors predominantly for James Lundberg. The red and white traditional Burrell art colors for Morgan LeBaron. Across the line, LeBaron leads Vincent Clement, Lundberg, Mir, Robbie Mott, the top 5. Again, Clement, great start, fading a little bit on the second half of the lap and slides way wide there in turn 4. That'll give a big run for Lundberg for second down the backstretch. Let's see what he does. Mir's under fire as well. Here comes Robbie Mott as Mir makes a carb adjustment. Mott's going to go by, and looking to the inside is Neil Faulkner. Can't get through.
Yeah, it looks like Miguel didn't really get the start that he wanted. He's been super fast so far this weekend, but just hasn't really gotten to put it together so far.
No, ultimately not there. And it looked like that James Lundberg would have had a run to be able to make a move for second. Ultimately, he could not. Lundberg stays in 3rd, Clement in 2nd. All the while, LeBaron continues to build the lead here in the opening few laps of the KA Master first heat race. Here's that fight for second. Vincent Clement in that Cruise Racing Development X Spree. And again, James Lundberg, your pole sitter aboard the AR Academy Bureau Art in 3rd, closing in. Big run through turns 2 and 3.
Yeah, man, I know LeBaron's loving this right now. I mean, his teammates, there's a carp in between him and his teammate. You know, he's able to pull away, and while Lundberg's having to fight with Clemente.
So here they have the run into turn number 6. Lundberg gets the run. Clement locks up a little bit, slides a little bit, holds the spot. Robbie Mott closing in on both of them at the moment as Miguel Mir continues to struggle just a touch. He's under fire, has lost the 5th spot to Neil Faulkner. So Miguel Mir dropped back to 6th position. Faulkner up into 5th as the leaders go through turn number 11. You can see there's the Faulkner comp kart machine ahead of Mir. Behind Mir looks to be Kyle Walther in the 210, up 1 spot in 7th. So Miguel Mir, the championship contender on the LN kart for the Cruise Racing Development operation, back to 6th.
And not the start of his championship drive that Miguel would have wanted. I mean, it looks like he has just a little bit of issues, and hopefully his mechanic will be able to figure out after the race.
Yeah, hopefully they can get some work on it because he's losing a little bit of potential points to Robbie Mott. Enters the weekend before drops 134 up. Mott on the drive forward, already got by him. Here comes Mir under more pressure.
Yeah, he's like a parachute down the straightaway. That's not looking good.
Gets his doors blown off there by Kyle Walther, who gets through for 6th. So could be a couple things, obviously. Could be a little bit of carburation. Could be an issue with like the reed cage as well, maybe some broken reeds for Miguel Mir. We've seen that before. Morgan LeBaron had a couple broken reeds in the opening heat in Amarillo, and he dropped like a rock there, fell way back. So I don't know if it's that drastic for Miguel Mir, but something to check out as we see James Lundberg signaling Vincent Clement to focus forward, because guess what? Well, Morgan LeBaron built the lead up. He's starting to falter. It is all 4 in the top 4 closing together. Clement moving forward, and Lundberg sees it, says, don't worry about me. Let's catch the leader.
Yeah, smart move from Lundberg. He just needs to work, and I know Clement's thinking the same thing. He doesn't want to get too worried about the people behind him, especially if he wants to keep the leader.
Yeah, so down the back straightaway here, James Lundberg staying in line behind Vincent Clement, who's trying to close up to Morgan LeBaron. Little lock up there into 6th, and that kind of caught him off guard, allowed Robbie Mott to get close, so Clement backs him up just a touch, but all 3 drivers playing pretty smart right now. They know if they battle too much, they'll surrender the opportunity for the lead in the win to LeBaron, so they want to stay kind of relatively single file as long as it benefits them to close up, and they are down to 2 car lengths now, back to Clement.
I mean, these old guys have a lot of experience, man, and they know exactly what to do and like how to catch the leader and what they need to do in order to get back to the lead.
Good run out of the final turn for Vincent Clement, a car length back from the leader, Morgan LeBaron. James Lundberg gets a big run. Look how tight they all go. Is a big amount of curb hitting there for Clement, and nearly gets the inside into 4. Runs through 4, over to 5. Look at the run he's going to have here on LeBaron. Big run down the back straightaway. Can Clement do anything with it? Not enough. I don't think he's got a whole lot of top-end gearing on that machine. He kind of stays even into 6.
I mean, you would expect them to suck right up to him with the draft, but looks like he's just lacking just a little bit towards the end of the straightaway.
Just a bit, but James Lundberg definitely wasn't. He pulled right to the rear of Vincent Clement by the time they got to turn 6. So when you don't have top end speed, that's when you got to be really comfortable with your brakes, because you're going to have to pass in a low speed area and really just make the most of the braking power. You cannot rely on the draft to pull you up alongside someone. It'll all be on Vincent Clement's braking ability to get by Morgan LeBaron. It might be the same for the drivers behind him if he stays in line.
For sure. I mean, Clement's just got to drive the wheels off of it and drive it super hard through the corners, especially because he's lacking down the straightaway, just like you said. You know what? I'm interested to see how it's going to play out for him.
We'll see if he can get there here through the S's. They've kind of given up a little bit of speed now as LeBaron leads them out of 5 and down the backstretch, 2 car lengths between them. Looking at the run towards the turn 6 complex. Big run for Lundberg to the bumper of Vincent Clement. No change.
It's like Mott's just staying back there patient. He knows what's going on. I mean, everybody's super close together, and there's no reason to make any overzealous move this early in the race.
No, none at all here this time as they exit the double right, turns 8 and 9. Lundberg still looking, but being patient, giving Vincent Clement plenty of time to try and mount a charge on the race leader, Morgan LeBaron, not being overly impatient, not trying to stuff a nose on the inside. Again, talk about those half passes, none of that. He's staying just behind, being a loyal pusher, saying, you know what, you got time, we got time, we're only halfway into this thing. I'm not too worried just yet.
Yeah, these guys are very stacked with experience. You know, they've been around the sport for a while, and they know how to race a race. So it's definitely evident here.
Yeah, we're seeing Robbie Mott, though, all over James Lundberg. I feel like if I'm Robbie Mott, I might be starting to make some charges for the lead because they're not doing too much for him, staying where they are. Although there's Lundberg just up the road. He was making a bid for second finally on Vincent Clement. Didn't get it. He'll lose his spot as this group behind stays single file with Faulkner trailed by Mir and more, but they have traded the top couple spots. So just as we go away to show you that second pack, here's an update. It is LeBaron, Clement, and now Mott as Lundberg tried to lunge on Clement, couldn't get it done, got hung on the outside into 7, and Robbie Mott took advantage.
Yeah, I mean, Robbie Mott being the aggressive guy he is, you know, he took his opportunity when it came to him. You know, and he knew when he had to do it.
Yeah, smart move by Robbie Mott. Mr. Rip Tech himself. Big run for him up to Vincent Clement, and Morgan LeBaron all the while still leads the way here. 8 minutes in, 4 minutes plus 2 laps to go in this opening heat for KA Master.
Now, I just wonder if anybody's got anything for LeBaron up front. I mean, it doesn't look like Clement has really got it any more of an advantage than anybody else.
Yeah, not too much for sure. Is a big dive there from Clement.
Spoke too soon.
Oh, what a move by Vincent Clement. And LeBaron gets tagged sideways. And Robbie Mott gets through for second. Lundberg fourth.
Now look at Clement just being opportunistic on there. That was a great move from him.
That was another commentator's curse moment right there. If I'd ever say one.
I should stop talking.
He has proven you wrong here. Just say that it's going to be a boring race, please, and we'll get some good action because, my goodness, Vincent Clement, a fireworks level move there for the lead. Robbie Mott now up to second. Great point stay in the works here for Robbie Mott to get himself a good starting spot. That moves him up now 3 positions from his starting position on the grid. And compared to the driver leading the point standings, Miguel Mir, down the order in the 6th position behind Neil Faulkner.
I mean, it looks like Miguel's making just a little bit leeway way back up, but it does not look like it's enough. Those issues that he had in the beginning of the race are just killing him right now.
Big run back for Morgan LeBaron. Let's see how he answers the call. How does he respond to the challenge? Deep drive on the brakes to the inside. Robbie Mott trying to get clear. Mott hangs on the outside, stuffs him back in 7 and runs him a little wide to keep it clear.
Wow, that was a little sketchy there. I wonder if LeBaron dropped a wheel or anything on the exit of 7.
So Mott tapped his helmet saying, don't pass me, push me, and I'm going to make sure that you don't get past me right there with an on-track answer as well in turn 7. That's so funny, man. When you get driven aggressively and then you get the little tap from the helmet of the guy in front of you, it's like there's nothing more than like a little kick in the face.
That's like a middle finger, man. That's not cool. That just makes you want to pass him even more and not work with him even more.
Well, let's see what LeBaron decides to do. Can he take a deep breath, not get frustrated? A little bit of sparks flying. He's digging up to Mott. Another bit of sparks there in 3. Sliding through turn 4. He'll have the run on Mott. They're outside the draft from Vincent Clement. Does he push him? Does he try and pass him again? To 6. Stays in line here. That's a little more tame Masters. Oh, whoa! James drops a tire. Big time spin in the dirt. And Lundberg goes around. Hands on his head there and out of the lead. And my goodness, I don't think he can believe it. I don't know if he lost
What
brakes or he just dipped a tire. But Lundberg is way off the racetrack in turn 6.
He's been set up such a great weekend so far. His home track, he's been fast, qualified pole. It's not what would he have wanted in his first heat.
Oh, you hate to see it for James Lundberg. However, somehow through the mess, Robbie Mott's making some ground back up to Vincent Clement. This race isn't over, Riley. A minute and a half plus 2 laps to go. Robbie Mott is digging towards the leader.
Yes, sir. Mr. Riptech is really clawing his way back up to Clement. Clement's just trying his hardest to hit all of his marks. He's doing a pretty good job so far. Hopefully he's able to hold on. He's showing some really good speed right now.
Down the back straightaway, 0.2 of a second to the better for Robbie Mott last time by. Deep on the brakes into turn 6 this time. Down to a car length and a half away as they exit 7. So it's Vincent Clement, Robbie Mott, and lurking in the distance, Morgan LeBaron. James Lundberg, I don't even believe he got back going. He's going to suffer a 16th place result. Rough for the pole sitter.
That is not good. He's going to have some work to do for the final for sure. He's got to hope for a really good heat to race tomorrow as well.
Well, this might help him here if the leaders get into it. The fastest drivers on the racetrack coming together this time by. We'll get to 3 laps to go, just in under the timer. So Robbie Mott on the bumper of Vincent Clement. Sets a good lap. Morgan LeBaron sets his personal best of the session. He's closing in. There's lap traffic there that just crashed the top of our frame. They could make a difference, and Mott was already looking to get by into 5.
All over him.
He is ready to go. Here it comes. Down the backstretch. Clement knows that he goes low to block. Mott to the outside. Can he get him into 7? Crossover move. Back to the outside.
Double right
again. This is where you got to be really slow on the apex and 8 to make sure you don't get crossed over. And
yeah, that's where you got to park it. It's so easy to get crossed over going into that double right. People forget about it sometimes.
And so with that, Clement holds for now. The double sticks will go in the air this time by. 2 to go for Vincent Clement. Robbie Mott. And again, right behind him there is Morgan LeBaron into the hairpin sector, coming out of the final corner. 2 laps to go. Vincent Clement, Mott, LeBaron down the front stretch. What will happen down at the end of the back straightaway? Clement's already started defending a little bit. And again, lap traffic looming there just up the road.
I think Mr. Mustache is really waiting on something to pop off ahead of him. I don't think he's going to make any moves himself and just stay put and wait for something to happen.
Yeah, Mr. Mustache himself, Morgan LeBaron. Very nice mustache indeed. And as they go to 6, lap traffic on the inside. Oh, that's tricky to get through, but the leaders get by.
Yeah, you do not want to see that. I wish the traffic would have pulled off just a little bit earlier.
Yeah, or going to the scale line, but at least, again, they all hit the obstacle the same way. You know, it's unfortunate. It's sketchy when the leaders have to get around the lapper, but at least if they all suffer the same, the gaps stay roughly the same. Nothing's more frustrating than you getting held up more than someone else.
Especially the guy in front of you.
Oh, yeah. When he gets a gap double, basically gifted, because the lapper kind of mistimes the gap, that's heartbreaking.
That sucks.
Down the front stretch, white flag, one more shot at it. How much does Robbie Mott want it? How much does Morgan LeBaron, Mr. Mustache, want it? Over to the S's here, into 4 and 5. Final time down the back straightaway, Vincent Clement leads.
You can see the difference in line that Mott and Clement are taking through into turn 4. There is a big difference on the exits there. I wonder if that's affecting their performance at all.
Look at Mott to the inside, found a hole. He's gotten through. Clement crosses him over with a nice job into 7.
Ooh, I guess Mott must have overshot it just a little bit and bogged the engine down.
Just a touch. Robbie Mott now trying to close back up through 8 and 9. He's close enough to force him to kind of block the inside, I think.
Ooh, watch out.
He's got a little touch. Still single file. All good. All right, final time. Coming to the last couple corners. You see Clement blocking low. Moves up. Leaves the door slightly cracked. Can Robbie Mott pull the crossover on him? He will not. Big run coming to the line. Clement will hold. He wins Heat 1 in KA Master.
Great drive.
Nice done by Vincent Clement. And we go back. Miguel Mir got around Neil Faulkner late. Like you said, he kind of got going late. He's still got a couple tenths to find, it looks like, but at least was able to put some good laps together late in the going. Ends P4, Mott P2. Again, Morgan LeBaron 3rd. Neil Faulkner rounds the top 5. Doug Foxworth puts the comp carts 5th and 6th as he gets going late. 4 spots gained. Shane Burkett 7th. Kyle Walther 8th. Dex Nakeem 9th. And Anthony Harwin picks up 2 spots to round off the top 10 for KA Master, presented by Kart Racing Solutions. Another quick commercial break. They got to retrieve James Lundberg's kart from the outside edge at turn number 6. An unfortunate early exit to his Friday evening. We've still got 2 more classes to come. 206 Junior on deck and ready to go, presented by Seville Electric and Exertech K100 Senior. You will not want to miss it coming up near the top of the hour.
Kart Store USA is a kart parts supplier that racers and retailers can count on when they need reliable advice and service. We focus on servicing all racers with honesty and pride while maintaining customer satisfaction. We carry a full stock of Kart Republic and Tony Kart chassis, as well as Iami and Vortex Rock engines. We've also got a host of other parts available and in stock, such as products from Rev Performance Materials, Jecco Racing Seats, and more. We have a 100% satisfaction guarantee, and on top of that, if your order exceeds $200, shipping is on us. Check out all we have to offer today by visiting us online at kartstore-usa.com. Maryland, USA.
Welcome back here to SpeedSportz Racing Park, host of the 2022 Texas Sprint Racing Series finale. You're watching Kart Chasers live coverage of the opening round of heat races here on Friday evening. Two more races set to go green. First up is the one on your screen. 206 Junior, presented by Seville Electric, has Sawyer Roussel and Alfred Alvarez del Castillo making up the front row. Shelby Ramirez and Jensen Harrell will be row number 2. Weston Criddle and Calvin Cooper, row 3. Philip Weingart, Joseph McGrate, and Reagan Seville. We're set to fill up the rest of the grid, but we may only see Philip Weingart in the mix as they come onto the front stretch. 7 drivers set to go green. Here we go. Green flag in the air. We're racing down to turn number 1. A little bit of a late start there for the pole sitter of Jensen or Alfred Alvarez del Castillo, but he gets through. Sawyer Roussel, I believe, slots into second, and they'll rock it down the back straightaway here on lap number 1.
Ooh, already a little bit of defending going on to that in the hairpin down the straightaway. You see them lights moving up and down the track. Oh,
yeah, that is going to be Shelby Ramirez side by side with Jensen Harrell. Harrell gets through in turn 6, so quite a bit of shuffling early. That's going to give the leaders a little bit of separation off the opening lap as this battle for third goes on. This is kind of an identical look at that qualifying pack we had our shot on for a lot of their qualifying session earlier on tonight. They eventually got sorted, and they were able to run lap times equal to that of the top 2, but they took a while to kind of get lined up, and now we're seeing the same deal happening. Shelby Ramirez needs to just lock onto the bumper of Jensen Harrell, put the egos aside for a lap or 2, and try to close that gap back to the top 2 drivers before they get away.
Yeah, I mean, you see this common theme within a lot of races. I mean, when you know you have to work together in order to catch the leaders, they all just seem to keep juggling around. That's just a common theme that we see all the time.
Here they go through the S's. Turn 2, turn 3, turn 4, single file over to 4 and then into 5. And again, great look at the underglow there on Shelby Ramirez's number 413 Beryl Art machine. Down the backstretch, here's Alfred Alvarez del Castillo getting a big amount of help from Sawyer Roussel already at a second margin. That's enough to break the draft and they might be able to make a little more headway as third and fourth were somewhat disconnected there on the backstretch.
Yeah, the leaders seemed a little bit separated on that first lap, but it looks like Sawyer Roussel just came back really nice.
Yeah, he had a good run to kind of close back up to him. So we'll see how they do out of turn number 11 on the racetrack. A little bit of disconnect there. Back to Jensen Harrell and Shelby Ramirez. I think Harrell's actually closed a little bit there through 11. So where are they at this time going into the hairpin? It might be gaining just a touch. What does the lap time look like for each of them here? Jensen Harrell and Shelby Ramirez. They pulled away from Weston Criddle and Calvin Cooper across the line. That time by, give the advantage to third and fourth. Half a tenth better for Jensen Harrell and Shelby.
Yeah, hopefully, yeah. See, this is what happens when you work together. You're able to go just a little bit faster and have that opportunity to catch the leaders.
So they just got to be smart here. They got to stay hooked up. They got to keep hitting their marks. Unfortunately, they're disconnected. Daylight between the two of them, or nightlight really, between the two, whereas the top two were single file and pushing down that long back straightaway here at SpeedSportz Racing Park. That's a long circuit, a long backstretch for a shifter or an X30 125cc power plant. For a 9-horsepower Briggs 206. That's an eternity to go down the backstretch.
I can only imagine what it's like to be in a kid kart at that point.
Oh man, again, like those kids, they are on the field of dreams here when they come to SpeedSportz, and just again, just a 5-horsepower kid kart heading around the racetrack at full throttle.
Just imagine using your weed whacker to drive a go-kart.
It's something. Out of the final 2 turns here, let's put 3 laps on the boards. 3 minutes, 15 seconds complete. Where do we stand for lap times? Still just a little bit better for Jensen Harrell over the lead group. Now, Shelby Ramirez was not as quick that time by, but Jensen Harrell cracks the 103 second bracket while the leaders are at 104 flats. So he's just got to stay consistent. Again, going back on what we talked about with Kelvin Shing in that 206 senior race. Hit your marks. Don't get too frustrated. The laps are getting there. You are closing the gap, but you've got to be absolutely perfect. You can't get rattled.
I mean, the mental game of racing is, more than 75% of it. Like, you can't think in a bad headspace and expect to be fast at the same time.
You got to be good with it here. Jensen Harrell looking for help from behind to Shelby Ramirez. Car length back through turn number 11. Not going to get alongside. Stays single file over to the final couple corners.
It looks like those 3 and 4 spacing out just a little bit. Hopefully Ramirez is able to catch up and hopefully draft together and catch those leaders.
Here they go down the front straightaway. 2 car lengths between the pair. Headed over to 1, 2, and 3 here. Jensen Harrell pulling away big time from Ramirez, but with how much they tightened up there at the end of the lap from the bobbles Harrell made, they lost about 3/10 to the leaders. Another 104 flat for the pair. Jensen Harrell 3/10 off at a 104.33. Shelby Ramirez a little further off, so now they're fully gone from the draft. And we're not yet just to the halfway marker. Coming up on 5 minutes complete, 7 minutes plus 2 laps to go here in Seville Electric 206 Junior.
Yeah, I know Harold's just waiting on the leaders to start battling just a little bit, just so we can get a little sniff of that draft. It'll help him out so much. Help him catch him.
Let's see as they go towards turn 11. When does Sawyer Roussel want to go by, right? At this point, you've pushed Alfred Alvarez del Castillo. We talked about the same in some of the other divisions with the leader pulling away. You think you might be able to get the gap to get further out front, so that's when you might try to make a pass around the midway part if you've got the gap that you need. But that gap, it's just barely holding. I mean, you go back to third, that time Jensen Harrell goes purple again. So right when you think they're getting away, he closes back up to him.
It could be a little bit of a race. I hope they can catch back up to each other. I know that Harrell's pushing really hard, and he's missing that draft, and he's still purple without the draft.
Down the backstretch this time, Del Castillo, Sawyer Roussel, single file into turn number 6, but hooked up at that, so that'll open that gap up. Again, they were only about 200ths slower than Jensen Harrell, like you mentioned, so, they didn't really lose too much, didn't gain anything either, ultimately stayed relatively the same. Headed into turn 11 this time here at the halfway mark. 6 in, 6 to go, plus 2 laps, so maybe a little before the halfway marker, but Shelby Ramirez is the big factor in this situation. And unfortunately, she's just a little bit slower than the top 3 drivers. So she's not able to really help Jensen Harrell too much. She's faded backwards, which is unfortunate because that glow stick out go-kart in fourth would look really cool at the front of the field.
Oh, yeah, for sure. Light the way like Rudolph, the red-nosed reindeer.
Well, it should be the Blue Nose Reindeer, Blue Nose Go-Kart here this time as they head on through 2, 3, and 4, all the way on around the turn 4 and 5 complex. Down the back straightaway, Alfred Alvarez, Del Castillo, Sawyer Roussel leading. Going purple that time, a 103.8 for each, or 103.8 for Roussel, 103.95 for Del Castillo, and a 97 to Jensen Harrell. So an even maintenance of the gap, 1.3 seconds. Once they pass, Harrell will be there, but he's got to stay on his marks, keeps the pace up, and just pray and wait. Hope that battle comes sooner rather than later.
Yeah, I think if the leaders stay like this, I don't think that Harrell has much of a chance. It's going to be quite the uphill battle for him.
Yeah, he'll have work to do to get there out of the turn number 11 this time, up the hill, or really up towards the backside of the racetrack. Not too much elevation, I should say, here at SpeedSportz. Makes it for a good viewing experience. You can see the whole racetrack at ground level from all around. We've got a couple elevator views. This is from on top of the rental kart center, which is the connection between the two facilities. You got the Pro Track here on the one side. We featured the rental karts a little bit earlier on in the broadcast. They're open for business here Friday night, open again Saturday all day. We'll see them running early before we get underway and probably running all the way till we wrap up the season tomorrow night with main events. As down the backstretch we go. Del Castillo, here he goes. Sawyer Roussel to the inside for the lead to turn number 6. He'll get cleared.
He wants it now. He knows it's fast enough. I think he's got the speed. He's able to stick behind Del Castillo so easily.
Yeah, so with that move made, now Jensen Harrell has a window. Now he lost a couple tenths last time by, so he's going to need them to battle a little more to get there and to, again, keep the pace up because he's a second and a half away. But this is, again, what we talk about, right? Sawyer Roussel builds the gap, safe margin. Now, can he pull away from Alfred Alvarez, Del Castillo? Time will tell. For now, Del Castillo's back on him. Roussel, though, a little quicker maybe in certain areas, might be able to kind of build that margin as they come across the stripe. 3.5 minutes plus 2 laps to go.
I think it just might have been a little too early for Roussel to make that move. There isn't that much space between him and Harrell behind. He could have just waited a little bit longer. There's plenty of time to go.
Yeah, plenty of time, plenty of opportunity here for him to make that pass. As Alfred Alvarez, Del Castillo, a car length and a half away, down to the end of the backstretch into turn number 6.
You see him engage that human DRS down the straightaway, get that little bit of extra horsepower.
Yeah, big run through the hairpins here for Roussel. He's kind of keeping a car length cushion back to Del Castillo. Can Del Castillo close back up in the run to 11? He does. Gives him a little shot going in the corner. Says, yeah, don't worry. You're leading now, but I'm still right here. 1.4 seconds back also again to Jensen Harrell. I'm sure they can see it just out of the corner of their eye when they go through some of these corners or exit the hairpins that the driver back in P3 is not out of this one yet. He's out of it at the moment, but if they battle enough, he will get there.
He was 3 tenths quicker that lap than Del Castillo, so he's got the speed.
Another tenth of a second lopped off for Harrell. 103.9 to a 104 flat. So Jensen Harrell picks up another bit, down to 1.2 seconds away from the rear bumper of Del Castillo.
Yeah, we shall see. I think Del Castillo is going to play it just a little bit more patient than Roussel did, just to wait till the end and make that move.
Well, he's doesn't have too much longer. He has to wait. 2 minutes plus 2 laps as we hit the 10-minute elapsed mark here through turn number 7. So not a lot of time remaining in 206 Junior, presented by Seville Electric. For those of you tuning in right now here, but stay tuned. The Exertech KA100 Senior Division is coming up next, the headline class for the Texas Sprint Racing Series. And, of course, we've got a lot of heavy hitters all the way through the field of 32 drivers set to go racing under the lights here in Houston. As we go to the final couple corners across the line, should be about 4 laps to go, more or less, here this time. They'll get another one in, and then I don't think they'll get one more after that. So I believe 4 to go unofficially for Sawyer Roussel.
Yeah, just got to be patient. Roussel's just got to keep hitting his marks. He knows he's fast, but he also got to expect that Del Castillo is going to make a move at some point. He's going to want to get that win.
It was a good run through that corner that time for Sawyer Roussel and Alfred Alvarez, Del Castillo. So down the back straightaway here this time into turn number 6 at the end of the backstretch. Roussel holding the point, not feeling any pressure from behind yet. Del Castillo has yet to make a move to reclaim the lead since losing it. It'll be 3 laps to go next time by the start-finish line straight. Not a lot of time left. Does he wait till 2? Does he wait till the white flag? We're going to find out shortly for the Kart Racing Solutions Tony Kart driver. Again, he's got to be smart, because if he bobbles the pass or if they start battling and they go back and forth, it will bring Jensen Harrell into the mix.
I mean, what would you think in this situation? Would you stay in behind him, or would you pass him?
Yeah, I at this point, if I'm Alfred Alvarez de Castillo, I wait, right? I think at this point, you're in the driver's seat. You've pushed him for a lot of the race. You're still able to stay on his bumper. Yes, if you make a mistake, he's going to be gone. You got to dig up to him. Whereas if you're the leader and you make a mistake, the guy hits you. I think you're better off waiting till 2 to go, because Jensen Harrell he's just close enough, man. If you guys battle with 3 laps straight, I think he gets there. You battle with a lap and a half, I don't think he does.
Yeah, you just got to make sure you have less people in the fight than you need, especially when you're just battling for that one position. Any extra person could just throw that extra curveball in the battle.
Through turn number 8, over to turn 9. Now, this is where, again, it gets a little tricky and a little bit scary, right? When you see that the guy in front pulls 2 car lengths. Had this been the last lap, Del Castillo would not have been able to be close enough to make a move into 11. So that's what you start playing out with a couple laps to go here. You start judging where you're quicker, where you're not. We talked to Brandon Lemke last weekend when he won the KA Senior main event over Alex Stanfield in Newcastle, when he thought he had it won, because he won with a slingshot move down the front stretch. He said he knew he had that race in the bag halfway through because he could see the difference in speed they had on the straightaway. He believed he was going to get clear. So you're kind of judging the gaps, right, to see when can you close up. Am I closing up to the bumper where I could have passed him here? I could have got him there. Could have passed him on the straightaway in the toe. He knows when he pushes him, he's going to be close enough to pass him on the last lap. And now that we're into 2 to go, I'm surprised he didn't go there in 6, but maybe, again, going back on that confidence level, he thinks you might be able to have him on the final lap. But at the same token, right now, Sawyer Roussell's not battling. He might think he's safe till the final lap. If you think he's not going to block and then he blocks the final lap on the one corner you could have passed him, your whole plan goes out the window.
Yeah, you just got to catch him sleeping. You can't let him get any hints of where you're going to throw that move at. I mean, it could be especially at this track, it could be at one or maybe even all the corners. There's always a passing opportunity somewhere.
Yeah, and we've seen a lot of crossovers, but like we said, parking it on the apex is the fix to that. You just go slow enough, let them try to cross you over. They end up hitting your rear bumper. That's when you hit the gas, you gun it, you go. And I'd much rather be in the lead on the final lap here at SpeedSportz than in second. So I'd much rather be where Roussell is at the moment. In either case, both of them are safely out in front. Jensen Harrell, 2.5 seconds back. He will not be a factor. Now, Sawyer Roussell takes a look back. Del Castillo's on the way, looking. He left the door wide open into 6. And Del Castillo charges through to the lead. Over to 7. Sawyer Roussell goes back to work in second.
Ooh, they're wheeling it now. Now it's on.
Del Castillo blocking into 8. What does he do out of 9 here? He's got a block into 11. Sawyer Roussell's right there. He could get him. He's setting up for it, looking, and Del Castillo covers it off. Like I said, he thought he would leave the door open. He didn't. Now tries to cross over. Doesn't have the run. He's going to maybe have a shot at a crossover out of the final turn, but I don't think Del Castillo leaves this door open here. Oh, he does. And there he's contact.
Oh, no. Oh, my goodness.
Here comes Jensen Harrell for second. Sawyer Roussell unofficially gets the win after the side-by-side contact. Harrell the second. Del Castillo third. Fourth to Selby Ramirez. Man, did that one get crazy in a final moment.
Man, I don't think anybody really expected that one for sure. I know that Jensen Harrell did not expect that either.
That was wild. What a way to end it off here for the 206 Junior Division presented by Seville Electric. So heat number 1 in the books for every division except for one. Exertech KA100 Senior coming up next. We'll be right back.
Looking for a top-level team environment that fits your budget? Look no further than AMAX Racing. We cater to customers around the country who want driver coaching, tuning assistance, hospitality, track support, and a family race environment. Our race schedule is support available at all levels, from club and regional series across the Midwest to top-tier events such as the TKNA Grand Nationals, the U.S. Pro Kart Series, and the Scooter Pro Tour. Whatever level you may be at or want to get to, AMAX Racing can get you there.
I'm Billy Vincent, owner of MPG Motorsports. What we do at MPG is we try to keep it a nice, fun family atmosphere, try to combine sort of the the bigger things and of the bigger teams and the professionalism, down with sort of some of the fun, sort of family-oriented atmosphere. We try to not only develop drivers, but also the parents and the families for just in knowledge in general in motorsports. It all starts in karting. What we try to do is try to help the drivers, the moms, the dads understand the sport of motorsports in general, not just karting, but what it takes to get all the way up through. Whether you end up wanting to be a driver or a mechanic or an engineer, you know, we can help you with that, and that's what we're here for. If you're interested in joining us at MPG, our home base is at Whiteland Raceway Park in Indianapolis, and you can contact us at info@willpowerkart.com, and one of our great people will reach out to you, and we'll try to put the best program together.
Odenthal Racing Products, your #1 producer in engine mounts since 1992, along with our leading-edge designs and product development, such as the Odenthal Racing Products EasyGP camera mount, which comes in 4 different styles and can be used on any karting platform. To see our products online, go to odenthalracing.com.
Exertech KA100 Senior, the class everybody's been waiting for. It fills the grandstands, it lines the fences. Let's take you through your starting lineup here for tonight's final session of the evening, the opening heat race in the headline class. Rookie Braden Robertson with a stellar qualifying effort in that Arcane Motorsports CRG will line up on the pole. To his outside fellow rookie on the GWR Red Speed, Vinny Miscalis, actually on the Privateer Red Speed. My mistake here on the GSRS weekends. Peyton Phillips in the High Five Performance. Tony Kart rolls off to the inside of row 2. Alongside him, double duty man Drew Chappell. What a heartbreaking end to 206 Senior. He lines up on the outside in 4th here to go green. Row 3 will be Adrian Cruz in the Cruz Racing Development OTK. To his outside, Ethan Arndt in the 949 Beryl Art. Alex Stanfield, championship points leader. A terrible qualifying run by his standards. He rolls off to the inside of row 4 in 7th. To his outside, Tyler Stevens on the 905. Logan McDonough in the McDonough Racing OTK from Louisiana rolls to the inside of Jake Faulkner's comp cart. And you go back to the kid that grew up around here, Aiden Rudolph. A lot of work to do from 11th on the grid on the inside of row number 6. JD Lamping, Kino Cadena, Josh Campbell, Dylan Town, your top 15. You go further down, Connor Casey, Massimo Sanchez Lara, Peyton McDonough, Brooke Berry, Ty Fuller, and more. All the way down, 31 drivers ready to go green here for Exertech K100 Senior. 12 minutes plus 2 laps into the staging lanes. Braden Robertson, Vinny Miscalis, a rookie front row, and we're underway down to turn number 1.
Yeah, that's like it's getting a little hairy. Going 3 wide through that turn.
Side by side, Peyton Phillips, great start here. Lots of contact there. Alex Stanfield with a good start. He's up a couple spots already. Robertson under fire from Phillips down the backstretch on the opening circuit.
Yeah, Robertson does not be making any crazy moves. Oh, my God, look at Stanfield on the outside.
Digging.
Whoa.
Alex Stanfield gets a spot away from Adrian Cruz. He'll slot into 3rd. Now looking for 2nd.
Champion
On the brakes on the inside. Phillips got to cross him over. He gets back by.
It's great for Robertson. Robertson's able to grab a gap right now behind. And Stanfield and Phillips battling it out.
Heck of a run to the front here for Alex Stanfield. Hot off the momentum for Amarillo. He was wasting no time making up for that poor qualifying effort. Gets himself up into third as Phillips hangs on to second. Adrian Cruz still in fourth as they head down the front straightaway here.
Yeah, you know what? Phillips and Stanfield always seem to find each other on track. So we'll see how this battle plays out a little bit.
Yeah, it was a little bit aggressive for them in Amarillo. They were not the only ones getting into it. A lot of the front runners. Braden Robertson kept his nose clean. He is clean and green out front, but he's going to come under fire shortly. Here comes Peyton Phillips looking to the inside for the lead, and he'll get into him as he goes by.
Yeah, great pass by Phillips. Just super late, and I think Robertson was not expecting that.
No, nothing Robertson could do. So Peyton Phillips in the high five performance. Tony Kart leads the way here on lap number 2. Braden Robertson back to second. Alex Stanfield still sits in line in third. Robertson deep on the brakes there as Phillips kind of checked him up a little bit unintentionally through turn 11. And now Stanfield, little run to his good buddy. Going to send him to the outside, though, as Stanfield takes over P2.
Yeah, Alex is wasting no time right now. The lights on his car are showing exactly how he is right now. He's red hot. He's just wanting to get that up to P1.
Lit up and ready to go, mainly not wanting to let Peyton Phillips get away. So Phillips the leader, Stanfield into second, Robertson still third, Adrian Cruz kind of just riding in line there in fourth, looking back. Drew Chappell and Vinny Maskelis, they're trying to make up some ground. This battling for the lead will help them as here comes Cruz to the inside of Robertson. He'll get by for third, and look at that. Phillips went wide out of 6. Stanfield applying pressure. This is going to bring more into the mix as the leaders continue to fight here up front. 3 more on the way. Maskelis, Chappell, and Tyler Stevens went purple last time by, all working their way to the top 4 as Robertson goes back on the inside of Adrian Cruz for third.
Yeah, I mean, Robertson didn't really get off the start too hot, but now I think it looks like he's going to start settling in. Hopefully he doesn't get too flustered to start overdriving just a little bit. I mean, he knows he has the speed. He's just got to keep going.
Here they go down the front stretch. This time, Robertson still side by side, fighting with Cruz. Cruz going to signal to keep going forward, and that's going to allow Stanfield and Phillips to get away. And I can hear the dismay in your voice. I feel it as well, Riley. We were in for about an 8-driver pack. It might get split apart now with all these kids battling for third.
Yeah, I mean, especially in the senior class, it's just a battle of egos. I mean, all these preteen, teenage guys just going at it, trying to be the best.
Well, Robertson goes by. He's trying to hang on. In his case, he might be fighting with one arm behind his back, lacking a bit of pace here, trying to salvage a good heat result. It's an overall net gain on the points here. He doesn't want to just give way to Cruz, so he goes back by him, pulls away a little bit. Here comes Vinny Maskelis to the inside of Adrian Cruz, roughs him up on the exit. Cruz into the dirt hard.
Yeah, that was just a little questionable move.
Yeah, Maskelis gets by. Chappell trying to hang on to the spot over Tyler Stevens, in the 905 high five performance Tony Kart. Tyler Stevens up to 6, side by side with Chappell, was challenging for 5th there as we see Braden Robertson starting to get some good pace together now.
Yeah, now he has a little bit of time to settle in and start laying down some really good laps. He has the speed. He's going to keep hitting his marks, and hopefully Stanfield and Phillips start battling. Oh, there he goes.
Here he comes to the inside. Alex Stanfield to the lead here. Peyton Phillips got him into 7.
Cheap move.
Hello. Peyton Phillips not going to go silently into the night. He will fight for this one. And this is exactly what Braden Robertson and the Arcade Motorsports camp want to see. More battling for the lead. Let that CRG get back into the mix.
Now look at Aiden Rudolph, already moved up 2 spots from his start. Didn't really get the best start, dropped down to 12th, but now look at him moving back up.
So as they go out of the final turn, the headline division having a great battle for the lead and the win. Final race of the night, Peyton Phillips, Alex Stanfield to turn number 2.
Alex is looking super fast. I think he's trying to play a little bit of a patient game right now.
Through 4 and 5, they'll go down the backstretch this time. Again, like you said, will he be patient or will he try to really make that move stick? I think, like you said, he might just wait a little while longer to get by Phillips. I think he knows, or at least he believes, he's got the pace to pull away. He's just got to, maybe wait a little longer. He can kind of let the tires cool back down, right? That's a big thing with the Avinco and the MG tires is not so much tire degradation and wear, but tire heat. You overheat them for a lap, you got to kind of dial things back for a couple. If you can cool your tires down by just riding behind someone, let them tow you around when you pass them, you can quickly pull away and build a gap.
Yeah, I mean, maybe Stanfield learned something from racing with Lemke last weekend. That's a big deal.
That's a veteran there. That's a former X30 Pro Division champion, multi-time 100cc champion. I mean, he has won about everything there is to win in our sport. And so you learn a whole lot for Alex Stanfield. We look at him as a big name and a household name on the Texas Sprint Series with how dominant he's been this year, how good he was last year. It's still only his second year in the senior ranks.
Yeah, I mean, he's a great driver, and he's been showing that through all the categories, from mini all the way to senior now. He shows he has the stuff to be at the top.
Well, either way here, there's other drivers showing their way. They got the pace to be at the top at least, because the best of the top five are reeling back in. Stanfield and Phillips, they've been disconnected. Robertson's a little faster. Vinny Miskellis was purple last time by. So the red speed driver, the father-son duo of Vinny Miskellis and his dad, are quickly becoming the fastest driver consistently on the circuit in fourth. You can see them coming into view there. The bright white gloves on that blacked out red speed down the front straightaway. This time by, another lap in the books. Who's got quick time? It's the kid 2 carts behind him, Drew Chappell, another senior rookie. 6th on the racetrack, goes purple.
Yeah, Chappell's been doing really well. I mean, he's got that double duty. He's able to get that extra time on track and really hone in, how the track is at this time of day.
Down the back straightaway, Alex Stanfield, another little push to Peyton Phillips, just kind of riding in line behind him, not going by just yet as they go through turn number 7 over to 8 and 9. We've got about 7 minutes elapsed. 5 minutes plus 2 laps left to go. Braden Robertson still third. Peyton Phillips leads them into turn number 11.
I think Robertson and Miskellis are in a super good spot right now. I think they both know that Stanfield and Phillips are going to go at it just a little bit towards the end. They just got to make sure that they're there.
Oh, big dust cloud over at turn number 8 and 9. Not sure who went off the racetrack. One of the drivers further down the order looks to be one of the High Five Performance Tony carts. I'm not sure who we lost over there. Is that the... Let's see what we got. That's the 959 down the order. That was going to be Connor Casey. Was 18th or 17th last time by. He'll go to the tail end of the field.
Looks like Robertson made up some good time that lap. Closing in that gap. We'll see what the space between Phillips and Stanfield are. A little bit of mistakes maybe.
So there they go through turn number 6, over through 7. Everyone just inching their way towards the leaders. Robertson clicked off about an even pace last time by. Miskellis, a 10.5 better than race leader Peyton Phillips. So he's really coming along. You go back to Tyler Stevens, Drew Chappell at a 55 flat. They're closing up in 5th and 6th as well. So the whole pack closing together with 4 minutes plus 2 laps to go. This is going to get gnarly in the final few stages. Whenever the first pass gets made for the lead, it's going to all come unglued.
Oh, yeah, just like a whole bunch of hungry dogs, man. They're going to go at it.
So who pulls the trigger first? I think Miskellis might be the first one to go. He's all over Braden Robertson. Stanfield's been patient with Phillips, but he just took a look back. He sees the field's on the way. Does he go? Yes, he does. New leader attempt, at least for Stanfield. Does he get by? He does. Stanfield to the lead, and he blocks the inside of the 7. And look at that. Miskellis giving the business there to Braden Robertson to the end of the grouping. He's going to lose out, though, as Tyler Stevens tries to get by. Can't do it. Ultimately, it all nets the same, and now back up front, Phillips back to the lead.
Oof. Yeah, it's popping off now. That the whole group's going to catch back up, and it's going to be a whole big dogfight towards the end.
This time by about 5 or 6 laps to go. Stanfield back on him. Phillips crosses him over. Here comes Braden Robertson. Peyton Phillips doing everything he can to hold the lead. What happened behind him? Big time contact back from the top 3. I think Miskellis and I believe as well, who did he get into it with? Vinny Miskellis, Aiden, and maybe Drew Chappell kind of all got together there in that final corner along with Tyler Stevens. And now it's a big gap for the top 3. Look at Robertson on Stanfield.
Uh-oh, I think Stanfield's got a problem.
Oh, man, Alex Stanfield goes wide there.
It looked like Stanfield was pumping the brakes super hard going into the hairpin. I don't know. I wonder if there's an issue. It looked like he went super deep in as well.
He definitely did. I think at least by the time he got into the corner, it was trying to hold Robertson back, ultimately to no avail. But Braden Robertson has been even or a touch quicker than Peyton Phillips the last few laps. It's going to be all on the kid's shoulders to run down Phillips. Phillips, again, I believe is 2nd year in senior, if not 3rd. So kind of on the same page as Alex Stanfield, a bit of a veteran. He's got into the sport a little bit later than the two kids behind him, but Braden Robertson, a rookie, just really finding his footing, getting his confidence. Look, man, he was sideways there through turn number 2.
That's always so fun going through those chicanes on this KA car. I mean, you're going so fast, and you're really just slamming the curves, trying to make it a straight line. It's so much fun.
Pushing 65, nearly 70 miles an hour as they fly down the back straightaway in the tow of Phillips. 3-driver breakaway up front. Peyton Phillips again, bit of a chip on his shoulder after Amarillo. Coming out of that one, thinking he had the speed to win, and he did. But so did about 5 other drivers, and he came up 1 spot shy. So he's looking to go better here under the lights in Houston. He's got a good heat race in the works. This time by, I think we should hit 3 laps to go. We will not have enough time to get a 4th lap in. So 3 to go at the line for Peyton Phillips, Braden Robertson, and Alex Stanfield. And Robertson and Stanfield, they look a little bit closer this time by the stripe. Let's check the lap times here, Riley.
Yeah, I mean, I hope that Robertson's able to catch up. He was a tenth and a half maybe faster than Phillips that time by. Hopefully there's enough time for Robertson and Stanfield to catch back up and make this into a 3-car battle.
Should be pretty close. Peyton Phillips, Braden Robertson, Alex Stanfield, 1, 2, 3 down the back straightaway with 2.5 laps to go. They'll close up a little bit more. So it's the Hi-Fi Performance Tony Kart versus the Arcane Motorsports CRG and that GWR Tony Kart of Alex Stanfield out of turn number 9. A car length separates the top 3. What a way to finish off the night here, Riley.
Oh, I love it. This is night racing, baby. This is what we all came here for.
This is what we wanted to see. The main show getting set to put on a show. Phillips, Robertson, Stanfield into the final couple corners. This time by, the double sticks will fly. 2 to go. Peyton Phillips, Braden Robertson, Alex Stanfield ready to go at it.
It looks like Robertson got a little bit of a bad exit out of that last corner. Killed him just a little bit going down straightaway, but hopefully, with that draft down the back straight, he'll be able to make up that time again.
Yeah, even with the bobble, he was still a 1/10 of a second better than Peyton Phillips, so he knows he's closing in. He's digging hard. Braden Robertson, what a boost of confidence going into the offseason if you end your rookie year with a main event win, and a heat win would help him going into tomorrow, but he's going against the 2 best, the 2 heavyweights in the division that have been up front all year long, Peyton Phillips and Alex Stanfield through number 9. 2 car lengths here for Phillips. He opens that gap up once again here with a lap and a half to go.
Yeah, Phillips looks great through the infield. Man, Robertson looks fast as well. I mean, he just keep digging. He's got 1 more lap to do it.
He's got to be absolutely perfect here through into the final corners. Alex Stanfield being patient. He's trying to help Robertson's case, trying to push him forward to Phillips, but Phillips digging deep. Found a little more speed that time. Opened the gap up by 1/2 a 10th.
Let's see if he'll get it. I don't know. Space looks a little big. Maybe Phillips will defend going at any of the corners and how to bring them back together, but we shall see.
He takes a couple looks back there to check the gap to Robertson. Robertson, big run into turn number 6. Deep on the brakes. Phillips is going to have to block here. He does. Into 7. Here they come. Peyton Phillips all the way to the grass. Robertson turns him. Oh, no, they're together. Phillips and Robertson get together. Alex Stanfield with the lead. Phillips gets turned on turn number 8. And what a lead for Alex Stanfield.
Wow, what? Wow.
Whoa, man, my goodness. Alex Stanfield says thank you very much. Out of the final turn, the championship points leader. He can coast to the finish line. He'll win heat number 1. Look at the gap behind him here. The next group, it'll go to Tyler Stevens. 6 spots gained. Logan McDonough into 3rd. Rudolph, silent all night, gets up into the top 5 with that. He gets up 7 spots gained to 4th. Adrian Cruz 5th. Braden Robertson crosses the line in 6th, but the officials will be having a long and lengthy talk about that one. Drew Chappell 7th. Vinny Miskelis 8th. Ethan Art 9th. Peyton Phillips. Oh, it doesn't get more frustrating than that right there.
If that is the description of Phillips' season so far, that's it right there. I mean, that's basically how it's happened. Just bad luck and bad luck for him.
Yep, just gets into it at the very end, and it just doesn't go his way. So Peyton Phillips gets turned late in the going and ends up crossing the line down in 10th. And I believe there will definitely be some chatter going on in the scale line for Peyton Phillips and Braden Robertson after that one, because they will not be happy, neither one of them, with the way that transpired. An unfortunate turn of events for sure. Phillips out of the go-kart there, obviously frustrated. Robertson out, and we'll wait and see what the officials have to say. But That's going to wrap up the on-track action for tonight. And man, does it set the stage for some more entertainment tomorrow. The Exert Tech K100 senior class, it never disappoints, and it did not here tonight. Congrats to Alex Stanfield on the win. It'll close off our coverage here this evening. We'll be back live at 3:30 p.m. Eastern, or 3:30 p.m. local time, 4:30 p.m. Eastern time, and 1:30 p.m. Pacific tomorrow with the second round of heat races. We run it all back, have a short dinner break, and main events kick off, I believe, at 8:30 p.m. Eastern tomorrow night. So stick with us, folks. That wraps our coverage up for tonight. We'll be back tomorrow afternoon for Heat 2 to close off the Texas Sprint Racing Series 2022 season.